It was only after You Mian died that he found out he was actually a cannon fodder and a fake young master in a shura field, pure love text. It was his established destiny to be disliked by everyone and regarded as the stand-in for the true young master, Bai Lin. You Mian originally thought that Yan Tingxuan, who he grew up with since childhood, would be the only exception. He didn't expect that not only Yan Tingxuan, but all his other friends, would stand behind Bai Lin and become Bai Lin's support. You Mian became indifferent and emotionless in his previous life. However, he was the one who occupied Bai Lin's rich life after all. Therefore, he endured all these changes. Then once the fire broke out, he discovered that being adopted by the You family was actually a conspiracy. It was all a trade-off to protect Bai Lin. No wonder why he was kidnapped countless times since he was a child, and his father remained indifferent. No wonder why Bai Lin was retrieved immediately after his coming of age, and the You family was happy but not too surprised. Those friends who approached him were all just fighting for Bai Lin. Just as all the dust settled and there were no longer any waves in You Mian's heart, he was reborn. After his rebirth, You Mian was no longer obsessed with true or false, what was right and what was wrong. In order to completely disentangle from all the relationships, You Mian agreed to the conditions proposed by the You family and was stuffed into a romance show that supported Bai Lin. He was to act as the clown rejected by Bai Lin's many suitors. His former friend, Yan Tingxuan, had an indifferent expression as if he was worried about being entangled by You Mian. The Best Actor Award winner, Yan Tingxuan, who was willing to lower his value to participate in the romance show, didn't hide his boredom when he looked at You Mian. Hu Yanji, who used You Mian as a stand-in, distanced himself as much as possible during the show and followed Bai Lin wholeheartedly. You Mian was no longer obsessed with their changes, nor did he long for the family and friendships of his previous life. He just acted indifferently like a bystander. Just as You Mian was about to finish participating in this show step by step and stay away from this shura field, those people suddenly became unhappy. Yan Tingxuan asked viciously, "You didn't send me the heartbeat text message. Who did you send it to?" Yan Tingxuan lowered his eyes and explained with a hoarse voice, "I misunderstood you before." Hu Yanji tried his best to fight for You Mian's dating rights, begging shamelessly, "Give me another chance." Regarding all of this, You Mian only said, "Thank you, I really don't want to be entangled with you any longer." Chapter 1. It's on fire. Call the fire department. In my ears was the crackling sound of leaping flames. The fire was wildly devouring all combustible materials and was approaching step by step. You Mian's vision was obscured by a thick fog, and tears fell uncontrollably. The pungent smell rushed into his nostrils along with the lingering fog, and a feeling of suffocation came over him. Death is so close. Fate grabbed him by the throat, threw him to the ground and laughed at him. When recalling all the things he had desired in this life, You Mian suddenly felt bored and tired. The family love and friendship he once longed for were finally revealed at the moment of death. It turned out to be such a cheap disguise. Before closing her eyes, You Mian thought indifferently, he doesn't want it anymore. The You family's luxurious villa collapsed in an accidental fire. There were no serious injuries and only one death. Breathe. Take a deep breath. You Mian frowned tightly, with sweat oozing from his forehead. His chest rose and fell violently for a moment, and a clean and elegant breath was inhaled into his nose. Suddenly, the boy opened his eyes. Dark red study furniture comes into view, and the air is filled with the fragrance of orchids, creating a warm and peaceful atmosphere. The noisy screams and shouts of the crowd and the terrifying sound of the death countdown in the fire disappeared in an instant. There was no flickering fire in front of me, nor was there any choking fog. This was actually the You family study that had not yet been engulfed by the fire. The fear of death still lingered in You Mian's heart, but before he could come to his senses, Yu Jiwan's serious voice came to his ears. "Do you agree to help Zhaolin?" The quiet and old-fashioned atmosphere of the study was broken by the man. "I've read the script for that variety show. It's good for young people to go there and talk about love. It's mainly because Zhaolin wants to go. You should accompany him." Yu Jiwan sat behind a 2-meter-long rosewood desk with a stern face. He looked at Yu Mian with a very cold expression. Rather than a father, he looked more like a selfish and exploitative boss. Yu Mian held the armrests of the wooden chair tightly and remained silent. After being stunned for a few seconds, he began to try his best to calm himself down, wondering what was going on. He was clearly dead, but now he had returned to the past and was sitting in the Yu family's study. The accidental fire happened after You Mian rejected Yu Jiwan's conditions, and it also swallowed up all his future. But in the few seconds before death, You Mian discovered that the world he existed in was just a book. The protagonist of the book is Bai Lin, the real young master who was taken back to the Yu family on the day of his coming-of-age ceremony, and he is the clown who serves as a foil to the protagonist everywhere. All the friends and relatives that You Mian thought of turned against him instantly from the night Bai Lin was brought back. The speed at which their attitudes changed was astonishing. Everyone began to accuse You Mian of usurping Bai Lin's happy life. The content of the book also all revolves around Bai Lin. You Mian flipped through it quickly and found that she did not die in a fire in the original book, but disappeared without a trace after participating in a dating variety show and being squeezed dry of her last bit of usefulness. But at this moment, You Mian found himself back again, back to the place that he hated so much. The boy sat in the study room in silence with his eyebrows lowered. His curly black hair mixed with a bit of chestnut brown fell on his fair forehead. He had a turned-up nose and thin lips, and his appearance was extremely eye-catching and outstanding. After all, he had raised the child for more than 10 years. Seeing You Mian's frightened expression, Yu Jiwan thought the conditions were too harsh, so he rarely spoke up to explain. You family's things originally belonged to Xiaolin, and now he is back, returning all the shares under your name to Xiaolin is. Before Yu Jiwan could finish, You Mian, who had been wandering around, suddenly looked over and stared at the old man behind the desk. He said in a cold voice, "It's as it should be." Yu Jiwan looked at You Mian in surprise. He didn't seem annoyed when his words were snatched away halfway through. Instead, he seemed a little surprised. There was silence in the study for a few seconds, and Yu Jiwan restrained his expression and said calmly, "It's good that you know. Think carefully about the variety show and the competition." Yu Jiwan coughed a few times and continued, "Don't be too jealous. What's yours is yours, and what's not yours can't be snatched away." You Mian sat in the chair with mixed emotions when he heard this. Why did everyone think he was going to steal something? In the previous life, You Mian felt apologetic towards Bai Lin under the explicit or implicit accusations of others, and he retreated and gave in step by step. It was not until Yu Jiwan suggested that You Mian take Bai Lin's place in the fake art competition that You Mian realized how ridiculous it all was. But the last straw that broke the camel's back was the truth mentioned in the book that the Yu family adopted him. It turns out that from the beginning to the end, he was just an optional choice, and even his parents, whom he had called his parents for more than 10 years, regarded him as a chess piece. A chess piece that protects Bai Lin from external harm. No wonder he was kidnapped countless times since he was a child and had close brushes with death many times. When Yu Jiwan and Bai Lin used the ransom to rescue him, was the relief in their eyes because they were thinking that You Mian had returned safely, or because they were thinking that it was fortunate that Bai Lin was not kidnapped? You Mian closed his eyes lightly and exhaled slowly. Perhaps because of excitement or surprise, his fingers were trembling. After being reborn, he doesn't want to worry about these things anymore. I agree to your conditions. You Mian opened his eyes, raised his head and stood up, looking straight at Yu Jiwan, but there was no longer any admiration or desire for recognition for his father in his eyes. Yu Jiwan was stabbed by Yu Mian's gaze. For some reason, his facial muscles trembled and his eyelids twitched. The words he wanted to say couldn't come out of his mouth. After being stunned for a few seconds, Yu Jiwan just said, "That's more like it." After Yu Mian finished speaking, he deliberately stood there and waited for a while. The situation in the previous life where Yu Jiwan slammed the door and left in anger after being refuted by him did not happen, so the fire that happened a few minutes later did not occur. The bronze clock hand on the glass cabinet in the study was ticking away second by second. The choice led to the result, and the last bit of uneasiness in Yu Mian's heart completely disappeared. I can agree to all the conditions you mentioned. Yu Mian walked to the desk and said calmly. He no longer called Yu Jiwan father. Due to his posture, Yu Jiwan, who was sitting behind the desk, even had to raise his head to look directly into Yu Mian's eyes. Yu Mian at this moment is different from before. Yu Jiwan is puzzled, but if he really wants to be picky, he can't figure out what's different. Yu Jiwan narrowed his eyes, waiting for Yu Mian's next words. Yu Mian raised his hand and opened the contract in front of Yu Jiwan. Without waiting for Yu Jiwan's reaction, the boy immediately pulled out a pen from the pen holder and signed his name on the equity transfer agreement. Without hesitation, I will leave here and leave the Yu family. With a light click, the gilded pen cap was put back on the pen tip. Yu Jiwan's heart skipped a beat when he heard the sound. What do you mean? Yu Jiwan asked with a frown. You Mian closed the contract folder and smiled softly. It was not aggressive at all but enough to stun Yu Jiwan. What I mean is, I know you guys tampered with the adoption procedures from the beginning. We have no relationship anymore. Yu Mian slightly curled his eyes and said, Goodbye, Mr. Yu. Yu Jiwan's eyes widened and he wanted to slam the table, but for some reason he could only hold the shared transfer contract motionlessly with shaking arms, his expression showing excessive surprise and anger that he had not yet recovered from his shock. You! Stop! Yu Jiwan shouted at the top of his voice. Yu Mian walked a few steps to the door of the study, and after opening the door, he turned around and said softly, I never owed Bai Lin an apology, but he owed me a thank you. Yu Jiwan's voice in the study was so loud that it soon attracted the butler Wang Mao. The middle-aged man with a hooked nose came quickly with small steps. After seeing Yu Mian, Wang Mao's expression was extremely cold, as if he was looking at a redundant part of the Yu family. The other party's annoyed expression was so obvious that Yu Mian always avoided him and didn't want to have too much contact with this butler. But now, everything is different. Yu Mian didn't stop at all and walked straight down the stairs. Yu Jiwan, who was behind him, was shouting at Wang Mao, Stop him. This is going to be a disaster. Upon hearing this, Wang Mao retracted his steps towards the study and turned around to catch up with Yu Mian. Yu Mian walked down the first floor and saw Bai Lin and Yan Tingxuan sitting in the restaurant eating. The atmosphere was quiet, and it seemed that the quarrel upstairs did not reach here. A thin man in a haute couture white shirt sat on a soft high stool, elegantly cutting steak with a knife and fork. Next to him sat a handsome nobleman in an exquisite black suit. After hearing the footsteps, Bai Lin looked up. Yan Tingxuan, who was eating with him beside him, also turned his head and then his eyes paused. Bai Lin's voice sounded very deliberate, and his surprise was very artificial. Yu Mian, you're home too. Bai Lin looked anxiously at Wang Mao who was standing behind Yu Mian, frowned and said helplessly, Uncle Wang is too busy and may have forgotten you. He only prepared one lunch. Have you not eaten yet? Yan Tingxuan didn't say a word. He sat next to Bai Lin with his chin supported. Annoyance was evident in his eyes. His black eyes under his thick eyebrows narrowed slightly, as if he was thinking about how he would refuse if Yu Mian came up to talk to him. Yan Tingxuan is the most dissolute and playboy among their group of friends, and is often teased as a beast in human clothing. Yan Tingxuan is a rich and powerful young man who is always determined to win the cases in the law firm, but once you dig deeper into his love life, it is a mess. But that was all in the past. Now Yan Tingxuan follows Bai Lin closely, looking as if he has given up his love for her. Anyone who sees this would say it is wonderful. Yu Mian didn't understand why outsiders always distorted his childhood friendship with Yan Tingxuan into ambiguity and scandal, and he tried to explain it to Yan Tingxuan. But once cracks occur, they are difficult to repair. Now Yu Mian doesn't want to save this friendship anymore. So in the face of Bai Lin's deliberate provocation, Yu Mian simply lowered his eyes with a calm expression. The news of Yu Mian's overly beautiful appearance had spread as early as when he was in school. At that time, Yan Tingxuan and Yu Mian were good friends who often went out together. The boy avoided Wang Mao's attempt to grab his hand, his eyelashes closed, his bright eyes shone, and he said in a cold and distant tone, Don't touch me. This sound not only stunned Wang Mao, but also surprised Yan Tingxuan and Bai Lin. Yu Mian has always been gentle, smiling at everyone, and rarely speaks coldly like this. After Bai Lin came back, everyone discovered Yu Mian's jealousy and scheming. Unexpectedly, Yu Mian didn't even want the last fig leaf at this moment. Seeing this, Yan Tingxuan lowered his brows and said coldly, Yu Mian, Uncle Wang is not someone you can lose your temper with at will. Bai Lin said timidly, Uncle Wang, Yu Mian might just be in a bad mood, he didn't mean it. Wang Mao had been the steward of the Yu family for half his life. He was called uncle and acted like an elder. I didn't expect Yu Mian to be so arrogant today. But before Wang Mao could frown, Yu Mian changed his shoes and said sideways, I am in a bad mood, but I did it on purpose. The atmosphere suddenly froze. Yan Tingxuan frowned and tutted. The tall and strong man stood up impatiently and asked, What's wrong with you? Yu Mian's amber eyes blinked, and the coldness dissipated a little. The boy put on his familiar soft smile again, but the words he said were still cold. You Mian didn't even look at Yan Tingxuan, his eyes swept over the white figure. Bai Lin, You Mian said with a calm smile, I won't play with you anymore. Chapter 2. Wang Mao couldn't stop You Mian and could only watch him leave without looking back. Brother Tingxuan. Bai Lin put down his knife and fork and gently grasped Yan Tingxuan's sleeve. He looked at the stunned man standing at the empty door before he came to his senses and sat down again. Yan Tingxuan put on an affectionate smile and raised his hand to ruffle Bai Lin's hair, saying in a relaxed but helpless tone, maybe You Mian was scolded by your father again, don't worry about him. Yan Tingxuan is 5 years older than You Mian. He entered society a few steps earlier and exudes a mature, steady yet unrestrained temperament. The woody masculine scent falls on his suit shoulders, causing Bai Lin's ears to slightly redden. Maybe it's because You Mian doesn't want to participate in the show. Bai Lin wrinkled his nose and inadvertently revealed. After all, although it's a dating show, it also needs to promote JL. He doesn't paint anymore, and has turned to sculpture. He works with mud and wood every day, which is dirty and messy. Yan Tingxuan seemed not to want to talk about You Mian anymore. He just nodded briefly and passed over the topic. But the last word fell in the restaurant. Yan Tingxuan raised his eyebrows slightly, smiled nonchalantly, and said, they are not from the same world to begin with. The Yu family is being soft-hearted by letting him stay here. The afternoon sun slanted down on the street, with soft floating clouds interspersed among the tall buildings. When the warm wind blew, the orange-red sky lit up slightly, and the warm colors like splashed ink mixed together, full of vitality. The wind chime hanging on the door rang, and the glass door of the barber shop was pushed open. The barber accidentally let the calico cat on the counter slip away, hey. After finally catching the little girl rubbing against the customer's trouser leg, the barber looked up and was about to apologize when he suddenly froze. You Mian half pushed open the glass door and stood at the entrance of the store. He stood in the orange-yellow color with his back to the light. Even though he was wearing a simple light-colored coat, he couldn't hide his stunning look at that moment. The boy lowered his head and glanced at the kitten, his cold wrist grasping the door handle. In the wind, only his extremely gentle smile could be heard as he asked, "Can I come in?" The barber's cheeks turned red, and he squatted on the ground and nodded hurriedly. Just when he was about to get up, he lost his balance and fell backwards to the ground with a thud. You Mian was almost frightened. He held the little flower that had rubbed against his trouser leg again with one hand and handed it to the barber, who cried out a few times before standing up. "Are you okay?" You Mian asked softly. The young man was obviously distracted by the accident. He took the kitten and turned around to put it in the cage. When he looked back, the blush on his face faded slightly. "No, nothing." The young man pulled out a chair and asked, "What project do you want to do, sir?" You Mian sat in front of the mirror, looking at the fair-skinned boy inside, and said lightly, "Dye it back to chestnut color." The young man responded, twisting You Mian's hair with restraint, and looked at the mirror in confusion, as the black one died. There are many people who dye their hair from black to brown, but it is not common to dye their hair from light chestnut to black. The sunlight shone in from the glass door and swept across the mirror. When You Mian raised her eyes and said yes, the young man noticed that the pupils of this overly handsome boy were also different from those of ordinary people. The amber eyes will reflect the light green hidden inside under the sunlight. The cold white skin is like frozen ice, but the lips are very full and round. The boy is very gentle. There is always a faint smile in his eyes when chatting. He is very friendly and people can't help but want to get close to him. But as long as they chat a few more sentences, the alienation hidden in You Mian's gentleness will emerge, and she will politely keep a distance from everyone. The young man was skilled and quickly adjusted the color. "Sir, your original hair color is very special and naturally curly. Why did you want to dye it black? Once it is dyed black, it is not easy to dye other colors. You need to bleach it many times." You Mian looked at himself in the mirror, who was becoming more and more familiar, but did not answer. The young man also noticed You Mian's silence, so he stopped talking and just buried his head in his work. In fact, the reason for dyeing his hair black is very simple. You Mian doesn't want to be called a bastard or something like that anymore. His hair color is special, and his pupil color is also special. In the past, Bai Lin had made up a lie that the great-grandmother of the Yu family was German, perhaps because of You Mian's inheritance. Now the identity of the young master of the Yu family is fake, and the so-called intergenerational inheritance must also be fake. You Mian was not interested in tracing the source of the matter, but he also did not want to deceive himself anymore. The barber shop fell silent for a moment, and the entertainment news originally playing on the cell phone loudspeaker outside the shop became out of place. Well-known variety show director Hong Sheng just announced on Weibo the 8 male guests who will be participating in the recording of the Love variety show. There are many familiar faces among them. Mr. Pei, who holds more than half of the shares of the JL hotel chain, is also on the list. I wonder if this is another mutually beneficial win-win situation between the business circle and the entertainment circle. You Mian took out his phone and unlocked it. The hot search terms about the matching heartbeat program team on Weibo have ranked first, instantly attracting countless netizens to discuss. I saw the official announcement of the guests, but I still can't believe it. Is Pei YG the Pei YG from JL? Is Yan Guanqing the Yan Guanqing I thought of? Pei YG is an investor, right? Why is he participating in a dating show? Oh my god, and it's a male-male pairing. Who can be worthy of him? There's not even a trailer or guest photos. Although the director is Hong Sheng, this dry tag is too careless. Lin, fly bravely, mom will always be with you. Director Hong, please take good care of our child. Sincerely thank you for inviting Lin to participate in the program. Why are all the empty bottles from Bai Lin's fans? Even the movie star Yan Guanqing doesn't have such a big show. There aren't many amateurs on this show. Is Huo Yanji the boxer who won the boxing championship a few days ago? I immediately did a shashasha, inverted triangle, and the dog waist is amazing. Too careless. I want photos of the guests. Wow, it's actually a new variety show directed by Hong Sheng. There's another show to watch. However, among the 8 guests, only You Mian's Weibo account is newly opened. There's no introduction at all. Is he a complete amateur? You Mian saw someone mention his name and scrolled down for a moment, but he didn't expect to see countless netizens, popular science, the next second. Damn, could it be the You Mian I was thinking of? Lin is so miserable. When will this vampire leave Lin? Friendly reminder, amateur You Mian has been entangled with several male friends in succession, and her method of riding on the popularity is very impressive. The young actor Bai Lin, who has no backing, suffered a lot. You Mian, get out of matching heartbeat. You Mian looked down at the screen of his phone expressionlessly, his eye color not changing at all, and he even looked relaxed and comfortable like a bystander watching a fun event. It's done. The barber turned off the hair dryer, and still couldn't help being amazed when he looked at You Mian in the mirror. The warm light of the setting sun fell on You Mian's shoulders and face. His light chestnut curly hair fell on his forehead, lightly sweeping across his clear eyebrows. His upturned nose, thin lips and cold white skin were a visual feast. But You Mian has the habit of having a gentle smile in his eyes, which makes people feel close to him instantly and their heartbeats go out of control. The barber turned red from head to neck, and said hesitantly, "This hair color suits you better than black." You Mian stood up, smiled faintly, and said thank you politely. The barber was holding the hair dryer and blinking rapidly to hide his excitement. It was not until they stood in front of the mirror that he realized that the beautiful customer was also very tall. She must be about 1.8 meters tall, her legs are so long. It was getting dark when You Mian paid and walked out of the barber shop. The boy walked with ease, and at a glance one could detect a vibrant vitality in him, as crisp as a new sprout. There was a lot of content about variety shows in the book. You Mian had roughly read it and only knew that it was all about how a clown like him set off Bai Lin, and by the way, he also acted as a cannon fodder in the scene where several men competed for Bai Lin's role. You Mian opened his phone and forwarded Hong Sheng's Weibo, thinking that whoever wants to be the cannon fodder can do so. After the show ended, he no longer had any relationship with the Yu family and Bai Lin. At the intersection, a low-key and luxurious Maybach passed by You Mian. The atmosphere in the car was somewhat solemn, and the driver stared straight ahead. In the back seat was a handsome man in a suit and tie. His sharply carved jaw revealed a cold and domineering aura, his deep, dark eyes were slightly narrowed, and his superior forehead and thick eyebrows gave off a strong look. "So Hong Sheng, who did you recommend to JL?" Pei YG asked in a deep voice into the phone. Pei YG is an investor and participated in the show to promote JL. According to the contract, Hong Sheng will arrange the heart-stirring house in each episode in the new building of JL, and will also arrange a person with artistic background among the guests to cooperate with the publicity. The voice on Hong Sheng's end was very noisy, sounding busy and lively. Don't be anxious. Hong Sheng's attitude towards Pei Yg could not be described as polite, and was even a bit like that of a good friend. At first we did want to find an art student, but we didn't expect that after searching for a long time, we found an amateur who was more in line with your JL architectural concept. Hong Sheng took a breath and continued, he was an art student, but his major was changed to sculpture in college. You Mian? Hong Sheng asked, have you heard of this name? Pei Yg frowned and denied, I haven't heard of it. Hong Sheng said in a few words, when I found his family, they asked to bring his brother along as well. I saw his photo and he was a young actor in the industry. He looked good, so I agreed. Anyway, I've found the person for you. You can handle the publicity yourself. Pei Yg raised his chin slightly and hummed lightly, I will try my best to cooperate, but as I said, the focus of the show should not be on me. Hong Sheng laughed helplessly a few times on the other end, and said repeatedly, I know, I will let the camera go around you. Pei Yig's indifferent expression did not change, as if he could not hear Hong Sheng's teasing, and he actually responded, sure. Hong Sheng was completely speechless. He clicked his tongue a few times before hanging up the phone. He thought that luckily there were other male guests on the show who could take his place. He was sure to be able to handle this romantic show. A few days later, the recording of the Matching Heartbeat program officially began. The lights in the observation room of the studio suddenly lit up. Veteran host Ku Xiao, wearing a pair of black framed glasses and a blue casual suit, was seen sitting behind a round table. He looked honest and amiable as he began his opening remarks. Sitting on his left is the talented actress Shi Rui with long curly hair, and on his right is the middle-aged male artist Wo Su who has recently become popular again. There were several young newcomers sitting in the observation room, each with an excited smile on their face, and they all seemed to be looking forward to the exciting observation journey that was about to begin. The images on the remote screen were broadcast in real time. You Mian slowly appeared in the camera dragging a suitcase, and a sound of inhalation was instantly heard in the entire studio. Chapter 3. The autumn wind blows gently and the waves roll. Under the hazy skyline where the sea and sky merge into one, a black business car printed with the logo of the Matching Heartbeat program team is driving at a steady speed towards the recording venue next to the beach. You Mian sat by the car window with his arms folded and his eyes closed, pretending to be asleep, his expression calm and indifferent. Perhaps it was because You Mian's attitude was too resolute when he left Yu's house that day. In the few days before the recording of the program, Yu Jiwan looked for You Mian several times with the airs of an elder, as if he was afraid that he would go back on his promise. However, Yu Jiwan's self-righteous attempts to give way were always unsuccessful, and the last time, You Mian, who was fed up with his annoyance, simply put him on the blacklist. Yu Jiwan was furious about this matter, and then spread the word to his entire circle of friends that Yu Mian was an unfilial son. At once, everyone knew who the Yu family really wanted to train. Yu Mian was labeled as a discarded pawn, and there was a lot of discussion. But the people involved in the vortex don't care at all. Yu Mian moved out of the Yu family, rented an apartment with the money she earned from sculpture design, and completely disappeared from Yu Jiwan's sight. Yu Jiwan continued to test the waters and put on a show while taking the opportunity to hold a shareholders meeting to announce the equity transfer. This made Bai Lin the legitimate heir of Shu Ming. Faced with Yu Jiwan's blatant preference, which no longer made any pretense, Yu Mian could no longer cause any waves. From the moment he signed the contract, he had completely drawn a line between himself and the Yu family. From then on, neither Yu Jiwan, Bai Lin nor Bai Lin had anything to do with him anymore. The wheels of the black business car sank slightly into the white sand. Outside the car windows stood many staff members with cameras on their shoulders, busy adjusting the lenses. When Yu Mian sorted out his thoughts and got out of the car, the cell phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Yu Mian's brows relaxed when he saw the caller, and he answered Qin Lan's call before the staff came up to collect the phone. Qin Lan is Yu Mian's mentor and the person who has given him the most help on the road of sculpture. Qin Lan on the other end of the phone asked directly, Yu Mian, why don't I see your name on the list of candidates who passed the Xingqian Cup preliminary selection? Qin Lan knew his student's ability and it was impossible for him to fail even the preliminaries. In fact, Yu Mian was still the strongest candidate in his mind to compete for the Star Cup championship. Yu Mian was stunned for a moment, then quickly came to his senses. Without giving it much thought, You Mian could guess who was behind this. The only person who could use his power to do such a subterfuge could only be You Jiwan, who loved his son dearly. You Mian was not good at complaining, so after a long silence, he said, "Teacher, I am not afraid of coming for another year." You Mian's voice was extremely firm. He did not give any unnecessary explanations, and there was no trace of retreat in his eyes. Qin Lan is a great figure in the sculpture world and has never bothered to get involved in the struggles among the wealthy and powerful families. But this does not mean that Qin Lan is an old artist who is indifferent to the world and will only shrink back when faced with difficulties. Qin Lan had heard about what You Mian had encountered in the past few days. He could not interfere with what others said or thought, but You Mian was the student he had the highest hopes for. Qin Lan had witnessed You Mian's character and cultivation with his own eyes, and they had gotten to know each other like close friends regardless of age difference. When Qin Lan heard that You Mian was still neither humble nor arrogant, his stubborn spirit to protect his child was aroused. For a graduating senior, the Star Cup Award is a great honor to add to his resume. There's no reason to let You Mian suffer for nothing. Qin Lan's voice was serious and authoritative during the call, and he made the decision as soon as he opened his mouth. "Xiao Yu, you don't need to come for another year." Qin Lan said, "The teacher will give you a recommendation spot for the judges. It belongs to you." You Mian was caught off guard when he heard these words and was stunned on the spot. He didn't know how long it had been since he last heard Qin Lan's strong and powerful voice. It seemed like a lifetime ago. The camera in the distance was still being adjusted, and the staff signaled to You Mian that the filming had not started yet and there was no need to rush. Upon hearing this, You Mian stood beside the car door and turned sideways to avoid the camera. He thought he had missed the Star Cup this time, but he didn't expect there would be a sudden turn of events. You Mian lowered her eyes and pursed her lips slightly. After adjusting her mood, she spoke softly, "Teacher, thank you." The tip of You Mian's nose was slightly red, and the knuckles holding the phone were white, as if it took a lot of strength to hold it. The slight pause in his tone revealed his mood, and Qin Lan's heart softened on the other end of the phone. Only at this moment did Qin Lan truly realize that no matter how strong You Mian was, he was just a young man who had just turned 20. Qin Lan deeply suppressed his heartache, thinking that although You Mian said he was not afraid of another year, was he really willing to do so? You Mian looks gentle and modest, but his ambition and unyielding fighting spirit are just hidden, they are not non-existent. The sea breeze is blowing gently. You Mian heard Qin Lan's weathered voice on the phone. Qin Lan comforted him with a hoarse voice, "You Mian, how can a sparrow understand the ambition of a swan?" This is Qin Lan's encouragement, but also his high hopes for You Mian as a teacher. As soon as Qin Lan finished speaking, You Mian returned to normal in just a few seconds, and the exposed fragility just now was no longer visible. You Mian raised his head and smiled softly, saying, "Don't be saddened by external things, and don't be moved by things. I won't let you down, teacher." The Xingqian Cup is a second-level art competition, which is divided into multiple competition groups. You Mian studied sculpture at university, so he signed up for the sculpture group, not the oil painting group like Bai Lin. Yu Jiwan was unaware of all this and even threatened him to compete in the competition on behalf of Bai Lin, even at the cost of squeezing out You Mian's spot. Participating in the show is already You Mian's bottom line, and he has also fulfilled the conditions proposed by Yu Jiwan. But if Yu Jiwan still wants him to cheat for Bai Lin to participate in the Star Cup, he is dreaming. You Mian stood sideways in the sun and raised his hand to answer the phone, but he didn't know that the camera behind him had frozen this scene. The boy in the camera was wearing a thin beige long-sleeved shirt, and his light chestnut curly hair exuded a warm temperature in the sun. He was tall and thin, but not weak. Instead, he exuded a strong vitality and vigor. "I don't know what was mentioned in the call, I just saw You Mian's gentle smile faded slightly, and a slight edge appeared on his body, but it disappeared in a flash." After a few seconds, the pair of amber eyes drooped, long eyelashes fluttered, You Mian hung up the phone and looked back. The staff member holding the high-definition camera couldn't help but be shocked. He was stunned for a while, then suddenly came to his senses, shook his head in frustration, and then concentrated on shooting close-up shots. You Mian tilted his head, and his curly hair shook with it. There was some confusion in his eyes, and he asked, "I'm done, do you want me to put away my phone?" A girl with a work badge and red ears came forward. She took You Mian's phone with both hands and reminded him, "The program team has a cooperation with JL Construction Company. They contacted you before filming, right? We need to promote it when we get to the Heartbeat House later. Every cabin in, matching heartbeats, will appear countless times in the program. JL Construction's bold and innovative investment is the first in the entire industry. When the program is broadcast, JL Construction's stock is expected to usher in another round of sharp rise. After the staff member finished speaking, he raised his hand and pointed to the glass villa in the distance. You Mian nodded slightly to show that he understood. Only when he took the suitcase and walked onto the cobblestone path leading to the heart-beating house did You Mian really feel that he had come to participate in the show. The fire at the Yu family did not happen, he did not die, and he even cut off all ties with the Yu family. The freshman waved to You Mian. He turned his back to the camera and stepped onto the path, leaving everything in the past behind. Destiny was rewritten. The air was mixed with a light salty and humid sea breeze. You Mian walked forward without looking back. The sunlight hit his back, making his outline blurry yet brilliant. You Mian raised his head with ease, as if at this moment, he had finally broken free from the last shackles on his body. Looking ahead, you can see a glass villa with clean and neat lines that looks like a stick figure quietly leaning on the edge of the cliff. A huge, flat, milky white cliff hangs high above the beach, and the waves roll and hit the cliffs from time to time, splashing countless deep blue water. The midday sun shines freely on the mirrored walls and reflects onto the surrounding flower beds. Countless lilies of the valley and irises sway in the wind, with pure white and crimson purple complementing each other. They are extremely dazzling under the bright light and shadow, and as gorgeous as a dreamy poem. There are still such bright flowers blooming in autumn, and they are blooming in the flower beds on the edge of the cliff. You Mian dragged his suitcase towards the heart-beating house, and the camera behind him started filming. The guests in the studio were all amazed by You Mian who appeared on the screen. It took everyone a few minutes to come back to their senses from the gasps just now. It was the professional and experienced Ku Xiaoyi who raised his glasses and smiled first. Director Hong is indeed the god of variety shows. The first guest to appear on stage brought us such a big surprise. Shi Rui gently brushed the curly hair on her shoulders, her expression unable to hide her surprise. She widened her eyes and covered her mouth and said, "I was really shocked. Are all young people nowadays so pretty? The chestnut curly hair makes her look a bit mixed race." A young newcomer at the side chimed in, "Yeah, she's so pretty." The topic about You Mian's appearance in the studio continued until he walked to the door of the cabin. The host Ku Xiao clapped his hands to control the situation, pointed at the screen with a smile, and said, "Let's see whether the first guest will choose Lily of the Valley or Iris." In recent years, gay dating variety shows have emerged one after another, and there are also subdivisions within the same sex orientation. Director Hong Sheng didn't want to fall into a cliché, so he divided the 8 guests into 2 groups, Lily of the Valley and Iris. You Mian has a striking appearance, but he is also tall and thin. It was difficult for everyone in the studio to judge which side he would choose. The boy stood in front of the flower stand at the door of the heart-beating cottage with an unabashed attitude. He smiled gently, leaned over, took an iris and pinned it on his chest. A crimson iris fell on his chest. In the camera, You Mian glanced sideways and raised his eyebrows and smiled. The glass flower garden on the cliff is a very postmodernist building. I am curious why the designer wanted to combine the waves and wind with the flowers and sunlight. As You Mian spoke, the cameraman turned the camera to the huge simple glass villa in front of him. Lilies of the valley and irises swayed in the light and sea breeze, reflected on the glass mirror, waves splashed, and the sound of seagulls was melodious. You Mian stood in the middle of the flower garden, and after careful consideration, he said, "Feeling the charm of life on the edge of a cliff is contradictory and extreme, isn't it? The movement of nature and the stillness of architecture are intertwined, and the texture of glass adds a sense of technological futurism, which intensifies the incompatible atmosphere of the cottage, but here is also a flower garden." You Mian raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile, "Does the designer want to blend in, or cut out?" The waves rolled forward, and You Mian whispered, "Although this cottage looks quiet, if we regard the waves as its mouthpiece, is it always roaring or singing at the edge of the cliff? I prefer that the designer is expressing the chivalry of resisting injustice." You Mian concluded, "It is a very unique JL-style building." Director Hong Sheng was sitting behind the on-site monitor and was stunned when he heard these words, holding the walkie-talkie. When You Mian opened the door and walked into the small room, Hong Sheng finally came back to his senses. He wiped his face and said in surprise, "Boss Pei, I found a treasure for you." It is extremely risky for an amateur to do advertising. Hong Sheng did not hold much hope at the beginning. Anyway, JL's building is there, and he can achieve the purpose of publicity by taking a few more shots around it. But what was surprising was that You Mian was not at all stage nervous. At the right opportunity, he even found the most appropriate way to make the audience focus on the building. He did not need to explain, but instead raised questions to arouse resonance. Without thinking, Hong Sheng held the intercom and said decisively, "Let all the cameras in the room point to You Mian, and shoot more footage, which may be used later." Chapter 4. In the recording studio in the city center, dozens of kilometers away from the heart-beating house, another round of discussion was sparked because of You Mian's introduction. All the celebrity guests were guessing what You Mian's identity was. But You Mian, who knew nothing about all this, stepped into the heart-beating cottage in a relaxed and comfortable manner. As soon as he entered the door, You Mian saw a huge signboard with 5 rules for staying in the cabin written in cute fonts. 1. After each date, the guests must send a heart-warming text message, and the recipient and content of the text message cannot be disclosed. 2. Guests are not allowed to publicly confess their love during their stay in the cabin. 3. Guests are not allowed to develop a romantic relationship with their desired partner during their stay in the cabin. You Mian just took a quick glance and then looked away. After all, he came here to participate in the show, not to enjoy the exciting journey, but to fulfill the conditions of leaving the Yu family. Therefore, You Mian will try his best to go through the entire process with the mentality of a bystander. As for how Bai Lin creates sparks of love with those people, it has nothing to do with him. The glass house is divided into 2 floors. The first floor is the living room and 4 rooms, and the second floor is the viewing room and 4 rooms. It seems that the program team gave them enough buffer space during the first recording, and the awkward situation like in the double room did not occur. There were cameras everywhere in the cabin, and there were about 20 of them at a glance. This made You Mian feel uncomfortable, as if he was being monitored all the time. As the first guest to come in, You Mian simply turned around a few times to get by and then sat on the sofa waiting. The staff fully understood what director Hong Sheng said, and at this moment all the cameras turned to You Mian, sparing no effort to shoot from all angles. The girl who had just communicated with You Mian stood behind the display machine outside the cabin and whispered, "She is really beautiful from all angles." The staff member next to her held the camera and smacked his lips in agreement. "This footage will go viral if it's released." You Mian didn't know that the whole scene of him sitting lazily on the sofa, deliberately hiding his edge, was recorded from beginning to end. Logically speaking, these should have been a very boring and silent 10 minutes, but not only the staff filming outside the cabin but also the celebrity guests in the studio were all watching intently and concentrating in the same way. Shi Rui said, "Just now I thought You Mian had a very warm and cheerful personality, but now it seems that although he is warm, he actually enjoys such quiet moments alone." The host Ku Xiao glanced at the cue card, smiled mysteriously and said, "Introverted personality." Shi Rui and Guo Su all turned their heads to look over and asked in surprise, "What is an introverted personality?" "Brother Ku, you also know something about psychology." Ku Xiao didn't keep the secret and directly shook the small card in his hand. "This is the information our program team has consulted with psychology expert teacher Cheng. People like You Mian who prefer to be alone rather than in the hustle and bustle are introverted people. They are strong-willed enough to get through difficult situations one after another." Ku Xiao looked up at You Mian on the screen with a little more appreciation in his tone. "You Mian is a typical type of personality." Shi Rui was stunned and praised repeatedly, "I didn't expect that You Mian, who looks so gentle and reserved, actually has a strong aggressive type of personality." Guo Su raised an eyebrow. "Not all type of personalities are aggressive, just as not all type B personalities are introverted." After discussing a round of psychology-related processes, Ku Xiao pasted the letter A on You Mian's guest board. The quiet time was soon broken. The door of the cabin was pushed open, and this time 2 people walked in at the same time. Guan Tong pushed a red suitcase covered with check-in tickets and looked into the living room first. When he saw You Mian sitting on the sofa, his ears suddenly turned red. Then he smiled cheerfully and greeted him, "Hi handsome guy, my name is Guan Tong." Guan Tong had short dyed pink hair, and wore a tight leather jacket and leather pants. She had delicate makeup, pink lip gloss on her lips, and 5 or 6 pierced ears on both sides, with several silver and black earrings hanging from her ears. At first glance, he is a boy with a very unique personality. You Mian politely stood up to greet him. But he never expected that just as he finished saying his name, Guantong stared at his chest with eyes wide open and shouted, "No way. Brother, you chose iris." Only then did You Mian notice that Guantong also had an iris pinned to his chest. As if he had misunderstood something, Guantong had an obviously lost expression on his face, which was a bit cute and made You Mian laugh and cry. In just a few seconds, You Mian saw another guest walking out from behind Guantong. The man, who was full of gentle and classical temperament, walked up to You Mian and politely shook hands with him, saying, "Nice to meet you, I'm Shen Nanzhao." You Mian also noticed that Shen Nanzhao also had an iris pinned on his chest, and it seemed that they had the same preference. Guantong smelled strongly of perfume, just as enchanting and unrestrained as he was. The Shen Nanzhao in front of him was wearing a light green jacket, and his aloof posture revealed a bit of literary and artistic atmosphere. When Guantong noticed that You Mian was also iris, his attitude towards him became less enthusiastic than when he first came in. Guantong sat down on the sofa as if he was extremely tired and drank a sip of water, with his little finger slightly raised as he held the cup. Guantong looked at You Mian with great interest, and asked with an excited smile, "I wonder who will come next." You Mian didn't say anything, but just sat on the single sofa beside him with a gentle expression. Although You Mian knew most of the plot in the book, he couldn't remember the specific details. After all, he died in the fire in his previous life before he could even participate in the show. Unlike You Mian, Shen Nanzhao on the side looked indifferent, but in fact his heart was as excited as Guantong, who dared to express himself. Shen Nanzhao and Guantong kept looking towards the door while chatting, and their expectation was obvious. As soon as Guantong put down the empty cup, the door of the cabin was opened. The three of them looked at each other, and Guantong immediately and skillfully fixed her base makeup, and took back the small mirror before the guest walked in from the entrance. As footsteps were heard, all the cameras in the cabin turned around and filmed the people coming. A tall and strong man walked in silently. He stayed in front of the sign for a few seconds before turning around and walking into the living room. Guantong approached You Mian and whispered excitedly, "It looks like he's another handsome guy." When You Mian smiled, Guantong showed a rather regretful expression again. In his opinion, You Mian in front of him was very handsome, with a high nose bridge and cold white skin, chestnut hair and light eyes, full of mixed-race feeling. But unfortunately, they had the same orientation, and Guantong could only give up the idea helplessly. After crossing the entrance, Huo Yanji took off his coat and put it on his arms because he felt hot. His strong muscles were clearly visible under the thin shirt, and the hormones in his body exploded like the ceiling. The atmosphere in the cabin and the studio was instantly ignited, hot and ambiguous, and it finally had a bit of the feeling of a dating variety show. The man had a crew cut, thick eyebrows, a pair of fiery eyes, and a strong jawline that exuded a sharp and domineering aura. Huo Yanji raised his eyes and his gaze fell precisely on You Mian, his surprise fleeting. Then he frowned and said in a deep voice, "Huo Yanji." Huo Yanji's arrival triggered discussions among the celebrity guests who were watching the real-time footage in the studio. Shi Rui said excitedly, "This is the first guest who chose Linglin." The host Ku Xiao smiled and spread out his cue card, looking at Guo Su beside him, and said, "Huo Yanji, a name that is very familiar to the audience who like to watch boxing matches." Guo Su's eyes were full of masculine appreciation. He leaned sideways on the back of his chair and nodded in response, "A well-known boxer from WPE. I remember the finals just ended a few days ago. Huo Yanji lived up to expectations and won the championship gold cup again. Judging from the explosive power that Huo Yanji possesses, he is definitely not just a fitness enthusiast." Inside the small room, Shen Nanzhao's eyes moved slightly. He stood up to make room for Huo Yanji and was the first to take the initiative to say hello. "Hello, I'm Shen Nanzhao." As soon as Huo Yanji got closer, the hormonal scent from the man could no longer be ignored. The lily of the valley pinned to his chest also has a strong presence. This is a man who displays his ruthlessness and ferocity openly without any concealment, and his aggressive power is blatant and unbridled. Upon hearing this, Huo Yanji withdrew his gaze from You Mian, nodded to Shen Nanzhao in front of him, and sat down half an arm's length away from him. "You all came quite early. Huo Yanji leaned back on the sofa and took the initiative to start the conversation. With a short haircut and fierce eyebrows, Guantong looked at Huo Yanji and felt that he was just to his taste. So the moment Huo Yanji opened his mouth, Guantong smiled and said, "Brother Huo, your muscles are really well trained. You look very self-disciplined." Huo Yanji sat in front of the coffee table with his arms and legs spread out. He stared at Guantong for a few seconds and suddenly asked, "Is your name Guantong?" Guantong was stunned, and was obviously very surprised. "You know me." As the topic continued, You Mian quietly turned his head to look at Guantong, his amber eyes gleaming with a warm and beautiful luster in the sunlight. Huo Yanji glanced at You Mian once again before saying to Guantong, "I've seen your video." Guantong is an internet celebrity beauty blogger with millions of fans. He thought that few people would recognize him when he came to the heart-stirring house this time, but he was recognized by only 4 people who came. Guantong was not shy at all after her identity was exposed. She just raised her eyebrows and flicked her pink hair, and asked jokingly, "Did Brother Huo like and follow me?" Huo Yanji rubbed his palms and laughed deeply a few times. The phone was taken away by the staff. "I will follow you when I get it back." Guantong snorted and shook his hair, then turned around and mentioned You Mian, "Friends here, please pay attention to this blogger when you go out. It's not easy to start a business." Guantong only mentioned that he was a blogger, and Huo Yanji did not completely reveal his identity, so it did not count as breaking the rules of the cabin. "You Mian, don't forget this," Guantong specifically warned. You Mian, who had been sitting quietly on the corner of the sofa, looked at Guantong and smiled softly, and replied, "I won't forget it." Huo Yanji, who had glanced at her quietly several times, finally looked directly at You Mian, this time under the pretext of a topic. Huo Yanji still remembered that the last time he saw You Mian at Yu's house, the boy sat huddled on the sofa away from the crowd with his eyes downcast, like a forgotten iris, waiting for his own withering in a bleak and decadent manner. But now when I met her again unexpectedly, You Mian in front of me was no longer the same as before. You Mian stopped pouring water and looked over slowly, with surprise in his eyes and a gentle smile on his face that he had not had time to restrain. His light chestnut curly hair swept across his eyebrows, outlining an extremely stunning first impression. You Mian is no longer that withered iris, he has been reborn brilliantly. Guantong couldn't escape Huo Yanji's frequent glances at You Mian. Guantong just thought that he had anticipated this ending since the first time he saw You Mian with an iris pinned on her chest. You Mian was so good-looking and pretty that Guantong felt that he had no chance of winning and he almost lost himself. At this moment, Shen Nanzhao suddenly pursed his lips and asked, "Are you all hungry? Have you had lunch before leaving?" At this question, everyone in the cabin ran out feeling hungry. You Mian couldn't guess what Guantong was thinking. Hearing this, he simply ignored Huo Yanji's gaze, stood up and walked to the open kitchen, saying, "I don't know when the remaining 4 guests will arrive. Should we prepare some food first?" Guantong's gaze was fixed on You Mian. He found that no matter how Huo Yanji looked at You Mian didn't seem to take it seriously. It's hard to force feelings, and it's most common for one party to be interested while the other is indifferent. Guantong thought about it and instantly felt like he was fully revived. He immediately followed You Mian to the kitchen. "You Mian, can you cook?" Guantong was just beginning to sound the alarm when he heard You Mian say, "No." As You Mian spoke, he casually opened the cupboard and took out a few packets of instant noodles. His eyes were smart and cunning, and he looked bright and lively. "But I guess there will be some convenience foods here," he said. Guantong seemed to be struck again and was stunned for a few seconds, then came back to his senses and praised, "Honey, you are so smart." You Mian ignored Guantong's affectionate name and tore open the packaging bag neatly. Huo Yanji stood across the kitchen counter, leaning against the dining table. He frowned as he looked at You Mian. At this moment, even he himself was a little confused as to why he felt that You Mian and Bai Lin were similar. Huo Yanji would give the gifts that Bai Lin had declined to You Mian, and Huo Yanji would find excuses to take You Mian to the movies and games that Bai Lin wanted to watch but couldn't go out to enjoy. Before Bai Lin returned to the Yu family, Huo Yanji could only place all his thoughts on You Mian. Huo Yanji had to admit that he felt somewhat guilty for doing all this when facing You Mian. But the reason why Bai Lin had to hide for so many years and couldn't even return to the Yu family was because of You Mian. It was You Mian who took away Bai Lin's parents and friends, and took away Bai Lin's life and happiness. The estrangement between adults is tacit and unspoken. Huo Yanji now felt that he had done his best by being cold and distant to You Mian after Bai Lin returned to the Yu family, considering their acquaintance. Just when Huo Yanji was immersed in his own thoughts, You Mian, who was standing behind the large white acrylic countertop in the kitchen, suddenly looked up. You Mian's eyes were so cold as if they didn't know each other at all. He asked in a strange yet extremely polite tone, "Mr. Huo, do you want to cook a bag too?" In an instant, Huo Yanji's pupils shrank suddenly. Chapter 5. Mr. Huo. Huo Yanji frowned suddenly. When You Mian asked that question, Guantong and Shen Nanzhao turned their heads at the same time and stared at Huo Yanji. This is a dating show. Huo Yanji is also a guest on Lily of the Valley, and You Mian is so pretty. The two of them interacted back and forth in the kitchen, and it only took a few minutes for their hearts to flutter. But just when the guests in the cabin and the stars in the recording studio were all preparing to receive the first wave of ambiguous impact, Huo Yanji's directness was beyond everyone's expectations. Without even a polite refusal, he hurriedly turned his head to avoid it and said in a deep voice, "No need." The man in the camera frowned, pursed his lips, and his resistance was obvious. At this moment, all the guests in the studio frowned in confusion. As a loyal audience of Huo Yanji's boxing matches, Guosu could only smile awkwardly and tried to explain, he might be too nervous. The host Ku Xiao echoed, in a new environment, people's mental state will indeed be more tense, not to mention in such a dating variety show, but I think Huo Yanji still needs to sort out his mentality. After a few seconds of collective silence, Guantong, in order to ease the atmosphere, smiled and said to You Mian, "Honey, I don't want to eat it either." You Mian frowned and nodded slightly, as if he was not affected by Huo Yanji's rejection at all. It was even as if he had expected it. He raised his hand and put 2 pieces of dough into the boiling water. Decisive and straightforward. Guantong suddenly recalled at this moment that just before You Mian asked Huo Yanji if he wanted to eat noodles, he only took out 2 packets of noodles from the cupboard. Was the inquiry just now just a formality? Shen Nanzhao, who was standing by, seemed to have the same idea of easing the tension, and took the initiative to start a conversation. "The program team will definitely let our guests cook for themselves later, so it's right to eat less now, otherwise you won't be able to eat at night." The sound of everyone's conversation poured into Huo Yanji's ears, but he had no time to pay attention to it at the moment. Because just now, in addition to not wanting to have anything to do with You Mian, Huo Yanji actually felt a trace of inexplicable anger in his heart. But why did he feel angry? Was it just because You Mian called him Mr. Huo? Although he was extremely reluctant to admit it, Huo Yanji's arms hanging at his sides were slightly tense and his muscles were bulging. It took more than 10 seconds for the man to gradually calm down from the emotions that had been irritated by You Mian's emotionless call of Mr. Huo. Isn't this the result he wanted? Huo Yanji turned his head away silently, not looking at You Mian. His strong Adam's apple rolled heavily, full of wildness. Guantong, who was quietly observing the guests in the cabin, felt confused and surprised when he saw the scene in front of him develop into this inexplicable state. Guantong thought, could it be a misunderstanding that Huo Yanji had been staring at You Mian since he entered the cabin? Did he guess wrong? Otherwise, why would Huo Yanji reject You Mian's conversation and put on a resisting and indifferent expression? Isn't this just pushing people away? How can you chat with a guest of your choice like this? But looking at You Mian on the other side, he didn't show any expression after getting Huo Yanji's rejection. He was so calm as if he had known the result would be like this. Guantong took a breath quietly. Wrong. You Mian's behavior seems more like he doesn't care than he is calm. Guantong's eyes moved from You Mian to Huo Yanji for a while, back and forth 3 or 4 times before he finally stopped his random guesses. In such a quiet and silent atmosphere, the porcelain pot suddenly made a warm bubbling sound, and the pancakes were cooked. The other 3 people except You Mian seemed to come to their senses suddenly and started chatting again around the acrylic workbench in the kitchen. According to the rules of the cabin, I can't ask, but I'm really curious about how old Brother Huo is. Guantong laughed and teased, if I call you Brother Huo now, you won't be younger than me by then, will you? Huo Yanji rolled up his shirt sleeves to reveal his muscular arms, breaking the previously tense atmosphere and joining the conversation with ease. Who knows, Brother Guan? Guantong covered his face and exclaimed, no way. Huo Yanji narrowed his rough eyebrows and deliberately asked, why, do I look very old? Guan Tong quickly said, "Not really." Shen Nanzhao helped carry the plate, and before turning around to help Guan Tong out, he said, "You look mature." Huo Yanji is strong and tall, with youthful and tough muscles. In fact, rather than mature, he is more suitable to be described as wild, which makes people can't help but call him brother. Several people moved to the dining table. You Mian quietly played the role of a bystander. Even though she knew Huo Yanji very well, she pretended to be a stranger at this moment, as if she was also confused about Huo Yanji's age. Huo Yanji pulled out the dining table chair and sat diagonally opposite You Mian, with his arms resting on the back of another empty chair, his posture relaxed and unrestrained. He deliberately avoided You Mian's eyes, but still seemed to be unable to help but glance over at him. You Mian was lost in memories while listening to Guan Tong's lively voice. Speaking of the relationship between Huo Yanji and him, they gradually became close during their freshman year. Because before freshman year, You Mian was always surrounded by Yan Tingxuan. Yan Tingxuan was a few years older than You Mian, so when Yan Tingxuan graduated and entered society, Huo Yanji had the opportunity to take over his position and became a close friend who was always by You Mian's side. Although You Mian seems to be approachable, he is actually not a very outgoing person, so he has only a handful of friends. Yan Tingxuan, who had just graduated, was very busy in the law firm. He would deliberately call and tease You Mian several times when he heard rumors that Huo Yanji and You Mian were close. You Mian also put a lot of effort into making the two good friends live in peace. But now it seems that the jealousy at that time was just a trick used by Yan Tingxuan and Huo Yanji to kill time. You Mian was willing to admit that he was too immersed in the role and mistook a casual acquaintance for a close friend. He will not make such a mistake again. The hot air lingered in front of You Mian's eyes, blurring the distant and indifferent look in them and revealing only a very beautiful and clear outline. Huo Yanji's fingers that were resting on the back of the chair suddenly shrank. Just as everyone was chatting, there was a sudden noise from the door of the cottage behind them. Guan Tong immediately stopped laughing and turned to look over. Huo Yanji and Shen Nanzhao also turned their heads. Only You Mian put down the chopsticks in his hand without changing his expression and then raised his head leisurely. There were footsteps coming from the entrance. The next second, a noble man wearing gold-rimmed glasses appeared in front of everyone, dragging a suitcase. He glanced around without deliberately lingering on anyone, and then greeted them in a very restrained and polite manner. "I seem to be late. Sorry." Yan Tingxuan raised his glasses and spoke lightly. The man has a cool and refined temperament, with his suit jacket buttoned up meticulously at the collar, a white lily of the valley pinned on his chest, and the sleeves ironed in detail. He exudes a woody masculine scent, looking like an elite. Guan Tong opened his eyes wide and grabbed You Mian's sleeves repeatedly, his excitement was beyond words. The new guest in front of him and Huo Yanji are two completely opposite types. If Huo Yanji is as hot-tempered as fire, then Yan Tingxuan is as calm as water. Yan Tingxuan glanced around the room and suddenly asked, "Did you dye your hair?" Guan Tong stood up and stood beside the dining table, grabbing her pink hair in confusion. Although I don't know why Yan Tingxuan suddenly asked such a question, it seems that he is the only one in the cabin who has dyed his hair. Guan Tong looked around and saw that no one was paying attention to Yan Tingxuan, so he could only politely reply, "I just dyed it for the show." Yan Tingxuan nodded slightly at Guan Tong. Until he put down the box and walked over, Guan Tong was still confused as to whether Yan Tingxuan was asking him. Huo Yanji walked forward and patted Yan Tingxuan on the shoulder, and the two of them smiled in a very familiar manner. Guan Tong was surprised when he saw this. "Brother Huo, do you know each other?" Huo Yanji put his arm around Yan Tingxuan's shoulder and said, "We have quite a lot of interactions at home, but if we are to say we are familiar with each other, it's only been these past 2 years. Two handsome men standing side by side is another feast for the eyes." Huo Yanji and Yan Tingxuan stood shoulder to shoulder. Apart from their appearance, the only thing that could be seen was that Huo Yanji was 2 fingers taller than Yan Tingxuan. Guan Tong said, "Oh," thoughtfully. Yan Tingxuan looked at Shen Nanzhao again and greeted him gentlemanly, saying, "Long time no see." Shen Nanzhao smiled gently and walked forward to shake hands with Yan Tingxuan. Noticing Guan Tong's surprise, Shen Nanzhao took the initiative to explain, "We met at an auction several years ago." Guan Tong covered his face and said with a smile, "How come this show is for acquaintances? You all know each other. So now only You Mian and I are left to depend on each other." Upon hearing this, You Mian simply lowered his eyes and smiled softly, as if he agreed. Yan Tingxuan raised his eyebrows slightly and remained silent. Huo Yanji stood there and raised his hand to scratch the tip of his nose. Guan Tong was so naive that he didn't notice the tense atmosphere. After he finished speaking, he even moved closer to You Mian and hugged his waist like a koala. "Honey, you have to protect me on the show." The thin off-white long sleeves on You Mian's body sank as he was hugged, instantly outlining his extremely narrow waistline, and the tight black leather belt was faintly visible from under the slightly transparent top. You Mian was held gently by Guan Tong, her light chestnut hair swept across her eyebrows, and her amber eyes with green were curved so beautifully. You Mian didn't take Guan Tong's unintentional words to heart at all. Seeing this, he just spoke softly and gently, "Guan Tong." Guan Tong hugged You Mian, not realizing that the two handsome men in front of him were speechless because of his casual words, "We know each other." Yan Tingxuan took off his suit jacket, rolled up his shirt cuffs, and turned his eyes away from the kitchen. Huo Yanji pointed upstairs and changed the subject abruptly, "You haven't been there yet, why don't you go up and take a look?" Shen Nanzhao pointed to the entrance and said, "Why don't we move the suitcases up first and take a look at the room while we're at it?" Yan Tingxuan and Huo Yanji looked at each other. Yan Tingxuan, "Okay." Guan Tong let go of You Mian and stood aside. When he saw Yan Tingxuan and the others carrying boxes upstairs, he quickly shouted, "Wait for me." After Guan Tong finished speaking, he noticed that You Mian was still not moving, so he asked in confusion, "Honey, aren't you going up?" You Mian shook his head, "I'll go up later." He didn't want to get too close to Yan Tingxuan and Huo Yanji. The butterfly effect is terrible, and You Mian doesn't want any more trouble. Upon hearing this, Guan Tong winked at You Mian and went upstairs in a few steps. In just a few minutes, You Mian was the only one left on the first floor. There was no awkward scene of Yan Tingxuan and Huo Yanji getting together. You Mian stood in front of the dining table and enjoyed the rare moment of peace and quiet. Seagulls are flying lightly outside the window, and the waves are rolling in with the fragrance of flowers. However, this period of solitude did not last long. With a click, the door of the heart-beating cottage was pushed open again. When You Mian looked up in a daze, he unexpectedly met a pair of eyes as dark and deep as obsidian. The man in front of him had a handsome face and a strong body, with broad shoulders and long legs. With just a quick glance, one could tell that he seemed to be half a head taller than the other people in the room. Pei Yiji was wearing a black windbreaker, revealing the double-breasted British-style expanded suit underneath. The dark red tie was buried at the bottom of the buttons, firmly shackled. His long legs were wrapped in black suit trousers, which fell vertically above his leather shoes without a trace of mud. The man's hair was trimmed neatly, his eyebrows and eyes were wide open, and his facial features were like three-dimensional sculptures. There was no scent of perfume on his body, and he was so clean that You Mian inexplicably reminded him of a pool of cold water. The man paused for a few seconds after seeing You Mian, his black windbreaker swaying in a very chic arc. Pei Yiji walked across the entrance, walked into the cabin and stopped in front of You Mian. The veins on the back of the hand that was extended were slightly bulging, dry and firm. "Nice to meet you," Pei Yiji said in a deep voice. Pei Yiji. Chapter 6. When You Mian raised his eyes, his curly hair swayed. The sunlight fell on him, emitting a warm breath, and the whole person looked soft and peaceful. Pei Yiji saw the faint green in You Mian's eyes in the halo, and then he felt his hand being held by You Mian. The force was very light, but the touch was cool and chilly. You Mian didn't have much impression of Pei Yiji, because they had never met in the previous life. Moreover, this serious, mature and introverted man in front of him was only mentioned a few times in the book. The sentences he spoke were simple, no more than 2 sentences, and most of the time he was giving orders. You Mian. You Mian nodded politely to Pei Yiji and introduced himself briefly. You as in Yuki, Mian as in Mianchan Luin. Pei Yiji had heard of this name and knew that he was the guest recommended by Hong Sheng to promote JL. Thank you for your hard work. Pei Yiji's voice was decisive, but also a little offensive, and his tone was so natural, as if he was talking to a familiar subordinate. You Mian could not ignore the clean and sharp scent on Pei Yiji. At the same time, she also noticed the man's neatly cut sleeves, his nails were trimmed short, his black hair was neat, and his edges and corners were so sharp that people could not help but think of the word, clear order. This is an overly standardized superior who is somewhat cold and decisive to the point of being offensive to others. Pei Yiji quickly withdrew his polite handshake. There are several pairs of shoes at the entrance. It seems that I am not here early. You Mian once again noticed Pei Yiji's amazing observation skills. With the attitude of less trouble is worse than more trouble, he suggested in a friendly way, the others are upstairs, you can go and take a look. Pei Yiji, who didn't know he was being kicked out, said bluntly again, I don't really want to carry the suitcase upstairs. You Mian smacked his lips softly, realizing that his desire to be alone was finally shattered. Pei Yiji had just turned around and walked a few steps towards the floor-to-ceiling window when the door of the cottage was opened again. Bai Lin's soft voice echoed in the corridor, Brother Guanqing, are we the last to arrive? You Mian lowered his eyes out of habit. Several cameras in the cabin turned towards the door, and a tall man with long hair appeared on the screen. His hair was down to his shoulders, and he had a gorgeous but not feminine look. Instead, he had an androgynous heroic air. Yan Guanqing won the Silver Bear Award for Best Actor half a month ago and won unanimous recognition from the audience and judges for his outstanding performance. Not only does he have outstanding acting skills, but his popularity is also no less than anyone else in the entertainment industry. He is a well-deserved hot movie star in the circle today. But it is said that Yan Guanqing has a bad temper in private, and is arrogant and domineering. However, such groundless remarks were defeated in less than a few hours under the siege of Yan fans. You Mian was standing in the cabin when he heard Bai Lin and Yan Guanqing walk in. He didn't know what people in the circle and fans thought, but as someone who had read the original book, You Mian certainly knew what a bad character Yan Guanqing was. And such a man will only show his gentle side in front of Bai Lin. Yan Guanqing walked half a step behind Bai Lin, his long black hair brushing against his cheek. The warm afternoon sun at the beach shone on his neck, leaving a beautiful and stunning look. You Mian stood in the light, his eyes, which had always been lowered, suddenly looked up. Bai Lin originally wanted to hit You Mian hard when he first appeared, but he didn't know why he was burned by You Mian's gaze at this moment. The speech he had prepared outside the door was completely swallowed up, and Bai Lin hastily looked away. He stopped and turned back awkwardly to smile at Yan Guanqing, and suddenly said in a friendly tone, Brother Guanqing, I am a little socially anxious, so you should say hello first. Bai Lin hid behind Yan Guanqing and glanced at You Mian again, only to find that the other party's previous look had disappeared, and the uncomfortable sense of threat was also gone without a trace. Is it his illusion? Bai Lin clenched his sleeves, feeling more confident. There has been no news about You Mian since the day he left the Yu family. He originally thought that the other party would not show up, but he didn't expect that he would choose to compromise in the end. It seems that what happened just was an accident, and You Mian is nothing special. Yan Guanqing did not react much to Bai Lin's coquetry. He raised his chin proudly and ignored You Mian in front of him. He nodded to Pei Yiji and said, Mr. Pei, I didn't expect to meet you here. Pei Yiji was too tall, and he was half a head taller than Yan Guanqing when he stood in front of him. Coupled with the man's extremely aggressive aura, he seemed calmer and more indifferent than everyone else in the cabin. Pei Yiji's existence is like putting a cold iceberg in a love variety show full of pink bubbles, which is completely out of place. Facing Yan Guanqing's greeting, Pei Yiji simply nodded and said, Mr. Yan, just as he did before. Bai Lin hid behind Yan Guanqing and looked at Pei Yiji curiously, with a little more fear in his eyes. You Mian, on the other hand, reduced his presence and stood silently aside. It was not until then that Yan Guanqing walked over as if he had just seen You Mian. You Mian. Yan Guanqing raised his eyebrows slightly, I heard Bai Lin talk about you. You Mian raised his eyes and looked at him indifferently, really. The boy's attitude couldn't help but make Yan Guanqing frown slightly, and at the same time it also aroused his desire to win. How dare you ignore him? So Yan Guanqing crossed his arms and sneered a few times, then raised his chin and said sarcastically, sure enough, he has the same bad temper as the rumors say. You Mian remained calm upon hearing this, and responded without hesitation, how can you compare with the best actor? Yan Guanqing's gorgeous expression froze, and she frowned and sneered, what a disgusting fellow. You Mian responded, since you find me annoying, just stay away from me from now on. Yan Guanqing curled up the corners of his mouth and made a bad joke, looking a little exasperated. Oh, I should be the one telling you this. Yan Guanqing leaned slightly closer to You Mian and raised his hand to press the collar of the wheat harvester. At this moment, there was only a narrow white dining table between the two people. The handsome man, who could not find a single flaw even on the huge IMAX screen, narrowed his eyes slightly, and his black hair fell from young Guanqing's forehead and brushed across his high nose bridge in a casual manner. Do you know how to write the word, jumping clown? Young Guanqing wrinkled his nose mischievously and laughed. Do you need me to teach you? The staff outside the cabin watched the scene on the screen and their hearts were tense with fear. Matching Heartbeats is a dating show. How come it has become like a tit-for-tat competition now? And the conflict seems to be between the guest Iris and the guest Lily of the Valley. At the critical moment, Hong Sheng, as expected of an experienced variety show director with many years of recording experience, when everyone was speechless and at a loss, he took the cue, stood up and trotted towards the cabin. While running, he turned back and snapped his fingers at the photographer. That part must be cut out. Due to some delays in the live recording, the celebrity guest sitting in the observation room dozens of kilometers away just missed the confrontation process of just over 10 seconds. The door of the cabin was pushed open, and Hong Sheng calmed his breathing and followed the PD into the entrance. Then the director's voiceover sounded on the screen. All 8 guests have arrived. Please gather in the living room on the first floor to accept the first joint task of matching heartbeats and get to know each other better. Hong Sheng's voice was transmitted to the entire cabin through the microphone, and at the same time, young Guanqing sighed regretfully and retreated back to where he was. After a while, the people who were chatting on the second floor came down in a crowd. Guan Tong saw several people standing on the first floor from the stairs, and his eyes were instantly locked on them. He really didn't expect that young Guanqing would appear here. That's the movie king young Guanqing. How could a man who stands at the top of the entertainment industry pyramid participate in such a dating variety show? Guan Tong's mind exploded, his speech was incoherent, and he could only turn around excitedly and yell at Shen Nanzhao, "Oh my god, it's really young Guanqing. I saw him alive." As soon as he finished speaking, Yan Tingxuan and Huo Yanji also walked down one after another. With the long and wide beige dining table as the dividing line, You Mian stood in the sun and watched them greet each other. His curly chestnut hair fell in front of his forehead, his pupils were filled with tender green, and his whole body looked warm and bright. Bai Lin was seen standing in front of the steps on the first floor, looking up with his eyes curved and smiling, declaring his sovereignty in an intimate and natural tone. "Brother Tingxuan, brother Huo, why are you all here? You didn't tell me in advance. Do you think it's fun to hide it from me?" Bai Lin complained softly as if he was unhappy. Yan Tingxuan raised his hand and rubbed Bai Lin's head familiarly, keeping a distance between them that was just that of friends, not abrupt. "Give you a surprise," Yan Tingxuan said. Huo Yanji tilted his head cheerfully and snorted wildly. "He has already taken away my words, what can I say?" Young Guanqing stood behind Bai Lin, watching the situation in front of him calmly, as if he was not anxious at all when facing so many opponents. At this moment, there was no trace of anger on young Guanqing's face. He truly deserved to be the best actor, his acting skills were top-notch. On the contrary, Guan Tong, who had simply greeted someone on the other side, was shocked and furious. It turns out that these high-quality men are all well prepared. What the hell is he doing? They all have someone in their heart, and they are all ready to go on the show to chase someone. In the small house that had been bustling for a while, apart from You Mian, only Pei Yiji was still standing in front of the French window, looking out of place with a cold expression on his face. This aloof look made Hong Sheng look at him several times. Hong Sheng thought helplessly, this person is really here to be a background board. After everyone exchanged simple greetings and sat in a row on the sofa, Hong Sheng stood behind the camera and raised the task card, and began to walk through the program process, saying, "I believe that on the first day in the cabin, everyone must have a lot of things they want to know about each other, so come and accept the first task assigned by the program team to increase the understanding between each other." Guan Tong immediately stood up and walked to the camera to take the task card, and the ornaments on his body jingled. Hong Sheng added, "I have to remind you that after the mission is over, you will have to send each other love text messages for the first time when you return to the cabin. If you have a crush on someone, please seize the opportunity and act quickly. Love waits for no one." As soon as Hong Sheng finished speaking, the camera of the program crew swept across the heartbeat guests sitting in a row on the sofa one by one. The 8 guests, some handsome, some beautiful, and some pure, rotated across the screen, causing screams from everyone in the observation room. The last scene was fixed on You Mian's profile on the single sofa. Even though he had seen so many handsome faces just now, the PD still slowed down his breathing as he held the camera. After explaining the tasks, Hong Sheng followed the PD out of the cabin, leaving the 8 guests to communicate on their own. Guan Tong held the task card and read aloud, "For the dinner task, please divide yourself into 3 groups: shopping, preparation, and cooking. On the first night in the cabin, have a wonderful beach bonfire barbecue party." Wow! After Guan Tong said the words, "beach bonfire party," everyone in the cabin turned around and looked out the huge floor-to-ceiling window. The sofa was placed in front of the window, and behind them was the endless blue sea and the huge skyline dyed orange and pink. The program crew's unmanned camera jumped over the cliff and captured the 8 guests' different expressions that were illuminated by the setting sun. Yan Tingxuan smiled and asked, "Shopping? This is a beach far away from the city. Even if we drive out, are the production team sure we can get back before dark?" When Huo Yanji heard about the groups, the first thing he thought of was to be with Bai Lin, but for some reason he secretly turned his head to glance at You Mian. Which group will You Mian choose? Huo Yanji was thinking, but unexpectedly Yan Tingxuan beside him suddenly said directly, "You Mian, join me in the group." Chapter 7. In an instant, everyone's eyes followed Yan Tingxuan's words and looked at You Mian. You Mian, who was suddenly put at the center of the topic, did not look flustered at all. He did not even frown. His eyes smiled faintly under the halo, and his cold, slender fingers tapped lightly on the armrest of the leather sofa. Instead, Huo Yanji, who was sitting next to Yan Tingxuan, suddenly made a move. The sturdy man simply raised his hand and put his arm around Yan Tingxuan's shoulders. Huo Yanji smiled brightly, but there was a hint of darkness in his eyes, and he said meaningfully, "Yan Tingxuan, you can't hide your excellent cooking skills. This is your first time on the show, you have to show it to everyone." Guan Tong was surprised and asked, "Is he good at cooking?" Huo Yanji nodded affirmatively, "Of course, I'm very picky, so if I say it's delicious, it really is delicious." Bai Lin covered her mouth and smiled shyly as she joined the conversation. "Brother Huo is right, Brother Tingxuan is very good at French cuisine and often cooks for me." Having said that, Yan Tingxuan could only shake his head helplessly. The man unbuttoned his shirt and rolled up his sleeves to his elbows, looking handsome and unrestrained like a gentleman. "Since you all praise me to this extent, I can only choose the cooking team." Yan Tingxuan looked at You Mian as he spoke, and his expression showed that he was waiting for You Mian's answer. Seeing this, You Mian politely declined, "I know nothing about cooking." Shen Nanzhao stared at You Mian quietly for a few seconds. Yan Tingxuan did not show much emotion after hearing this. He just smiled and looked around. "Really? Then it will have to be next time." Huo Yanji's brows relaxed, he raised his hand and patted Yan Tingxuan's shoulder, and said loudly, "The first choice has been made, come on, who else has chosen?" You Mian sat indifferently on the single sofa on the right. The topic had already passed over him, and her beautiful eyes and eyebrows were leisurely and lazy at the moment. Bai Lin. Huo Yanji looked straight at the well-behaved boy beside him. "Which group do you choose?" Bai Lin's eyes widened slightly, as if he was startled by Huo Yanji's question, but he quickly recovered his composure and wrinkled his nose in confusion. "As for me," Bai Lin's gaze paused on Yan Tingxuan, and then moved lightly to Huo Yanji and Yan Guanqing. Although he didn't know why Yan Tingxuan asked You Mian just now, the relationship between Yan Tingxuan and You Mian was no longer the same as before, and there would not be much change in a short period of time. Huo Yanji was a stubborn person, and his straightforward attitude made it easy for everyone to understand who he was thinking about, so Bai Lin was not worried. "So, which group will Yan Guanqing choose?" Bai Lin thought for a while, but gave a quick answer. "I'll choose the preparation group." Bai Lin tilted his head and shrugged his shoulders, looking harmless and soft. Going shopping requires driving, which is time-consuming and laborious. Yan Guanqing doesn't know how to cook, so he will most likely choose the preparation group. It should be easy to wash the vegetables and arrange the dishes. Bai Lin thought it through, and sure enough, Yan Guanqing, who was sitting on his right, immediately spoke up and said, "Bai Lin and I will be in the same group." Huo Yanji narrowed his eyes slightly, as if Yan Guanqing's behavior had aroused his desire to win. His neck was tense as he followed him and said, "My cooking is not good either, so I'll follow you to choose the preparation group." Guan Tong originally wanted to choose preparation, but he didn't expect that in just 1 or 2 seconds, 3 people chose the preparation group. Although the production team said that there is no limit to the number of people in the 3 groups, it still doesn't make sense for all 4 of them to get together to prepare. And Guan Tong kept in mind that this is a dating variety show, not a cooking variety show. It was obvious at first glance that Linglan's 2 guests were targeting Bai Lin. Even if he chose the preparation group, he would only be cannon fodder. Guan Tong held the cue card from the program team, turned around and stared at Yan Tingxuan with a nervous smile. "I'll choose the cooking group." Yan Tingxuan leaned against the soft back of the sofa and nodded slightly, saying very gentlemanly and gently, "Welcome." Guan Tong felt a lot more relieved when he heard this. Fortunately, Yan Tingxuan had a good personality. Shen Nanzhao immediately chose the cooking team, and now only the purchasing team has no one chosen. You Mian watched silently, and when he saw that the time was almost right, he picked up the card keys that the program crew had prepared for the purchasing team on the coffee table. Give a chance to those who just got their driver's license and want to show off. You Mian shook the black card keys in his hand. Not only did he choose the one he wanted to choose from the beginning, he also used humorous words to help the program crew out of trouble. "You Mian, do you want to choose the purchasing team?" Guan Tong still wanted to persuade him, but he couldn't say it too clearly in front of the camera. In the dating show, you ran so far away at the beginning, and you were in the purchasing team that didn't seem to have many shots at first glance. When you returned to the cabin later, it was too late. But You Mian still insisted and did not waver. When Guan Tong was hesitating whether to speak again, Pei Yg suddenly said in a deep voice, "Those who stay, give me a list of what you want to buy." Pei Yg stood up after he finished speaking. His tall figure instantly made his presence more visible, intimidating and domineering. You Mian was not surprised by everyone's previous choices, but now she was a little surprised when Pei Yg also chose the purchasing team. But it only took a moment for You Mian to understand. Pei Yg is a loner. Although the original book does not mention why he participated in the dating variety show, the reasons should be somewhat helpless. Therefore, when faced with the task given by the program team, Pei Yg would definitely choose the option that would keep him away from the hustle and bustle of the crowd and the camera. This point coincides with his opinion. You Mian stood up and walked towards the entrance, a thought popping up in his mind. If Pei Yg also came to participate in the show after weighing the pros and cons, perhaps they could take care of each other. The prerequisite is that Pei Yg agrees. But these ideas are just immature thoughts in You Mian's mind at the moment. If he really wants to put them into practice, he has to wait a little longer. You Mian was lost in his own thoughts and walked straight towards the gate. Bai Lin looked depressed and silent as he looked at You Mian's back. The moment Bai Lin entered the cabin, he knew from Yan Guanqing's reaction that Pei Yig's identity must be no simple one. How could such a powerful person decide to be in a group with You Mian? Bai Lin frowned in disgust. You Mian was as annoying as ever. Guan Tong and Shen Nanzhao looked at Pei Yg together. Although the guests in the cabin had not yet revealed their occupations, most of the guests could guess that Pei Yg was a typical leader just by looking at his aura. Pei Yg, who was in the same purchasing team as You Mian, calmly stood up and walked in front of Yan Tingxuan, standing at an arm's length away. His 1.91 meter height instantly gave people a full sense of oppression. Pei Yig's unwillingness to get closer made Yan Tingxuan raise his eyebrows slightly. The scent of an elite gentleman's woody perfume wafts around Yan Tingxuan, which is much more refined than Pei Yg, who is so cold and clean without any other scent. Yan Tingxuan withdrew his gaze from Pei Yg with an unfathomable expression, thought to himself that he was old-fashioned, and bent down to write the names of several steak brands on the sticky note. Judging from the expressions of the other people in the cabin, they did not notice that Yan Tingxuan showed any discomfort. "I don't know which supermarket the program team will arrange for you to go to, but these basic types of steaks may be available. The choice is up to you." After saying this, Yan Tingxuan pressed the pen cap and looked at the row of dishes written on the sticky note. "That's all," Yan Tingxuan said. But just as Pei Yg reached out to take the sticky note from Yan Tingxuan suddenly patted his head for no reason, pretending that he had just remembered something. Yan Tingxuan, "Oh, I forgot to write about red wine." The man looked at You Mian, who was already standing at the entrance, smiled at Pei Yg very dignifiedly, and whispered in a low voice, "But it doesn't matter, You Mian is very knowledgeable about red wine, he will always choose the best one, so just leave it to him without worry, I won't write it." Pei Yg took the sticky note indifferently, and responded to Yan Tingxuan's behavior with only one sentence, "I know." He did not ask why Yan Tingxuan knew so much about You Mian. His expression remained calm and indifferent, as if he was wrapped in a layer of ice, as if he thought what Yan Tingxuan said was completely unimportant. Yan Tingxuan watched the two people walk out of the door of the cottage one after another. His eyes suddenly turned cold and he sneered with an unpleasant curve at the corner of his mouth. You Mian was completely unaware of the undercurrents in the small house left behind. At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind, which was to leave the cottage and not have to see the annoying faces of familiar people again, which made him very happy. You Mian picked up the small map that the program crew had placed in front of the windshield and opened it to take a look. The nearest large supermarket is 12 kilometers away from the cliff cabin. Including the journey time and shopping time, the round trip would conservatively take 2 to 3 hours. He had a general idea in his mind. Pei Yg naturally opened the passenger door, then paused slightly, reached out and took a white envelope from the passenger seat. You Mian was already sitting in the driver's seat and fastening his seat belt. He saw it out of the corner of his eye and couldn't help but ask, "Did the program crew show it?" Pei Yg counted the money with his bony hands and took out the red banknotes. 500. Pei Yg handed it to You Mian. You Mian pouted helplessly at the GoPro in the car, and for a moment he looked very energetic. "It looks like we won't be able to have French food tonight." You Mian's tone contained a hint of gloating that was not obvious. He thought Pei Yg would not say anything, but surprisingly, Pei Yg leaned his elbow against the passenger window and asked bluntly, "It sounds like you don't like that Yan Tingxuan." You Mian's fingers tightened around the steering wheel. It seems that Pei Yg is indeed a person who does not know what it means to read people's expressions, or even if he has a strong observation ability, he is not willing to put that ability into interacting with others. You Mian said ambiguously, "We just met, it's hard to say whether we like each other or not." At this time, the guests sitting in the observation room had already had several rounds of heated discussions on the grouping situation just now. Seeing that the scene was now focused on You Mian and Pei Yg in the car, they couldn't help but exchange glances with each other and spoke more cautiously. Because director Hong Sheng had already given the go-ahead before filming began. Although it was clearly stated in black and white in the investor's contract that Pei Yg could participate in the program, Pei Yg himself requested that he not go abroad too often. Who is Pei Yg? He is the president of JL, a construction company at the top of the pyramid that owns almost half of the land in Huajiang City. It has several subsidiary brands in the design and fashion categories. If you throw out the hangers in any luxury store, there will be several first-line actresses to grab them. Mr. Pei didn't want to leave the film, so the guests in the observation room could only reduce their comments on the shots in which Pei Yg appeared, and would avoid focusing on these points in the later stages. Therefore, the shots of You Mian, who is in the same group with Pei Yg, will also be reduced depending on the situation. The celebrity guests in the observation room watched You Mian and Pei Yg become a group, and then watched them get in the car and drive away, and they couldn't help feeling regretful. "I didn't expect that such an amateur guest with such a bright appearance would be grouped with President Pei from the beginning. It seems that this is how his future career will go. Without camera time, there will be no fans, and no one will sincerely support your couple. This is a huge blow to those who want to become famous through dating variety shows." In the smoothly moving car, Pei Yg did not comment on You Mian's previous answer. "Really?" Pei Yg asked in a deep voice. The guests in the observation room saw the GoPro screen, which was still on, suddenly go dark. They were shocked and surprised for a long time before they remembered to report to the program team. Inside the car, Pei Yg raised his hand and turned off the hanging camera set up by the program team. You Mian. After making sure that the production crew wouldn't hear their conversation, Pei Yg said, "JL and Shuming worked together once before, and I know Mr. Yu. Shuming is the Yu family's high-end custom fashion brand, combining ancient traditional skills with modern trends. In the past 2 years, it has produced many high-quality show costumes." So Pei Yg had an impression of this brand, and he also remembered that Yu Jiwan was a middle-aged boss who was old-fashioned, serious but very attentive. Pei Yg said this without any threat or intimidation or even boasting, he was just simply confused. The Yu and Yan families have always had a close relationship, but why did You Mian seem to hate Yan Tingxuan? "Mr. Pei." You Mian frowned and pulled over to the side of the road. Pei Yg looked straight at You Mian, as if waiting for his answer. You Mian turned her head to look at Pei Yg. Her expression, which was always gentle and smiling, remained unchanged, but her eyes gradually became colder. It sounds like you have a good memory. I wonder if you remember that I was no longer the young master of the Yu family 2 years ago. As for the president you mentioned, You Mian said calmly, not familiar. Chapter 8. After You Mian finished speaking, he turned his head away silently. In his opinion, someone like Pei Yg would choose to avoid the topic in silence when faced with the current situation. After all, in Huajiang City, similar gossips about wealthy families are always endless and so complicated that they are jaw-dropping. And Pei Yg has always been unwilling to get involved in such matters. But what he didn't expect was that Pei Yg continued to stare at him without missing a beat, then keenly grasped the key point and asked relentlessly, 2 years ago? Why 2 years ago? You Mian frowned, pursed his lips and remained silent. I thought my heart had calmed down a lot, but this question still caused quite a stir. Why 2 years ago? Because 2 years ago was Bai Lin's coming-of-age ceremony, and because 2 years ago was the day Bai Lin returned to the Yu family. Bai Lin is a premature baby. He has been plagued by disasters both big and small since birth, including colds and fevers. At such a young age, his resistance and immunity are extremely low. It just so happened that that was the time when the Yu family's business, Shuming, was about to go public, the busiest and most dangerous time. The predecessor of Shuming was a small garment factory jointly opened by Yu Jiwan and several brothers. Later, Yu Jiwan's entrepreneurial goals diverged from those of the other 3 partners. It is unknown what happened in between, but in the end Yu Jiwan struck out on his own and opened the current, Shuming. However, Yu Jiwan was worried all day after this incident. After discussing with Bai Lin, the 2 of them resolutely sent their biological son Bai Lin abroad, and then adopted You Mian from an orphanage when he was 5 years old. From then on, You Mian lived in this world as the only son of the Yu family, until Yu Jiwan and Bai Lin thought the crisis was resolved and took their biological son back with great fanfare on the day of Bai Lin's 18th birthday ceremony. Seeing that You Mian didn't answer, Pei Yg tried to ask again, then what are you now? The man's tone was calm and rational, and his powerful aura was not weakened even when he was sitting in the car. What's wrong with this person? You Mian frowned, but before he could open his mouth, Pei Yg found the answer himself. The handsome man with thick eyebrows sitting next to me in the passenger seat opened his thin lips slightly, paused with a sharp gaze, and said, "Oh, I almost forgot, you are You Mian." You Mian. The warm and gentle smile on You Mian's body slowly cooled, as if he had finally broken free from a false body. Boss Pei, are you kidding me? You Mian asked in a low voice, leaning his head while resting his hands on the steering wheel in front of him. Not long after they drove out of the cabin, a black business car from the program crew followed behind them. You Mian could still hear the staff member who was sticking his head out of the window of the car behind him, covering his mouth and shouting loudly. The guests in the observation room reported that the screen of your group's in-car camera went black. You Mian, what's going on? After a while, the car behind also stopped by the roadside. The worker ran out with the new GoPro and tapped the driver's window with his finger. You Mian slowly rolled down the car window, her amber eyes reflecting the sunset at the seaside, so tender. You Mian changed her cold expression and said with a gentle smile, "I'm sorry, Mr. Pei accidentally turned off the GoPro due to some random pressing. I'm sorry for causing trouble for you." When the staff heard that it was really Pei Yig's doing, they couldn't help but admire director Hong Sheng's foresight. Before the group of staff came out, Hong Sheng took off his headset and gave a specific instruction. "That guy Pei Yg must be having a problem again. You guys can chase him with a new machine. He's not an unreasonable person and will listen if you talk to him nicely." The staff thought at the time, is Mr. Pei a reasonable person? Even if President Pei was reasonable, he didn't have the courage to ask President Pei to turn on the camera. But what he didn't expect was that he ran out of the car with full mental preparation. Before he could use a lot of reasons and persuasions, You Mian solved the problem with just one sentence. The staff wiped the sweat from his forehead and waved his hands repeatedly, saying, "It's okay. You just came out and don't have much material." You Mian nodded, turned around and turned on the GoPro in the car that Pei Yg had just turned off. The screen lit up red instantly. The staff member smiled and said, "Okay, no problem." Before leaving, the male staff member turned around and whispered to You Mian, You should take this GoPro with you when you get off the car to go to the supermarket to buy things. It's best not to let President Pai turn it off again. You Mian replied with his eyes bent. I know, thank you for your hard work. The staff member's ears instantly turned red when he saw this, and he smiled awkwardly. It's not hard. The car window was raised. Pai Yg watched from the rearview mirror as the business car of the program team turned around and drove towards the cabin. He asked, you didn't want to smile at me just now. Was it because I made you angry? You Mian silently raised his hand to shift gears and stepped on the accelerator. If you are really bored and have no one to talk to, Mr. Pai, please help me look at the map. The guests in the observation room had just seen the screen light up, and before they had time to be happy, they heard the conversation between You Mian and Pai Yg. What happened during the time when the screen went black? How the atmosphere between these two people suddenly dropped. Pai Yg picked up the map that You Mian had placed aside and glanced at it. He admitted without any burden, I'm not good at identifying directions and locations. Perhaps you gave me the wrong task. No. You Mian drove directly along the correct route without looking at the map, and said, the first mistake I made on the show was being grouped with you. Pai Yg raised his eyebrows, but did not comment on what You Mian said. He just flipped open the map and took a look, then looked up at the route in front of him. You obviously remembered the way a long time ago. Pai Yg pointed out. You Mian smiled while holding the steering wheel, but the smile did not reach his eyes. You have great observation skills. President Pai should also be able to see that I don't want to talk now. Pai Yg neatly aligned the corners and put away the map booklet in his hand, then placed it aside with its edges neatly aligned. The man raised his hand and pressed the high bridge of his nose. As he tilted his neck and lowered his eyes, his domineering presence was still overwhelming. Now I'm sure that I must have made you angry just now. Pai Yg crossed his hands on his knees, looking very imposing, and his sharp eyes seemed to be able to see through all the thoughts in people's hearts. I always fail to grasp the limits. I apologize to you, if you are still willing to accept it. Pai Yg spoke sincerely, and although his tone was still deep, rational and lacked any humanity, it at least let You Mian know that he did not mean it. If someone else were to ask about the past between You Mian and Bai Lin, You Mian would completely cross that person off the list of people he would spend time with. Okay. You Mian's moment of surrender is always subtle. He said, I did memorize the map a long time ago. It can only be said that it was all thanks to Pai Yg's ghostly observation and judgment in stock market investment that the man immediately received the signal that You Mian was willing to accept the apology. Pai Yg imitated You Mian's tone and said, what a great memory. You Mian. The small screen of the GoPro that was brought out of the car shook slightly for a few seconds before You Mian's tall and slender back appeared. Pai Yg followed behind You Mian and acted as a photographer. Judging from the man's calm expression, he adapted to this new role very well. You Mian pushed the supermarket cart straight to the vegetable section. What did Yan Tingxuan write on the sticky note he gave you? You Mian asked without turning his head. Pai Yg said calmly, the budget given by the program team is only 500, so what he wrote is not even of reference value. Pai Yg's handsome and indifferent appearance and his tall and muscular figure like a catwalk model often made other people in the supermarket stop and look. The double-breasted suit with a dark red tie on the chest was wrapped in a long black trench coat. The man walked on the white tiles in leather shoes with his chin raised slightly, as if he was walking on a catwalk. At the same time, the camera in his hand was fixedly staring at You Mian in front of him and taking pictures. Some passers-by looked in the direction of the camera, and after seeing You Mian, they all had some concerns in their hearts. They put away their phones and left with regrets on their faces. Some passers-by looked at Pai Yg's cold and indifferent face and did not dare to approach him. They just stood in the distance and looked up to admire him from time to time while picking up the goods. You Mian let go of the handle of the cart and leaned sideways to pick out the dishes from the vegetable section. Pai Yg stopped and stood there, holding the GoPro dutifully in his hand. Pai Yg chose to remain silent tactfully at first, until he saw You Mian taking the dishes faster and faster, and throwing them into the cart behind him without even looking at them. Pai Yg put one hand in his pocket and said in a deep voice, You Mian, I don't think all the guests in the cabin are vegetarians. Pai Yg was reminding You Mian that the vegetable quota he had taken exceeded the limit. You Mian put another bag of cauliflower into the cart. When she raised her eyes, her curly hair swayed slightly, and her eyes were soft yet bright. Really? Then I can only leave President Pei here while I pay the bill, and I will go back and ask the production team for my wallet. Pei Yg was rarely speechless, but a smile he had never felt before suddenly rose in his heart. Compared to You Mian's angry look in the car just now but unwilling to show it, he felt that You Mian's relaxed and free-spirited behavior at this moment was more comfortable. You Mian continued to sweep through the frozen section and the meat section in this whirlwind manner. Pei Yg didn't say anything more after reminding him once, because he noticed You Mian's relaxed expression. At worst, You Mian couldn't really intend to hold him down in the supermarket. Hong Sheng, who was sitting in the shooting room around the cabin, suddenly felt an inexplicable chill on his back. Seeing this, the staff member asked in confusion, "The window is not open." Hong Sheng touched the back of his neck and smiled, "Maybe I have a slight cold." Finally, two people from the purchasing team walked to the wine cabinet and stood still. Pei Yg stared at You Mian as he skillfully picked up the red wine bottle and selected it, his eyes solemn. Pei Yg doesn't drink or smoke, and he doesn't like people around him to spray perfume on their bodies, so the only female among his 3 assistants never uses perfume or fragrance in the workplace. This was partly the reason why Pei Yg chose to be in a group with You Mian when they were grouped in the cabin. Because there is no other chemical fragrance on You Mian except the smell of sunshine and sea breeze. Pei Yig's life is like a perfectly calculated program. All the unnecessary edges and corners have been removed, leaving only those qualities that are broadly regarded as perfect, excellent, and a model of success in society. His cold and serious behavior has earned him praise as an iron-blooded leader by his subordinates in the group. Pei Yg always uses rules and regulations to demand himself. He has no edges and corners, and he moves forward only to achieve the goal of sitting on the top of the pyramid. Under his feet were corpses and fortresses forged with countless blood, tears and fatigue. It was in the past, it is now, and it will be in the future. So when You Mian happily picked out 3 bottles of red wine from the wine cabinet, Pei Yg frowned indifferently, as he had done countless times to other people before, expressing his disapproval. You Mian had no idea what was going on in Pei Yig's mind. He just pushed the cart to the checkout counter after completing his purchases. The cashier scanned the codes one by one. Pei Yg frowned and stared at the goods passing through the cashier's hands. The youngest richest man in Huajiang City actually looked worried about exceeding the limit. You Mian, who had done all this and led to the current result, looked relaxed and calmly accepted the cashier's shy compliments. "Hey, your hair color looks great. How did you choose it?" asked the cashier. Pei Yig's eyes were fixed on the counter and he could no longer hear the conversation between You Mian and the girl. Just as the cashier finished scanning the last item, he saw You Mian pick up another box of mint-flavored hard candies from the shelf next to him. Pei Yg. 498. The cashier saw You Mian's action as soon as he finished speaking, and then scanned the box of mint candy into the computer, then smiled and said, "Sir, 500 yuan." Pei Yig's pupils shrank slightly. You Mian opened the candy box with her fingers with a click, and the mint aroma burst out. You Mian raised his eyebrows and smiled, looking like a very handsome and energetic young boy. Then he asked in a boastful manner, "You must be nervous all the way here, do you want to eat?" Chapter 9. From the moment You Mian and Pei Yg got off the car, the guests in the observation room could no longer see any images of the purchasing team. In response to this, Director Hong Sheng specifically explained that real-time broadcasting is not possible with just a GoPro camera. It sounds like the 2 people in the purchasing team are like poor guys who were exiled to a remote border. The host Ku Xiao raised his glasses and took over the topic in a sophisticated manner, saying, "In that case, let's take a look at the other 2 groups first. I'm sure they'll be very exciting as well." Guo Su propped his elbows on the table and said excitedly, "As a fan of the boxing gold medal champion, I still want to see Huo Yanji's group." Seeing this, several other new idol guests also joined in the topic, either jokingly or seriously discussing their own opinions. Compared to the purchasing team that President Pei was in just now, they were more willing to watch the pictures of other teams. After all, not everyone can accept Pei Yig's pressure, not to mention that Pei Yg also specifically warned that the focus of the show should not be placed on him. Hearing the lively conversation next to her ears, the sexy actress Shi Rui was the only one who sighed silently. Obviously, You Mian was her favorite amateur guest, but she had fewer screen time because she was assigned to the same group as Pei Yg. Hong Sheng could have asked a PD to go to the supermarket with him, but the reason he ultimately chose not to do so was because of Pei Weiji's presence. Although Shi Rui felt very sorry, she was in the middle of recording a show after all, so she could only cheer herself up and shift her attention to the other two groups of pictures. The three members of the cooking team were now walking towards the soft white sand beach. On the screen, Guantong changed into a thin red shirt and wore strappy sandals. His pink hair looked bold and individual in the sunset, which left only a straight orange-yellow line. But unlike his exquisitely dressed appearance, Guantong was now moving a grill, panting. Is this a dating show or a wilderness survival show? Guantong shouted as he placed the grill he had brought from far away on the beige mat that Yan Tingxuan had laid out. Yan Tingxuan rolled up his sleeves and opened the meal package, still with a calm smile on his face, and analyzed, since our group is in such a difficult situation, the purchasing team should not be able to buy things according to the sticky note I wrote. Guantong sat on the mat, raised his left knee and put his hands on it to calm his breathing. Hearing this, he said in surprise, "No way. Then can we still have the beach dinner that the program team said we would have for dinner?" Yan Tingxuan shrugged. Guantong pointed at the camera that was filming him and jokingly complained, "There's no such thing as a feast. It's all just a pie in the sky drawn by the director." The staff held up the camera while trying to hold back their laughter. Shen Nanzhao brought a few chairs from the hut and placed them next to Guantong. "Maybe we are not the worst off." Shen Nanzhao pointed to the back of the hut and said, "I just saw Bai Lin's group chopping wood." Yan Tingxuan paused while tidying up the grill, raised his head and asked with a raised eyebrow, "Chopping wood?" Guantong also became excited when he heard it. "What's going on?" The scene turned to the preparation group, and the guests in the observation room couldn't help but exclaim in unison. Shi Rui's eyes widened. The director is too cruel. Isn't this a love show? Why do the guests have to chop wood and fetch water? Guo Su, on the other hand, smiled very respectfully. "You only saw the surface, right? Look at this scene again, especially Huo Yanji." Everyone stared at Huo Yanji upon hearing this. The blue sunset glowed on his shoulders and arms, and his tight muscles showed great explosive power. The man stood in front of the wooden stake with his long legs. His superior height and sharp brows were wild and full of masculine sexiness that aroused people's imagination. A light cry was heard in the observation room. Guo Su smiled and said, "No one knows how to take a photo of a person better than Hong Sheng. The guests in the cabin have different images and temperaments. Although Huo Yanji's charm in front of the camera has increased exponentially under the circumstances at this moment, young Guanqing, who has a gorgeous appearance, is not to be outdone." In the camera, young Guanqing was seen wearing a pair of white gloves, with his arms slightly raised behind his head, tying his shoulder-length hair with a tie. Her overly gorgeous appearance on the big screen becomes even more radiant after removing the long hair. Young Guanqing's eyes looked towards the camera from the gap under his arms. Then, following his years of lens experience, young Guanqing raised his eyebrows in the direction of the photographer in a wicked yet beautiful way. "Chopping wood," young Guanqing snorted coldly. Luckily Hong Sheng thought of this. The photographer's hand holding the lens shook. Perhaps because he was taking care of Iris Fang, apart from young Guanqing and Huo Yanji who were chopping wood, Bai Lin just sat on a wooden stake nearby, handing out water and wiping sweat. Compared to Huo Yanji, Bai Lin obviously knew that his relationship with young Guanqing needed more maintenance, so even when he was simply handing water to wipe sweat, he appeared to be more attentive to young Guanqing. Guo Su in the observation room watched these interactions and couldn't help but analyze. Bai Lin is the guest of Iris' party. It seems that he likes young Guanqing more. The host Ku Xiao glanced at the cue card and expressed a neutral point of view, not necessarily. Compared to Huo Yanji, who has better physical strength and endurance, it is obvious that young Guanqing needs more care at the moment. As soon as Ku Xiao finished speaking, Shi Rui, who had filmed a movie with young Guanqing, couldn't help but tease, "Brother Xiao, I'm going to complain to the movie emperor." Upon hearing this, Ku Xiao immediately covered his mouth. Shi Rui finished joking and then seriously joined in the analysis. Guo Su's words make sense. This is a love show after all. The director knows that he won't give excessive physical activities. So in this case, Bai Lin's choice is more important. Huo Yanji might just feel that Bai Lin is biased. Shi Rui said calmly, but the more important point is that they are the group chosen by Bai Lin, and in the end they became the most tired and exhausted group. Bai Lin is now sitting aside and not participating in chopping wood. I wonder what the two guests from Lily of the Valley are thinking at this moment. Huo Yanji gripped the axe tightly and chopped it hard. His tense arm muscles were clearly revealed and his hormones instantly exploded. There is only one left, Huo Yanji said without taking a break, and swung the axe again. The oval wooden stake provided by the program team was steadily split in the middle and fell to the ground gorgeously. Bai Lin held the water cup and said in surprise, "Brother Huo is so great." Huo Yanji took off the black glove on his left hand, pointed at his eyes with two fingers of his right hand before taking off the glove, and then stretched it towards the camera. Who came up with this part? Huh? Huo Yanji threw down his axe and exhaled a puff of mist, shaking his head helplessly. Really? It's just a bad taste to watch us make a fool of ourselves. As soon as Huo Yanji said this, the guests in the observation room burst into laughter. The autumn breeze is blowing gently, the sea is blue and the sky is orange. Young Guanqing's long hair was soaked with sweat and stuck to his forehead. His sharp, narrow eyes narrowed slightly, and he sat down against the wooden stake and clicked his tongue in disgust. I thought I had chosen the easiest group, but I didn't expect the result to be like this. Young Guanqing took off his gloves and covered his forehead. The conversation between Huo Yanji and Bai Lin not far away could be heard from time to time. Young Guanqing found Bai Lin interesting when he first met him. His background was interesting, and so was his adopted brother who sucked his blood. He wanted to see how poor and miserable Bai Lin had grown up to be so innocent now, and what kind of person he was inside. Is he a little angel who is true to himself, or a devil with a rotten heart? But after meeting You Mian for the first time in the cabin, young Guanqing suddenly felt that everything about Bai Lin lost its interest. It is obvious that You Mian is the adopted young master who is as monotonous as boiled water. But why was his gaze so hot and he even dared to be aggressive towards me? Bai Lin described You Mian as cowardly, selfish, vicious and stupid. He was just born with a good appearance. Young Guanqing held up his forehead and his eyes gradually darkened, but could a person with just a good appearance have such firm and burning eyes? Brother Guanqing. Bai Lin, who was chatting happily with Huo Yanji in the distance, suddenly noticed that young Guanqing had been silent alone for a long time, and walked over with confusion. Bai Lin pointed at the hut in the distance with a cute and innocent look on his face. Let's pile the firewood over to Brother Tingxuan's place. These are for the bonfire tonight. Young Guanqing stood up silently. Huo Yanji, who was standing by, had already carried a few bundles of firewood on his shoulders. Let's go, Bai Lin. Huo Yanji obviously still regarded young Guanqing as a love rival. Young Guanqing didn't pay any attention to the two men until Bai Lin called out again, Brother Guanqing, what's wrong with you? Are you too tired? Young Guanqing lowered his head and looked at the boy in front of him. Bai Lin was wearing a coat as white as snow, with his black hair neatly draped over his forehead. His big eyes flickered, and every part of his body was shouting, I am weak, I am pitiful, help me, save me. But at this moment, young Guanqing suddenly lost the desire to protect Bai Lin that used to drive him to follow him. There are obviously people here who are more interesting than Bai Lin. Obviously, everything about that fake young master is more fascinating. Even though his thoughts turned several times, young Guanqing still maintained a unique doting attitude towards Bai Lin that he did not have towards anyone else. Young Guanqing raised his hand and ruffled Bai Lin's black hair. Yeah. Young Guanqing picked up the firewood and easily put it on his shoulders. As he walked out, he stretched out the last word and said lazily, I'm so tired. Young Guanqing's usual attitude made Bai Lin feel relaxed. He quickly chased after her and joked affectionately, is it heavy? Let me help you carry some. These men never let him do heavy work, so Bai Lin's question was just a casual one to improve his favorability. Just when Bai Lin thought that young Guanqing would just laugh off what he said like Yan Tingxuan and Huo Yanji, and then say that he didn't need his help, young Guanqing beside him suddenly stopped. Bai Lin stood there with a hint of surprise. Green mist fell into young Guanqing's eyes, carrying a hint of subtle coldness. Okay, help me, young Guanqing said with a smile. Chapter 10. The program crew set up the camera on the beach where they were about to shoot. Yan Tingxuan and Guan Tong stood aside and let the staff pin the microphones on their chests after they changed into clothes. Looking from the roadside toward the beach, you can see the long and wide light blue table prepared by the program crew. 8 chairs are placed opposite each other on the carpet, and the table is decorated with lilies swaying in the wind. Guan Tong turned around and smiled at Yan Tingxuan. It seems that Brother Yan's French food is still worth eating. The production team is not that deceptive. Yan Tingxuan took off his suit jacket, leaving only a shirt. His features were handsome, and his hair was so well groomed that it would not be messed up even in the sea breeze. Yan Tingxuan responded to Guan Tong's call very skillfully. Don't take it lightly. Yan Tingxuan lowered his head and buttoned his sleeves. When he raised his eyes again, he looked a bit romantic and amorous because of his appearance. He said, although we are going to cook French food, whether it can be done in the end depends on what the purchasing team buys, right? Guan Tong's heart skipped a beat. He originally thought that Yan Tingxuan and Huo Yanji were two completely opposite people, one calm and the other passionate. But after spending some time together this afternoon, Guan Tong realized that this gentleman elite in front of him was not as steady as his appearance showed. On the contrary, he is very good at chatting and knows how to behave properly when dealing with anyone, quite like Aquaman. Guan Tong had no ambiguous thoughts, he just listened carefully to Yan Tingxuan's words and retorted, but Brother Yan, you are not for pay. Guan Tong was stuck for a while, not knowing how to address the man who made people feel a little daunted. After stumbling for a few seconds, he finally said, Brother Yan, you wrote a note to Mr. Pei. Guan Tong didn't know what kind of person Pei Yg was, but he had great confidence in You Mian, so he comforted Yan Tingxuan and said, at least You Mian will definitely buy everything you want. I'm still waiting for a feast. Yan Tingxuan smiled inexplicably while tidying up the barbecue grill, who knows? Without waiting for Guan Tong to speak again, Yan Tingxuan explained, even our cooking team has to buy their own grills. Do you think their purchasing team can buy whatever they want so smoothly? Guan Tong, damn, he forgot about this. I didn't expect the production team to be so cruel at first. Yan Tingxuan glanced at Hong Sheng behind the camera and guessed with a smile, the funds for the procurement team were probably prepared by the production team. Hong Sheng. Guan Tong wailed and could only put his hands together and make a wish to the sky. Brother you, my dear, all my hopes are placed on you, please at least buy something that can be grilled. So far, there has been no spark between Guan Tong and Yan Tingxuan. The recording of this group was all about showing off, and even the staff couldn't help laughing. As soon as Guan Tong finished speaking, 4 people suddenly appeared in the camera walking towards the direction of the cabin. The orange skyline faded into the distance, leaving only a little bit of pink warmth under their feet. Without anyone's specific instructions, all the cameras turned to the direction in an instant. The staff exclaimed quietly. Handsome boys with different styles like models were walking over one after another. The sea breeze blew gently, making the hems of their clothes puff up. Young Guanqing and Huo Yanji, who had just taken a cold shower, walked behind with their hands in their pockets in a casual manner. In front of them were Bai Lin and Shen Nanzhao, who were smiling. They had also changed their clothes specially for the first dinner to come. Shen Nanzhao was dressed in light blue and looked gentle and elegant. Bai Lin was still wearing a clean white shirt and black suit pants. He was the shortest among the 4 people. He had a cute smile on his face and his black hair fluttered in the wind. There was just a sudden red mark on his arm, as if it was caused by being strangled by a heavy object. Bai Lin raised his right hand to cover the scar, looking weak and pitiful. Guan Tong optimistically raised his hand and waved from a distance, looking joyful and welcoming. Shen Nanzhao was the first to approach. He glanced at Guan Tong first, then looked at Yan Tingxuan and said, the preparations are almost done. Now we just have to wait for the purchasing team to come back. Yan Tingxuan nodded and moved his gaze to the 3 people standing behind Shen Nanzhao. I heard that you went to chop wood and fetch water. Yan Tingxuan raised his eyebrows slightly and asked curiously. Guan Tong came closer and widened his eyes, also confused, really fetching water and chopping wood. I couldn't believe it when Nan Xiao said that. Huo Yanji's body was emitting moisture, as if he had just taken a refreshing cold shower. Ah, the production team is so deceptive. Huo Yanji sighed and scratched his hair, I'm so embarrassed. Because I wanted to take a shower quickly, the 3 of us picked a room. The rooms arranged by the program team are the same in size, orientation, and furnishings except that they are on different floors. Therefore, when Huo Yanji said this, everyone else expressed their understanding. Young Guanqing tied her half-dried hair into a small bun at the back of her head, revealing her gorgeous facial features completely. Her beauty instantly became more aggressive than before. Guan Tong didn't dare to look at young Guanqing since the 4 of them came over. Young Guanqing pulled out a chair and sat down, frowning and asking, You Mian and the others haven't come back yet. As soon as Yan Tingxuan shook his head, Bai Lin covered his arm and said timidly, After all, the purchasing team has to buy so many things, and driving is very tiring. Young Guanqing chuckled softly and stared at Bai Lin with complicated eyes. Bai Lin blinked and paused for a moment. Brother Guanqing, why are you looking at me like that? Bai Lin really didn't expect that young Guanqing would actually throw a handful of firewood to him. Although Huo Yanji caught it halfway, he still had ugly marks on his arm. After only recording the program for a long time, Bai Lin suddenly felt that he could no longer understand young Guanqing's thoughts. But just when Bai Lin was feeling sad, young Guanqing smiled at him, her beautiful eyes still showing her usual fondness. But even so, Bai Lin could no longer act coquettishly in front of young Guanqing as she did before. I always feel that the man in front of me will suddenly change his appearance in the next second, and continue to stare at me with that fierce and disgusted look. Guantong looked at Bai Lin and frowned in confusion. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but why did he feel that Bai Lin was a green tea girl? The preparation team and the cooking team were busy moving the barbecue grill, chopping wood and fetching water, and they were all exhausted. Now that Bai Lin said that driving was tiring, it was as if he was trying to bring hatred to You Mian. Guantong said whatever came to his mind, and immediately made up for it, that's not the case. Everyone is very tired, and the grouping was accidental. No one knows what the specific tasks of each group are. Besides, You Mian and the others haven't come back yet. Young Guanqing lowered his eyes and remained silent. Bai Lin turned to look at Guantong and said innocently, Yes, everyone is very tired. Just as Guantong was breathing a sigh of relief, Bai Lin continued, Now we just hope that their group can buy the ingredients that Brother Tingxuan needs. Otherwise, we are exhausted after a day and won't be able to have dinner. Guantong's fists hardened. What's wrong with this pretty boy? If we only look at the scene in front of us without any deliberate editing in the post-production stage, everyone will only marvel at the beauty of the guests standing together on the beach, without going into detail about each expression and each movement. Therefore, when the brief conversation between Guantong and Bai Lin was broadcast live to the observation room, Ku Xiao took a breath and said with a smile, It seems that the purchasing team has shouldered the expectations of the guests who stayed in the cabin. Without the follow-up filming, I really don't know what's going on with You Mian now. Guo Su looked down at the paper filled with tips and said, I remember finding a map on the windshield of the car when You Mian just left the cabin, and then Pei Yg got an envelope with 500 yuan in it. Shirui tilted her head, worry written all over her sexy expression. I remember that many of the sticky notes written by Yan Tingxuan were about frozen ingredients and high-end dishes. 500 yuan is really too much for You Mian's group, Shirui frowned indignantly. Ku Xiao calmed Shirui's emotions and analyzed rationally to the camera, the 500 yuan given by the program team must be enough for a dinner, so don't worry. There was a brief silence in the observation room. Although what Ku Xiao said is correct, it is not entirely correct. The 500 yuan given by the production team was indeed enough for a dinner, but the problem now was that the guests in the remaining two groups had worked so hard on so many tasks and just wanted to have a big meal as agreed upon earlier. Even if You Mian's group brought ingredients, if it was just simple pasta or something else, it would definitely reduce other people's expectations. Shirui has deep roots in the entertainment industry and knows the inertia of these programs, so she can leave a good impression by watching the main characters in the romance variety show. It would have been fine if Bai Lin hadn't added fuel to the fire just now, but now that these words have come out, even those who were not expecting it have started to look forward to it. Shirui clenched her fingers, her red nails digging lightly into the palm of her hand. You Mian, you must stand up for me. As the camera captured the handsome moment of the 6 guests standing on the beach, a staff member trotted over to Hong Sheng's side, handed over a black GoPro, and whispered, The last group is back. As soon as the staff member finished speaking, a black business car with the matching heartbeat program team logo printed on it drove onto the white and soft sandy beach. You Mian sat in the car and unbuckled his seat belt, the cool mint scent lingering around him. Pei Yg was holding the box of hard candies in his hand, and suddenly felt that if there was a perfume with this scent, it might not be unacceptable. The 6 guests who stayed in the cabin discovered You Mian and Pei Yg, who had finally returned almost at the same time as the program crew. In an instant, everyone who was not hungry felt starving. I'm finally back. Huo Yanji covered his stomach and frowned, smiling helplessly. I'm really hungry after chopping so much firewood. Now I just want to have a good meal. Young Guanqing stared intently at the two people who got out of the car in the distance. I saw them taking out several large shopping bags from the trunk, which looked very heavy. Young Guanqing's eyes gradually darkened, and a long-lost sense of trembling excitement slowly surged into his brain. You Mian, Guan Tong shouted as he walked over, followed closely by Shen Nanzhao and others. Guan Tong trotted over to You Mian first and breathed a sigh of relief. My dear, you are finally back. The production team is so wicked, this is not a romantic show at all. You don't even know what we did this afternoon. Guan Tong followed You Mian, mumbling to himself, like a noisy little bird. You Mian raised his hand with tenderness and touched the top of Guan Tong's pink hair. Thanks for your hard work. You Mian's voice was cold and gentle, her beautiful eyes curved slightly, and Guan Tong instantly shut up as if he had lost his temper. Depend on. Guan Tong blinked, and his ears became redder and redder, and even the blush gradually spread to the side of his face. Pei Yg took the shopping bag from You Mian's hand. The man had broad shoulders and long legs, and the food that seemed very heavy just now seemed very light in Pei Yig's hands. Pei Yg lowered his eyes and glanced at Guan Tong and the others, then asked rudely, a hungry wolf pouncing on its food. The shyness that You Mian had just caused him disappeared instantly. Guan Tong's eyes widened as he said, how can you, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, joke? Pei Yig's expression remained unchanged, he just sneered. Guan Tong. You Mian closed the trunk and handed the car keys back to the program crew. Hearing this, he couldn't help but laugh behind Pei Yg. Guan Tong's ears turned red again, but Shen Nanzhao was still as elegant as ever, saying, I'm worried that you won't be able to buy ingredients. Yan Tingxuan came over leisurely and said, what are you all standing here for? Go over first. Yan Tingxuan stared at You Mian for 2 seconds and wanted to ask something but saw You Mian walk straight past him towards the arranged location. Yan Tingxuan turned around and looked at You Mian's back, frowning. When did it start? Now he was looking at You Mian's back. Pei Yg walked to the table with his long legs and put the shopping bag on it. There was a thud, and it seemed very heavy. Bai Lin looked at the many ingredients he had bought and felt unhappy, but he couldn't show it. He could only approach and ask, let me see what delicious food you bought. You Mian didn't want to spend any time or attention on Bai Lin. He opened the shopping bag and said to Yan Tingxuan calmly, French food may not be made. The budget given by the program team is not enough. The atmosphere at the scene gradually became tense, and Guan Tong's heart was lifted. As the chef tonight, Yan Tingxuan smiled very gentlemanly, put his hands behind his back and said, it's okay. Bai Lin could hardly hide his smile, and he let out a long, regretful sigh, then let's eat. Without waiting for Bai Lin to finish, You Mian took out the ingredients from the shopping bag one by one, but I remember that brother Shen is very good at Italian food, and you happen to be in the cooking team. Shen Nanzhao looked at the black olives, white cheese, lettuce, oysters and tomatoes on the table with an unconcealed surprise. He quickly walked to the table, picked up a bottle of Marsala wine, and looked at You Mian in complete shock. Oh my god, you even bought this. Everyone's face showed unconcealed surprise, and even the production crew members outside the venue were wide-eyed at this unexpected result. In the camera, You Mian shrugged, the sea breeze blew his hair, and the curly chestnut brown hair elegantly crossed his bright eyebrows. In the cyan sunset glow, You Mian smiled and said in standard and beautiful Italian, Buona fortuna. Chapter 11. Hong Sheng was shocked all of a sudden, and immediately asked the staff member who had received the GoPro from the purchasing team to export the video content. The 500 yuan given by the program team was not a deliberate attempt to make things difficult for them, but they did not expect Yan Tingxuan to write down so many high-quality ingredients with just a wave of his hand. But You Mian unexpectedly found another way and perfectly resolved this potential dilemma. Hong Sheng stood behind the camera and quickly flipped through the recording of You Mian and Pei Yg in the supermarket. Finally, when he saw You Mian teasing Pei Yg with a box of mint candies, he finally couldn't help laughing out loud. This You Mian is so interesting. It was a rare opportunity to see Pei Yg being so humiliated, and Hong Sheng felt overwhelmed with joy. But then again, Hong Sheng carefully observed every frame of the video and had to admit that the collision of hormones when You Mian and Pei Yg appeared on the show at the same time was something that the other guests in the room did not have. Their interactions were relaxed and interesting, with interactions that made people smile from time to time. Pei Yg spoke coldly, but was also glad that You Mian was not afraid of him. He felt at ease and indifferent as he let Pei Yg hold the GoPro all the way. Hong Sheng rubbed his face and made up his mind to have another chat with Pei Yg. He didn't want to waste such great material. At the seaside dining table, Pei Yg looked at You Mian and asked, "Do you also speak Italian?" You Mian handed the home court to Shen Nanzhao and stepped back, flipping it over lightly, saying, "I just watched a few mafia movies, and I think you are scared." Pei Yg frowned slightly, clearly looking unconvinced. Shen Nanzhao stood behind a simple and clean cooking table and tore open the vacuum packaging bag of the veal steak with one hand. He smiled apologetically at Yan Tingxuan. "It seems that I have taken away Yan Tingxuan's status as the chef tonight." Then he said to You Mian, "Did you buy the veal steak so that I can make osso buco?" You Mian said, "Brother Shen, you are the chef, you have the final say." Just as You Mian finished speaking, Pei Yg asked quietly from behind him, "Is there stewed veal shanks in Italian mafia movies?" You Mian. Shen Nanzhao pursed his lips and said happily, "It's not impossible." You Mian. You Mian raised his hand and touched the tip of his nose, then hastily turned his eyes away from the cooking table. Bai Lin, who had just come up with a bunch of ideas, now felt like someone was strangling him by the neck. He couldn't utter a word, his face turned a dull red, and he looked embarrassed and uneasy. How could it be possible? How could You Mian buy so many ingredients when the budget given by the program team was insufficient? So Bai Lin asked with a hoarse voice and a smile, "Are you guys kidding us? How can we buy so many things with a limited budget?" Everyone's eyes shifted to You Mian again. Seeing that You Mian didn't answer, Bai Lin thought he had guessed correctly, and hurriedly asked, "How much money did the production team give you?" You Mian raised his eyelids and glanced at Bai Lin. The gaze was cold and without any warmth, as if anyone who was looked at by You Mian with such eyes would become a clown in front of him. But Bai Lin was unwilling to give up. He still stared at You Mian stubbornly. If You Mian didn't say anything, he would go to see Pei Yg. "Boss Pei, you and You Mian are in the same team, so you should know the budget, right?" Bai Lin's relentless questioning was captured completely by the camera, but he didn't want to care at the moment. Pei Yg didn't beat around the bush and said calmly, 500. There was a sound of inhalation at the scene. 500. You bought these ingredients for 500. Shen Nanzhao's eyes widened in disbelief. This is impossible. Pei Yg turned sideways and looked at the cooking table. Nothing is impossible. The ingredients are all here. Pei Yig's patience ran out after being questioned, so his face became as cold as usual. Only Guan Tong kept praising excitedly, "Damn, You Mian, you are awesome." You Mian looked at Guan Tong with a helpless smile, and the next second he saw Guan Tong covering his mouth and looking at the camera pitifully. Guan Tong made a pair of scissors with his fingers and said, "Cut it off, cut it off." Yan Tingxuan stood beside the cooking table and listened silently, and suddenly realized that he was out of place here. Guan Tong chatted with You Mian in a chattering manner, and while chatting he also leaned over to Shen Nanzhao to help wash the vegetables. The responsibility of being the chef fell on Shen Nanzhao's shoulders. Yan Tingxuan admitted that he knew very little about Italian cuisine, so at the moment he could only stand aside and be unable to participate in the cooking. Yan Tingxuan walked to the sink carrying a bowl of black truffles, but his eyes couldn't help but glance at You Mian and Pei Yg sitting at the dining table. When did they become so familiar with each other? Yan Tingxuan had guessed in advance what You Mian's reaction would be when she met him on the show. It could be a continuation of the previous confusion and helplessness, or it could be that he was desperately begging me to talk to him again, or maybe he was thinking about it a little more harshly. There is also a possibility that You Mian will question himself on the show after a breakdown. The last one is the worst. Yan Tingxuan has handled the first two situations very skillfully over the years. But just before the filming of the show started, Yan Tingxuan had prepared everything, but when he pushed open the door of the cabin, all his expectations were completely overturned. You Mian's gaze no longer lingered on him. No more questions, no more attempts to persuade him to stay. Even though Yan Tingxuan's mind was in turmoil at this moment, his hands were still preparing the ingredients in an orderly manner, and he continued to listen to the leisurely chatting of a group of people behind him. The bubbles of boiling water in the pot burst and shattered one by one. Yan Tingxuan didn't know what exactly happened in Yu Jiwan's study that day. He tried to ask several times afterwards, but Yu Jiwan didn't reveal a single word. On that day, Wang Mao, the steward of the Yu family, was also very angry. He exaggerated and told Yu Jiwan many of Yu Mian's faults. But these were not what Yan Tingxuan wanted to know. He just wanted to know why Yu Mian suddenly turned against Yu Jiwan. The changes in Yu Mian now must be due to that day. Even at Bai Lin's coming-of-age ceremony when he returned to the Yu family, Yu Mian chose to remain silent. It's been 2 years, why did it happen at this time? Is it because of the equity of Shuming? Yan Tingxuan's men were cutting and arranging the dishes skillfully, unaware that his face had turned cold. Lost in his own thoughts, Yan Tingxuan certainly could not notice the look that young Guanqing, who was sitting behind the dining table, was staring at Yu Mian. The man's eyes were filled with strong interest and vicious questioning. Amidst the leisurely chat, young Guanqing suddenly asked, "Since the supermarket you went to even had Italian wine like Marsala, why didn't you buy any French ingredients?" The moment young Guanqing asked this question, Shen Nanzhao happened to put the steak into the hot pan to grill. The sizzling sound of hot oil and the faint smoke blurred young Guanqing's voice. Only Yu Mian, who was sitting diagonally opposite him, could hear it clearly. The boy's right hand was resting on the table, his fingers were white and slender. Facing young Guanqing's questioning, Yu Mian said without turning his head, "Because the movie I watched was an Italian mafia movie, not a French one." Young Guanqing grinned and laughed softly. "Huh?" Young Guanqing narrowed his eyes and leaned closer to the table, saying, "Yu Mian, are you sure you want to play word games with me?" It wasn't an illusion. This adopted young master was much more interesting than Bai Lin. A white rabbit or a fox disguised as a white rabbit is not very interesting and can only sustain young Guanqing's curiosity for more than a month. But the bird in front of us trying to break through the fence and cage is really interesting. Yu Mian didn't say anything, using silence to express his attitude. Young Guanqing's eyes swept over Yan Tingxuan who was standing behind the cooking table. Then he looked at Pei Yiji, who had just been called away by the staff for an interview. Finally, he turned around and glanced at Huo Yanji, who was being dragged by Bai Lin, who was obviously in a bad mood, to the beach to play in the water. "It's only been a day, have you and Pei Yiji become very familiar with each other?" young Guanqing asked with a smile. In fact, it was not only Pei Yiji, young Guanqing also keenly noticed Huo Yanji's dodging and Yan Tingxuan's contemplation. In just one day, Yu Mian actually affected the emotions of so many people. "How on earth did you do it?" Young Guanqing had to stretch out his hand to hook Yu Mian's fingers across an extremely large porcelain table. Yu Mian frowned and pulled his hand away. "Young Guanqing," Yu Mian said coldly. Young Guanqing wrinkled his nose and said, "You can't even touch me. You're such a stingy guy." Yu Mian frowned fiercely and looked at young Guanqing who was diagonally opposite him. The original book mentioned young Guanqing's bad character and sharp tongue, and also mentioned that such a man only showed his preference for Bai Lin. But looking at this bad but more childish man in front of him, Yu Mian rarely lowered his voice and warned, "Sorry, Mr. Yun, we are not familiar with each other." Young Guanqing watched Yu Mian stop quietly, and then he stood up slowly after a while. "Oh, I see." Young Guanqing raised his chin slightly and raised his eyebrows mischievously, "I'm not your type." "What kind do you like?" young Guanqing insisted, "Someone like Pei Yiji." The man commented, "So old-fashioned and serious. So boring." Yu Mian lowered his eyes indifferently and uttered 2 words lightly, "You are sick." Young Guanqing was stunned for a few seconds, then he burst into laughter, holding his stomach. "Ha ha ha ha." Bai Lin and Huo Yanji had just returned from picking up shells at the beach when they saw this scene. Huo Yanji found young Guanqing couldn't stop laughing, and felt strange, so he asked, "What are you laughing at?" Bai Lin wiped the water drops from his cheek and looked at Yu Mian with a bad expression. It was Yu Mian again. Now he was so close to young Guanqing. The sound of cooking continued behind the kitchen counter. Young Guanqing raised his hand to wipe away the tears from his eyes, glanced at Huo Yanji, and said, "It was the Italian mafia movie I watched with Yu Mian before I laughed at you." Yu Mian's eyes suddenly turned cold and he shrank his fingers slightly. Huo Yanji took young Guanqing's nonsense to heart. After all, he had spent his entire college years with Yu Mian, and the number of games they played and movies they watched together was probably only less than that of Yan Tingxuan. Therefore, when young Guanqing mentioned the movie, Huo Yanji started thinking about which one it was. Just when Huo Yanji was trying to think of nothing, he heard the sound of a chair being pushed away. Yu Mian stood up silently and quickly, and walked away from this place of trouble. Huo Yanji was stunned when he saw this, and a strange emotion flashed through his heart. But before he could figure out what this strange emotion was causing, Bai Lin suddenly grabbed his arm. "Brother Huo, have you ever gone to the movies with You Mian?" Bai Lin's tone was a little coquettish, as if he was jealous. Huo Yanji paused and explained, "It all happened a long time ago." "Which one?" Bai Lin asked angrily, "You didn't even take me with you." Huo Yanji wanted to say that you had not returned to China at that time, otherwise why would I go to the movies with You Mian, but he couldn't say it when the words came to his lips. Bai Lin was still waiting for Huo Yanji's answer, but after a few seconds, the two of them looked at each other in silence. Bai Lin's grip on Huo Yanji's hand gradually tightened. Yan Guanqing had been watching the show for a long time, and only then did he interrupt leisurely, "It seems that I heard it wrong just now." Huo Yanji looked at Yan Guanqing in astonishment, then smiled, "Is that so?" Yan Guanqing stared at Huo Yanji's expression and clicked his tongue. A few strands of his long hair fluttered between his eyebrows. The man laughed viciously and said, "It seems that what You Mian said is true. You two really don't know each other well." Huo Yanji's arm muscles bulged, his jawline stretched into a sharp arc, and his whole body tensed up in an instant. Chapter 12. Dinner is ready. Guantong brought 2 plates of lasagna and placed them on the table. The white porcelain plate and the placemat made a slight collision sound, but it was enough to bring Huo Yanji back to his senses. "What are you talking about?" Shen Nanzhao came over with a plate in his hands and asked with a smile, "I saw you guys chatting and playing just now, but the noise behind the kitchen counter was too loud, so I couldn't hear anything." Yan Guanqing did not directly answer Shen Nanzhao's question, but asked, "Have you seen You Mian?" Shen Nanzhao was looking around in confusion when Guantong came over with a bowl of stewed veal leg meat and said, "You Mian." He was called over by the production team. As soon as Guantong finished speaking, he looked up and pointed at You Mian and Pei Yg who had just walked out of the interview area in the distance and said, "Aren't they back?" Guantong didn't know the complicated relationship between these people, so he said to You Mian who had just returned, "Dear, they are all looking for you." You Mian had just escaped from the shura field and thought that the topic would have been discussed by the time he returned. "I didn't expect there would be a sequel. It's really a headache." "Aren't I here?" You Mian glanced at Huo Yanji and Yan Guanqing calmly, then chose a seat at the corner of the dining table, pulled out a chair and sat down. Yan Guanqing and You Mian were separated by an entire long table diagonally. The long-haired man raised his eyebrows gorgeously, his eyes deep. "Don't be polite, pick a seat and sit down." Guantong stared at the cheese pasta, and sat down in the third seat from the right in front of the pasta without even looking at the other guests, saying, "I'm so greedy after seeing Brother Shen's cooking skills." After a brief pause, Bai Lin chose to sit on the left side of Yan Guanqing with his back to the sea. Upon seeing this, Huo Yanji directly pulled out the chair next to Bai Lin, with his movements being fast and large, revealing his irritable mood. Shen Nanzhao walked slowly over and sat next to Huo Yanji, opposite You Mian. Now the only seats left next to You Mian's left and next to Guantong were empty. At this moment, Yan Tingxuan, who had been standing behind the cooking table without moving, suddenly wiped his hands and walked towards You Mian. The man was determined to win. Yan Tingxuan felt that he and You Mian needed to talk, and this idea would definitely not be rejected. But before Yan Tingxuan's fingers touched the back of the chair, You Mian pulled out the chair before him, turned around and said to Pei Yg, who had been watching the show like a background board, "Mr. Pei, please sit here." Yan Tingxuan's footsteps suddenly stopped. Pei Yg lowered his eyes silently and looked at You Mian. After a few seconds of stalemate, You Mian blinked lightly. Pei Yg walked closer, and then condescended to sit in the seat that Yan Tingxuan had almost pulled away from him, and said lightly, "Actually, it doesn't matter where I sit." The scene froze for a moment. Yan Guanqing, who was far away, looked at this scene and chuckled. Yan Tingxuan didn't expect that he would be rejected by You Mian, and his expression at this moment was full of surprise. But with the camera right next to him, even if Yan Tingxuan was unhappy, he could only pretend to be easygoing and lightly change the subject. "I can sit anywhere." After saying this, Yan Tingxuan turned around and walked towards Guantong and sat down at the table on the far left. By the time everyone was seated and raised their glasses together at Shen Nanzhao's signal, Huo Yanji had not yet recovered from the shock. Huo Yanji believed that he did not have as strong a mentality as Yan Tingxuan, and he could not deal with You Mian's attitude as if he were a stranger. Once upon a time, when Huo Yanji went to Yu's house to look for Bai Lin, he met You Mian at the stairs. At that time, You Mian looked very bleak and gray, as if he was about to wither. You Mian lowered her neck, frowned, and stopped Huo Yanji just to try to find some sense of identity from him. The Yu family abandoned this adopted son, and everyone ignored You Mian as if he were heir. He must have been devastated when faced with the sudden change. You Mian's voice was trembling, but she managed to say, "Yanji, didn't we already decide to go to this exhibition together? It was you who suggested it. Aren't we friends anymore?" Huo Yanji's memory of that time was a little vague, but he only remembered that he rejected You Mian very firmly and warned the other party to recognize his identity. Huo Yanji had wanted to take Bai Lin to see that exhibition for a long time, but because Bai Lin had been abroad, he had to settle for the second best option and asked to take You Mian with him. Now that Bai Lin is back, this substitute is no longer important. Huo Yanji said coldly and cruelly, "I'm ready to go to that exhibition with Bai Lin." Huo Yanji quickly pushed You Mian aside and left to find Bai Lin. At that time, Yan Tingxuan was already sitting in Bai Lin's room, and the two were talking about painting and art with great interest. On the spacious bedroom floor lay a sketch design, most of which was covered by a white cloth. When Huo Yanji closed the door of Bai Lin's room, he saw You Mian's back through the gap in the huge door. It was a disappointed, sad, and helpless figure like an abandoned little animal. The waves violently hit the white cliff in front of the cottage in the distance, and the sharp and moist sea vapor rushed into Huo Yanji's nostrils, pulling him back from his thoughts. You Mian stood in front of the long table, ignoring the gaze from Huo Yanji. He didn't know what was wrong with Huo Yanji, as he suddenly started staring at him. After ignoring Huo Yanji's puzzled look, You Mian seriously considered the idea of cooperating with Pei Yg. Although he had thought of a win-win cooperation with Pei Yg before, that idea was just a prototype and there was no plan. But now, because of Yan Tingxuan's sudden action, You Mian had to pull Pei Yg to cover for him. You Mian took a deep breath in his heart. He was really pulling hair from the lion's tail. On the other hand, Pei Yg, who was used as a shield without changing his expression, still looked as cold as an iceberg. His domineering aura was sharp and edged. Even though he hadn't said anything since returning to the cabin, his presence could not be ignored. No wonder no one dared to approach and talk to him. You Mian had just withdrawn her gaze from Pei Yg when she heard the man beside her slow down his voice and said in a very low voice that You Mian could hear clearly, "You Mian, you haven't gotten over the incident of deliberately scaring me in the supermarket yet, and now you're using me as an excuse to hide from people." When Pei Yg tilted his head, his eyebrows and eyes looked strong and handsome. He frowned slightly and reminded, "I'm not a philanthropist." The man's tone was deep and cold, which inexplicably made people tremble. But You Mian was not someone who could be frightened. He had already done what he had done, and had already asked people to come. Pei Yg even sat next to him, which proved that the other party did not mind. You Mian couldn't figure out Pei Yg's temper for the time being, but no matter what, You Mian knew that this man was definitely not a soft-hearted person. Businessmen pursue profits. If You Mian really wants to cooperate with Pei Yg, they can cover each other in the show to avoid the pervasive cameras and discussions. You have to give enough chips in exchange. But now there are so many people at the table and it is obviously not a good time to talk. So You Mian also spoke calmly and softly, "Mr. Pei, you are certainly not a philanthropist, but I am your JL promotional guest in the show after all, so it shouldn't be too much of a stretch to help with this little favor." Pei Yg narrowed his eyes slightly, and just when he was about to say something, he heard You Mian beside him speak again. "I know the way to the supermarket and I drive the car, so I can be considered a half-laborer." Pei Yg, "I racked my brains to stay within the budget of 500. Pei Yg, "Rack your brains. This guy is really bold to say that. If it weren't for the GoPro video recording, he would have actually believed what You Mian said. It was clear that he was the one being teased by You Mian. You Mian tilted his head slightly, the sea breeze caressing his face, the wet mist and sea vapor dyeing the bottom of his eyes. "So I won't mind your poor navigation and bad math." You Mian's tone was very casual, his expression was lively and smart, and his gentle words contained a little bit of badness that even Pei Yg couldn't refute. Pei Yg turned his head away, pursed his lips and snorted coldly. "This matter is over." You Mian waited for a while, and when she found that Pei Yg really didn't want to pursue the matter, her opinion of this man changed a little. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Under the spacious and hidden dining table, Pei Yg was suddenly startled by the strange and cool touch in the palm of his hand. Pei Yg frowned and lowered his head, and found that a hard candy box had been placed in the palm of his open hand. Minty flavor. You Mian lowered his voice and said, "It took up $2 of the $500 budget just now. You just ate 2. Once discovered you and me." The boy pointed his finger at his heart and tapped Pei Yg beside him. The amber eyes sparkled with cunning and cleverness. He said, "That's collusion." Pei Yg lowered his eyes and clenched his palms, feeling the touch of the hard shell. The mint scent lingering at his nose seemed to bloom again. The topics at the table were all about discussion. Guantong was the most active one among them. After he had eaten his fill of noodles, he began to curiously guess everyone's age. "Brother Huo, I guess you are 27. Guantong was full of confidence. Huo Yanji smiled brightly when he heard this. "Guess how boring I am. Guess something else that you wouldn't expect." Huo Yanji forced himself not to look at You Mian. Today he was a little tired because of the chaotic and complicated thoughts in his mind. Now he just wanted to finish the day quickly and go back to his room to have a good rest. Shen Nanzhao gently took over the topic. "Guess how old I am." Huo Yanji secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Guantong's attention was drawn to that. Seeing this, he began to think and guessed, "Nanxiao should be about my age, right? 23 or 24. As soon as Guantong said this, he realized something was wrong. Sure enough, Shen Nanzhao on the other side couldn't help but smile and said, "Almost the same as you, so are you 23 or 24? Guantong. Guantong covered his mouth in confusion. As soon as he entered the door, Huo Yanji recognized him as a blogger. Now he revealed his age himself. It was really a bad start. But at least Shen Nanzhao did not dwell on this point. Instead, he looked at You Mian at the opposite corner of the table with great interest. "I'm curious about how old You Mian is," Shen Nanzhao said. Bai Lin was obviously younger than Shen Nanzhao and Guantong just by looking at his appearance, but they really couldn't guess who was older between Bai Lin and You Mian. "Yes," Guantong asked, "who is older, You Mian or Bai Lin?" Bai Lin timidly raised his eyes to look at Guantong opposite him, and tugged at the sleeve of Yan Guanqing beside him as if to show weakness. Yan Guanqing didn't think there was anything wrong with discussing this topic, but he still raised his hand and patted the back of Bai Lin's hand soothingly with that last bit of interest that was so faint that it could no longer be detected. You Mian was suddenly faced with everyone's gazes, not understanding why the topic was suddenly thrown to him. "But now that we are here, we should make the best of it." You Mian always finds a way to avoid all inquiring gazes. He calmly tilted his head and accurately caught Hong Sheng standing behind the camera with his eyes, and asked, "According to the rules of the room, can we talk about this topic now, director?" You Mian's tone of voice was a little lazy, with the ending of the sound slightly elongated, and there was a gentle smile in his eyes. Once again facing the beauty crit. Even if the staff have watched it many times, it is difficult to adapt in a short period of time. Guantong yelled, "You Mian, you are cheating." You Mian just smiled and said nothing. He shrugged and said, "The director didn't allow me to say it, so I have no choice." Seeing this, Hong Sheng rarely spoke up and said, "There will be a truth or dare session at the bonfire party tonight. If you have any questions, you can ask them then. The dinner time is almost over now, so there is no need to spoil the next process when Hong Sheng comes out to cue the next step." As soon as the 3 words, "truth," appeared, the atmosphere among the guests immediately became heated. Seeing this person once again avoiding the spotlight like a slippery fish, Pei Ygi's eyes darkened, and he couldn't help but wonder what had happened 2 years ago. He doesn't pay attention to the news in the wealthy circle. Apart from knowing that the show designs of Shu Ming have been very well received in the past 2 years, he really doesn't know what has happened to the Yu family in the past 2 years. And since You Mian doesn't want to be noticed, why would he come to participate in the show? Pei Yg has never been a person who has too much desire to explore people other than himself, but at this moment he can't deceive himself. He did feel a little curious about You Mian. This is a really strange person. Pei Yg paused, lowered his eyes and glanced at the mint candy in his palm, and added in his heart, "A handsome and strange man." Chapter 13. The celebrity guests in the observation room looked at the scene of people chatting at the dining table and began to make their own guesses. Ku Xiao took the lead and said, "Do you think that now that the 3 groups of tasks have been completed, do the guests from Iris and Lily of the Valley have a clear relationship?" Shi Rui painted her nails red and lightly lifted her hair. She wanted to chat, but the people she wanted to talk to were You Mian and Pei Yg. But obviously the program team didn't allow it, so Shi Rui closed her mouth and looked at Guo Su. Guo Su tapped the pen between his fingers, pressed it against the table, and said with a hesitant smile, "Everyone can see Huo Yanji's attitude towards Bai Lin, but Bai Lin seems to have a good impression of Yan Guanqing." There were a few voices echoing in the recording studio. Ku Xiao brought a few other idle newcomers to get some screen time on the show, threw the topic to them, glanced at them casually, picked out the prettiest child and asked, "Xiao, what do you think?" Lano was suddenly called out, and the surprise on her face flashed away. Then she smiled at the camera with great spirit. "I like Guantong very much, but it seems a pity that I haven't found that he has a two-way emotional line yet." Ku Xiao took a breath. Guantong. Guantong is indeed the most active one in the room, but he is also the one who has received the least attention in the romance show so far. He is obviously a boy with a strong personality. Ku Xiao stood up and stood in front of the whiteboard prepared by the program team. He held the small round plate with Huo Yanji's photo printed on it and took it away from Linglin's place. "This is connected to Bai Lin. Does anyone have any other ideas?" A few minutes later, Bai Lin's photo was connected to Huo Yanji and Yan Guanqing's heartbeat line. When it came to Yan Tingxuan, everyone began to have different opinions. Shi Rui propped up her chin and said, "When we were divided into groups to do the task at the beginning, Yan Tingxuan wanted to be in the same group with You Mian. When we were choosing seats for dinner just now, Yan Tingxuan still chose to sit next to You Mian, although he didn't get to sit next to you in the end. I think Yan Tingxuan's heart should be connected to You Mian." Shi Rui's words were heard by many people present. Even Ku Xiao hissed and said, "It seems to be true." Guo Su shook his head and objected, "I think we still have to look at their first reactions when they appear. Yan Tingxuan is clearly very familiar with Bai Lin, and they are very close to each other." Guo Su pointed out, "Yan Tingxuan has done actions like patting Bai Lin's head many times in front of the camera. I think this kind of action is very indicative of the inner orientation of the person who does it." Shi Rui frowned and smiled disapprovingly. Ku Xiao held the disc with Yan Tingxuan's photo and shrugged helplessly, "Everyone, we have to agree on a result." After a few seconds of still arguing, Ku Xiao used his variety show sense to laugh and directly connected Yan Tingxuan's heartbeat line to Bai Lin's avatar. Shi Rui. Guo Su made a scissors gesture and said yes. Ku Xiao, who looked mellow and cheerful, laughed and said, "On the first day of recording, let's make it a little more dramatic. The three guests from the Lily of the Valley team all have a crush on one guest from the Iris team at the same time. This will make the program editing more interesting." As soon as these words were spoken, Shi Rui, who had just been discussing with Guo Su with great interest, immediately raised her eyebrows and agreed. Pei Yg put down his knife and fork with his big, bony hands and tapped the table lightly. This was an unconscious action as he was thinking. The man has a sharp jaw, and even when sitting at such a casual seaside dining table, he looks as serious as if he were sitting in a luxurious office at the top of a high-rise building. He really wanted to see how You Mian would continue filming in the long program. Because Pei Yg remembered that Hong Sheng said that there would be a one-on-one date session later. Will the fish be able to slide out smoothly by then? He is looking forward to it. You Mian had no idea what Pei Yg was thinking. At the moment, he just felt relieved that he had taken the focus of the topic away from himself. Her beautiful amber eyes were filled with a gentle smile in the blue sunset glow, and to anyone who looked at her she looked like a leisurely and contented bystander. Pei Yg paused tapping the table and looked away awkwardly. Different from the leisure in You Mian's corner, the guests on the other side instantly focused their attention on the guests opposite them when they heard the three words, "Truth," from the program crew. Yan Tingxuan, Huo Yanji and Yan Guanqing, who were from the Lily of the Valley side, all had deep eyes and different expressions, but the interest they contained could not be faked. Yan Tingxuan raised his eyebrows and asked directly, "Director, can I ask anything during the truth-telling segment?" The man's tone of voice focused on the word, "what," which made people unreasonably alert and wonder what question he was going to ask. Hong Sheng, who was sitting behind a group of cameras, held up his headset and gave a thumbs up. "You can ask anything." After getting the answer, the group of people could no longer sit still and immediately got up and walked towards the campfire barbecue. Guantong cheered and was the first to stand up and said, hurry up, I really want to know everyone's professional identities." We started doing tasks as soon as we got to the cabin. We haven't had a good chat yet. Unexpectedly, the person who followed closely behind was Shen Nanzhao, who was always dignified and taciturn. He pulled out a chair and said with a smile, I also have a lot of curious things to ask. Seeing someone respond, Guantong's interest became even higher, and he couldn't help but turn around and shout to the other guests who were still sitting at the table, let's go, let's go. Dinner was almost over, and everyone stood up one after another and actually walked directly to the bonfire location for the next session. Faced with this sudden situation, Hongsheng could only quickly order the staff to hurry up and get to the distant filming location to make arrangements before the guests. By the way, I used a loudspeaker to ask the guests to walk slower. The sky had completely darkened at this moment, and the white cliff that was originally not far from the dining table had been swallowed up in the darkness and could not be seen clearly. The bonfire was about 100 meters away from the cabin and quite far from the dining table. Everyone walked slowly into the night. Bai Lin's voice could be vaguely heard beside the dim beach, saying, it's so dark, a little scary. One person said to Bai Lin, if you are afraid, just hold my hand. The voice sounds like Yan Tingxuan. The waves surge with the tide, and the sound of the waves can be clearly heard in my ears. The conversation between Guantong and Huo Yanji came from the front. Guantong's voice was always lively and energetic. He laughed and asked, Brother Huo, the firewood for the bonfire was not the one you cut this afternoon, was it? Huo Yanji paused for a few seconds before answering, that's it. The tone was somewhat helpless, and seemed to be somewhat complaining about the program crew. Guantong couldn't help laughing immediately, the production team is so mean. They asked you to chop wood and fetch water, and then they asked us to move the barbecue grill. Huo Yanji, Guantong and the others were not walking fast, but at least faster than You Mian, so their conversation soon became unclear. The rustling sound of waves surged up. Now You Mian could only hear the vague voices of other people talking, the sea breeze and waves, and his nostrils were filled with salty and humid sea vapor. The white sand under your feet feels very soft and fine. It feels like you are walking on clouds, and you can fall into it if you are not careful. You Mian walked very slowly, and the staff of the program team followed behind and filmed their backs. Before my eyes was a dark abyss that was as dark as ink and I couldn't see anything. Even though You Mian had already gotten used to it, he still couldn't help but sigh softly at this moment. Why is there no moon tonight? I almost stumbled. The soft sand was mixed with small stones. Everything that I could easily avoid at ordinary times now became a trap-like dilemma. You Mian had to slow down his pace again and again. Suddenly, You Mian heard the sound of fabric rubbing against each other as someone approached. Then the smell of Pei Yg appeared in front of him, a clean and sharp cold breath. Pei Yg was silent for a while. The two men stood facing each other on the beach. Pei Yg lowered his head and stared into You Mian's eyes for 2 or 3 seconds. Those were a pair of very beautiful amber eyes with a hint of tender green. You Mian. Pei Yg stretched out his arm towards You Mian and said, I told you I'm not a philanthropist. Hold on, night-blind man. Chapter 14. You Mian couldn't see Pei Yig's expression in front of him, he could only vaguely recognize it through hearing. So he didn't know what kind of look Pei Yg was looking at his every move with his head down. In the dark night, You Mian's expression had a sense of confusion and emptiness that was not there in the morning. Pei Yg looked at You Mian's eyes curiously, and let this wanton look fall on the boy. You Mian took a deep breath, thinking that even if he couldn't see her, he could still feel the threat from her arrogant presence. You Mian raised his hand slowly. He didn't want to show too much helplessness in front of Pei Yg. He only blinked his eyelashes a few times and accurately grabbed the strong arm that Pei Yg stretched out. The man's arms were hot and dry, with a hint of sea breeze. But Pei Yig's gaze was still fixed on him, without any sign of restraint. Boss Pei. You Mian gently grabbed Pei Yig's arm and raised his eyebrows indifferently. After all, I'm not blind. I know you're always watching me. Pei Yg pursed his lips and finally looked away. The vision of deep-sea fish is not very good, which is understandable, but fish's memory is only 7 seconds, and your memory is different from ordinary people. Pei Yg suddenly said in a serious tone as if discussing a plan. You Mian walked steadily beside Pei Yg. Hearing this, he frowned and asked in confusion, fish. Pei Yg fell silent. You Mian didn't know whether to laugh or be angry. Mr. Pei, do you think I look like a fish? Yu Mian's vision was obstructed, so his expression became more vivid. The handsome boy had no idea how beautiful his eyes were at this moment. Pei Yiji stared at him for 2 seconds, then remembered what Yu Mian had just said and looked away. Pei Yiji did not continue Yu Mian's topic, but asked, "Have you never seen the stars?" Yu Mian was thinking about how this road was so far, and he answered casually, "I can't see it." In the past, when someone asked about such private matters, he would comfort Yu Mian with a regretful expression. It seems that not being able to see the stars is such a depressing thing. But Yu Mian herself didn't think so, and was glad that the person walking beside her at this moment was Pei Yiji. This man would never be able to offer those stiff words of comfort, nor would he express exaggerated regrets. The next second, Pei Yiji said, "Eating more carrots will help supplement vitamin A." After a brief silence, the bonfire in the distance was suddenly ignited, and the bright light source broke through the darkness ahead. The vision gradually became clearer. At the same time, the photographer who had been following at a distance also turned on the headlight in his hand. There was a loud bang. Everything around me lit up. The smile that Yu Mian couldn't help but smile when she heard Pei Yiji's words just now was also completely illuminated. The boy's eyes were curved into a pair of beautiful arcs, and his high nose bridge blocked a flickering shadow. His profile was reflected in the campfire light, and gorgeous colors filled the bottom of his eyes. Pei Yiji stared at Yu Mian and asked in a hoarse voice, "Is it funny?" Yu Mian let go of the hand that was holding Pei Yiji's arm and took a half step back to create some distance. The boy raised his hand to touch the tip of his nose, tilted his head and said with a sullen smile, "Sorry." "And thank you." Pei Yiji stood on the beach wrapped in a long black windbreaker. The intricate patterns on the dark red tie on his chest only glowed silvery white under the moonlight. A man's overly broad shoulders always carry an air of silent oppression. He tilted his head and lowered his eyes to look at Yu Mian. The cold frost on his face seemed to be blown away by the sea breeze. The two of them walked to the campfire one after the other and gathered around the soft cushions. The staff of the program team have set up the equipment, and the burning and jumping orange-red light looks very beautiful in the camera. Guan Tong patted the blue cushion beside him and shouted to Yu Mian, "Dear, sit here." The cushions are placed in an arc shape with their backs to the sea level. Yan Guanqing sat closest to the opposite side, followed by Yan Tingxuan. Yu Mian estimated the distance and sat next to Guan Tong. At this time, Pei Yiji only had one choice of seat, and he followed Yu Mian's action and sat next to him. The mats are different from wooden chairs and benches. When the guests sit here, their postures will be much more relaxed, which is more in line with the tone of the show. But Pei Yiji was the only one who, even when sitting on the mat, kept his back straight, his chin slightly raised, and his legs lazily crossed without any sign of rest, always maintaining his terrible self-discipline. When Guan Tong saw Pei Yiji sitting not far away, his excited voice became much lower. Seeing that all the guests had arrived, Hong Sheng walked up with a cue card and announced the rules of Truth or Dare. In the truth-telling segment tonight, each guest will be asked 3 truth-telling questions. The questions can be about the guest's identity or occupation, or other aspects. As a popular actor in the entertainment industry, Yan Guanqing is very sensitive to privacy issues. Yan Guanqing asked, "What if you are asked a question you don't want to answer?" The other guests also looked at Hong Sheng with interest. You can't not give people a chance to refuse. Of course Hong Sheng had considered this, so he immediately changed the card and shook it in his hand to show that he was fully prepared. If the guests are asked a question they don't want to answer, they can draw a piece of paper from this cylinder and do what is specified on it, and they will be exempted from answering. A staff member stood beside Hong Sheng, holding a 10-centimeter high glass cylinder and pointing at him. The cylinder was filled with white paper tubes like flowers. Everyone felt relieved when they saw this. Hong Sheng finally said, "If there are no questions, you can start asking questions." The camera frames the 8 guests in front of us. The sea breeze blew their hair, and the hair fluttered in the wind. At this moment, the handsome faces gradually heated up with an ambiguous atmosphere. Guan Tong looked at Yan Guanqing, who was 3 or 4 people away from him, and said excitedly and shyly, "Why don't we start with Yan Guanqing?" Yan Guanqing let out a sigh, and his heroic eyes, which were difficult to tell whether male or female, narrowed slightly. "I don't care, but everyone should know who I am, so there's no need to guess my professional identity or anything like that. Right? Young Guanqing tilted his head and raised an eyebrow in the direction of the camera, wondering how many fans would be impressed and scream when the show is broadcast. Yan Tingxuan sat beside young Guanqing and rolled up his sleeves when he heard this. Guessing the best actor is too boring. Why don't you ask me first? Yan Tingxuan stepped forward to recommend himself, and the others immediately focused their attention on him. Bai Lin sat on the blanket, with Huo Yanji's coat on his knees. He suddenly raised his hand and said softly, "Then I won't guess." Yan Tingxuan shook his head and smiled helplessly, his expression showing a familiarity and intimacy that needed no further explanation. Guan Tong uttered a wow and said in a quirky way, "It's too easy for you to know each other. You Mian and I can only guess." Guan Tong looked at You Mian as he spoke, and said, "Dear, ask one question." Bai Lin clutched his coat tightly around his knees, his eyes changing in an instant. Bai Lin didn't understand why You Mian pretended not to know them on the show. He had thought about exposing the truth in front of the camera and other guests, exposing You Mian's lies to everyone. But if you think about it carefully, You Mian's lie was just that they didn't know each other, which was equivalent to him giving up his identity as the young master of the Yu family. No one could compete with him for the shares of Shu Ming, the connections and protection of Yu Jiwan and the Yu family, as well as the mansions and wealth. Bai Lin didn't want to get involved in such a great thing. He wished that You Mian would never return to the Yu family, or even disappear from everyone's sight. The light from the bonfire illuminated the people sitting around. When Bai Lin lowered his head, a ferocious look flashed across his face, but no one noticed. Guan Tong was still staring at You Mian, wanting him to ask him a question that was honest. You Mian gave Guan Tong a helpless smile, raised his eyes and unexpectedly met Yan Tingxuan's gaze in the distance, and asked casually, "Do you usually deal with more text or numbers in your work?" Shen Nanzhao's eyes lit up when he heard this question. Guan Tong exclaimed, "You are so smart, You Mian. It's obvious that Brother Yan is a white-collar worker. This can at least eliminate half of the options." You Mian didn't want to get involved any further, so he just said calmly, "It's just a blind guess, it's just luck." Yan Tingxuan replied in a hoarse voice, "I have come into contact with words more often. Most of the white-collar elites are in the financial venture capital field. Once the option of numbers is ruled out, the only thing left is." Guan Tong's eyes lit up, and he immediately raised his hand and said, "I guessed it. Lawyer. Brother Yan is a lawyer, right?" Yan Tingxuan helplessly put his fingers to his temple and smiled, "This is too simple." Guan Tong held his chin and thought for a while, then asked, "Second question, where did Brother Yan go to college?" Yan Tingxuan, University A. The guests cheered in approval. Yan Tingxuan is an excellent student. Huo Yanji patted Yan Tingxuan on the shoulder. Shen Nanzhao, who had never had a sense of presence, said, "Guess the age last, please." Young Guanqing sat aside with his arms crossed and threw out a number, 26. 27 inches. In short, the guests on Lily of the Valley side don't look very young. Yan Tingxuan shrugged, 26. Guan Tong immediately let out a long groan, "Nan Xiao, why are you trying to change the subject?" The director was clearly speaking from the heart. Shen Nanzhao's face turned red, and he turned around and asked, "Then what do you want to ask?" Guan Tong was obviously good at livening up the atmosphere. He immediately waved his hand and said, "The previous question doesn't count. Ask another one." Yan Tingxuan seemed to be in a very good mood sitting by the campfire. It was just a recording of a program, not a competition, so he would not avoid someone if they were interested and wanted to talk more. Guan Tong thought for a long time, and suddenly he had an epiphany. He asked, "What is Brother Yan's ideal type?" The expressions of the people around him changed instantly. After asking this question, Guan Tong looked at Yan Tingxuan with a smile. Romance variety shows always have to be more exciting to be interesting. Hong Sheng, who was sitting behind the camera in the distance, couldn't help but give Guan Tong a thumbs up when he saw this. You Mian sat quietly beside Guan Tong, neither curious nor emotional about Yan Tingxuan's answer. After all, he never had any other thoughts about Yan Tingxuan from beginning to end. Just friends. Yan Tingxuan raised his hand and rubbed his earlobe, smiling handsomely, "Why are you asking such a straightforward question?" Guan Tong chuckled and said, "No, you have to answer what the director says, otherwise you will have to pick the little slip." Huo Yanji put his arm around Yan Tingxuan's shoulders and clicked his tongue, his eyes full of wildness. "Just answer it, why are you shy? Huo Yanji added fuel to the fire. Yan Tingxuan sighed pretentiously. Oh well. Yan Tingxuan's gaze passed over the people in front of him, finally swept over Bai Lin, and suddenly and inadvertently pointed at You Mian. Yan Tingxuan thought about how to describe Bai Lin, but suddenly, for some reason, the scene of him and You Mian sitting side by side in the library flashed through his mind. Yan Tingxuan's voice tightened. He and You Mian have known each other for too long, too long. It grew to the point where it occupied almost more than half of his life. You will definitely become the most outstanding lawyer in Huajiang City in the future. Lawyer, you are hard to get an appointment with. Come out and look at my paintings. Tingxuan, my father said that I am not their biological child, but adopted. Do you know about this? In the thick night, Yan Tingxuan's Adam's apple rolled heavily, and when he raised his eyes again, all the churning emotions in him calmed down. Yan Tingxuan raised his eyebrows affectionately, deliberately revealing the image of a romantic and unrestrained young man, and then, amid everyone's surprised expressions, he walked to the cylinder that the staff had just placed and squatted down. He turned around and smiled. Tisk, I didn't expect it to be so difficult to answer. I miscalculated. Chapter 15. Yan Tingxuan was not doing this for show, but actually reached out and pulled out a task note from the cylinder. Huo Yanji, who was originally joking, was stunned at this moment. He murmured, "Hey, is it that serious? It's just an ideal type." Yan Tingxuan ignored the camera and unfolded the small piece of paper in his hand. Then he lowered his head to take a look, turned around and smiled. Good luck, 50 push-ups. The man tilted his head and raised his hand to take off his gold-rimmed glasses. His hair fluttered on his forehead. In the camera, he was seen handsomely buttoning up the sleeves of his shirt that were rolled up to his elbows with his thumb and index finger. The staff of the program team came forward promptly and considerately to lay a simple thin carpet. You Mian crossed his arms over his chest with an unchanged expression. Yan Tingxuan was already doing push-ups in front of the campfire. Guantong was enjoying the fun, so he stood up, smiled and clapped his hands, saying, although I didn't get to hear what Brother Yan's ideal type is, but seeing Brother Yan doing 50 push-ups here is enough for me, ha ha ha. At this moment, Guantong wished that his mobile phone was with him. If he took a picture of such footage and posted it on his channel, it would surely become popular. The guests in Matching Heartbeat were all carefully selected by the program team. Needless to say, their appearance and figure are excellent. Just standing in a row is a definite visual enjoyment. I didn't expect that when Yan Tingxuan, who seemed thin just by looking at his figure, put his hands on the carpet, the bulging muscles on his arms were also clearly visible, showing his male hormones. 1 2 3. The other guests sitting around the campfire counted quietly for Yan Tingxuan. Young Guanqing propped up his chin, firelight imprinted in his eyes. The man smiled and said, is this a punishment or a reward? The production team deliberately let Yan Tingxuan steal the show, right? As young Guanqing spoke, he glanced towards the corner and said something ambiguous, why don't I have such a chance to stand out? Compared to the excited expressions of others, You Mian sat on the blanket extremely calmly with his brows lowered. He looked lazy and leisurely, as if he was a little sleepy after having a full dinner. Yan Tingxuan was doing push-ups beside the campfire. As he raised his arms, he kept glancing at You Mian who was sitting in the corner. The boy was in low spirits, just like usual, with his brows drooping in that state he only gets when he's bored. Yan Tingxuan pursed his lips and remained silent. Is You Mian feeling bored? The next second after this thought appeared in Yan Tingxuan's mind, You Mian opened his lips and yawned slightly. Yan Tingxuan. Everyone was excitedly counting for Yan Tingxuan, but they didn't expect the man's movements to suddenly slow down for a moment, and his entire back tensed up. Guantong was shocked when he saw this, but he also felt that Yan Tingxuan shouldn't be so weak. Looking again, I realized that the pause was just a brief moment. Yan Tingxuan came back to his senses and quickly adjusted his state, continuing to complete the remaining push-ups in a standard and fast manner. After finishing 50 push-ups, Yan Tingxuan just took a few breaths when he stood up. Apart from the thin layer of sweat on his forehead, he did not look at all disheveled and was still as neatly dressed as ever. Everyone applauded lightly, and their impression of Yan Tingxuan changed a lot. At least he has changed from an elite lawyer to a lawyer with good arm and physical strength. Yan Tingxuan took his glasses back from the staff and put them on his nose. After returning to his seat, he deliberately glanced at Bai Lin, who was smiling obediently, and clapped his hands, saying, "Have I finished asking my 3 questions? Switch to the next one." This segment was originally designed by the program team to allow the 8 guests to understand each other's professions and identities. After Yan Tingxuan's occupation and age appeared, everyone's attention shifted to the second guest from Lily of the Valley party. Huo Yanji sat on the beach with his arms stretched out in a majestic posture, the muscles on his arms flowing and unyielding. The rough eyebrows and big bones are full of strength. Although Shen Nanzhao knew a little about Yan Tingxuan, he knew nothing about Huo Yanji. Brother Huo's muscles are probably not something that can be gained by spending time in the gym. Shen Nanzhao thought for a moment and asked, "Does Brother Huo usually participate in competitions?" Huo Yanji was asked about the key point all of a sudden. He could only raise his hand and scratch his hair. He smiled helplessly and said, "You are all really amazing. How could you guess such an accurate point in one go?" Huo Yanji nodded readily and admitted, "Fight." Guan Tong and Shen Nanzhao looked at each other, clapped their hands, and said proudly, "I guessed it again." Shen Nanzhao. Brother Huo is a boxer, right? Those who have such well-developed muscles are either fitness coaches or professional athletes. The muscles on Huo Yanji's body are not the exaggerated bodybuilding type, but rather smooth and beautiful lines with layers of accumulated strength and full of explosive power. This kind of physique can only be achieved in a boxing ring. Guan Tong leaned over and nudged You Mian with his shoulder, lowering his voice and saying, "Cool." Young people always have an irresistible yearning for the beauty of strength. You Mian stared at Huo Yanji's arm muscles, then lowered his head and glanced at his own arm. Everyone has a different physique. Even if he goes to the gym, he probably won't be able to get a body like Huo Yanji. Forget it. The celebrity guests in the observation room couldn't help but ask questions while looking at the screen. Guo Su said, "I wonder if the guests of Iris party in the hut will have any changes in their heartbeats after Huo Yanji's professional identity is revealed." Ku Xiao nodded in agreement. "It's hard to say, after all, the show has just started and everything is unknown." "What's his age?" Guan Tong had been calling Huo brother for the whole day, but at this moment he really didn't know whether Huo Yanji was older or younger than him. Huo Yanji was straightforward and didn't let anyone guess. He said directly, "I don't know if he's younger than you, but he's definitely younger than you think." 24. As soon as Huo Yanji finished speaking, the faces of the unaware people present showed expressions of surprise. Guan Tong was so surprised that he almost stood up. "No way." Huo Yanji covered his head helplessly and laughed a few times. "You don't have to be so surprised, I'm not that young." Shen Nanzhao took a few breaths and said what he was thinking. He is indeed not that young, but Brother Huo does look very mature. Huo Yanji's arm muscles bulged slightly, and his ears gradually turned red. He seemed not to be used to being the focus of so many people's attention. Next person. Next Pai Yg. Different from the previous warm atmosphere when facing other Lily of the Valley guests, facing Pai Yg's frosty face and oppressive aura, the atmosphere suddenly became quiet. Pai Yg sat in his seat unaware of anything, as if he had no idea what embarrassment and awkwardness were like. The man's eyes swept towards the guests as the atmosphere became quiet, and instantly fixed Guan Tong and Shen Nanzhao, who had just tried to ask questions, in their respective seats. "This is so cold and indifferent." Guan Tong shook off the non-existent goosebumps and cast a look for help at You Mian beside him. As the evening breeze grew stronger, the bonfire began to jump more wildly. Hong Sheng was sitting behind the camera and watching this scene, frowning in disappointment. This Pai Yg really has no luck with women. The silence in the camera extended from 1 second to 2 seconds and then to 3 seconds. Just when Hong Sheng almost couldn't help but come forward to ease the atmosphere, You Mian, who was sitting on Pai Yg's right, suddenly spoke. "In fact, I've always been curious about why President Pai came to participate in this program." You Mian turned his head and stared at Pai Yg. The man's jaw was sharp and his aura was oppressive. You Mian seemed to be immune to these things. She smiled unaffected and said, "Is it okay to ask this?" The rows of cameras in front of the bonfire captured this scene firmly in the lens. The heart that Hong Sheng had just lifted up has now been put back into his stomach. In the camera, Pai Yg tilted his head slightly and lowered his eyes to look at You Mian. "Fulfill the contract." Pai Yg answered sparingly. You Mian." You Mian turned around and raised an eyebrow at the others, indicating that he had finished asking questions. With You Mian's proof, Guantong and the others discovered that Pei Yiji was not as difficult to approach as his appearance suggested. After all, they will answer any questions you have. So Guantong's courage, which he had hesitated to withdraw just now, became stronger again. Guantong raised her hand like a well-behaved elementary school student and said, "Boss Pei, do you really like men?" You Mian blinked, and following Guantong's question, he turned his head to look at Pei Yiji again. He felt that Pei Yiji was not someone who would compromise his sexual orientation for the sake of a contract, so it was most likely true. Sure enough, the next second Pei Yiji said, "Yes, the director also caught this handle and insisted that I participate in the show." Pei Yiji made a little joke with just 2 simple sentences, which relaxed the tense nerves of everyone present. However, You Mian discovered Pei Yiji's extraordinary leadership ability from the question and answer session of just a few minutes. Pei Yiji is very good at observing other people's emotional fluctuations, and can use words to adjust their state in the first time. Pei Yiji noticed You Mian's eyes and couldn't help but look back and raised his eyebrows slightly. You Mian. Pei Yiji's gaze was fixed on You Mian, but his voice was audible to everyone else. "Do you need me to introduce myself?" Pei Yiji smiled as he said this, and his frosty temperament was immediately reduced by this smile, leaving only an extremely mature and restrained domineering edge. Pei Yiji, the current president of JL, is 29 years old and 191 centimeters tall. Pei Yiji tapped his chin lightly after he finished speaking. This was a very standard and habitual command action. Except for You Mian, everyone else was actually infected by Pei Yiji's closing remarks and immediately changed the subject of their questions to the guest from Iris's side. You Mian thought that Pei Yiji was indeed a superior, and even his age was the oldest in the room. His oppressive aura was instantly exerted. Other people might call Huo Yanji and Yan Tingxuan brother, in a joking manner, but once the person they are facing becomes Pei Yiji, they can only address him respectfully as Mr. Pei. Yan Guanqing lowered his eyes and glanced meaningfully at You Mian and Pei Yiji beside him. The following questions to Guantong and Shen Nanzhao were quite standard. With Huo Yanji's exposure of Guantong's identity as a blogger in the morning, others quickly guessed his occupation. Guantong stared at Huo Yanji with a grin and complained, "Brother Huo, this is considered cheating." Huo Yanji laughed a few times and said, "You almost revealed your age during dinner. Now I want to ask you, are you 23 or 24? Guantong. After Shen Nanzhao heard this, he thought seriously for a few seconds. Since Guantong still calls Huo Yanji brother Huo after knowing his age, he must be 23 years old. Guantong covered his face with his hands, looking as if he was too embarrassed to face anyone. What kind of idiot would expose his identity, occupation and age directly when appearing on a dating variety show? Shen Nanzhao patted Guantong's shoulder soothingly, and couldn't help laughing. It doesn't matter whether everyone knows it earlier or later. Guess what I am? Shen Nanzhao's words made Guantong feel much better from the embarrassment she was in. You Mian inadvertently exchanged glances with Shen Nanzhao. Shen Nanzhao suddenly looked at You Mian and asked, "Actually, I'm quite curious. You Mian, how did you know that I'm good at making Italian food?" As the night deepened, the wind at the beach became colder. You Mian's profile was reflected in the firelight. He seemed a little tired, his eyelashes trembled a few times, and he lowered his eyebrows and said softly, "It happened that I saw you playing the cello in the church in Florence." Shen Nanzhao looked at You Mian in surprise and said, "Just like that, you guessed that I can cook Italian food." You Mian hummed. The curly chestnut brown hair swept across the side of her face, and You Mian reached out and subconsciously moved it, looking seductive and sexy. Shen Nanzhao suddenly forgot what he wanted to ask just now, and only Guantong's voice remained in his ears. "Wow, Nan Xiao, you can play the cello?" Guantong asked. Shen Nanzhao nodded and said, "I am a cellist. I perform quite often. I have performed in Florence before." A gentle, dignified and steady performer, his impression is very consistent with Shen Nanzhao's. Age, Shen Nanzhao glanced at Huo Yanji and said, "Huo Yanji and I are both 24 years old." Guantong suddenly realized, "No wonder you don't call me brother Huo anymore." Shen Nanzhao just smiled and said nothing. Yan Guanqing suddenly spoke up to urge the process. Now only You Mian and Bai Lin are left. Yan Guanqing's eyes were fixed on You Mian, and he said with a smile, "Each of you should ask 3 true questions. I'll ask one first." Yan Tingxuan replied calmly, Who do you want to ask? When You Mian raised her eyes, the sleepiness she felt was finally half blown away by the sea breeze. He heard Yan Guanqing's voice whispering in his ears. Ask You Mian. Yan Tingxuan pursed his lips. Yan Guanqing stretched out his voice and said, based on appearance alone, let's rank the 4 guests from Linglan's party. You Mian. Yan Guanqing didn't seem to notice You Mian's annoyance at all, and continued to smile mischievously and said, it's simple, right? Chapter 16. Yan Guanqing had just finished speaking and was holding his chin up, waiting for You Mian's reaction, but unexpectedly, director Hong Sheng behind the camera suddenly made a gesture to stop him. According to the house rules, this sorting behavior cannot be performed. The staff member next to Hong Sheng wrote the following words on a cardboard with a black marker and held it high to indicate. Not only Yan Guanqing, but other guests also couldn't help but look disappointed. Guantong smiled broadly and said, Director, this kind of thing is not possible. Black button earrings were pressed on his ear bones, and his pink hair fluttered in the wind. The boy supported his hands behind his back, leaned back, and asked in a lazy tone. Hong Sheng pointed at the cardboard in the hand of the staff next to him and shook his head. Before You Mian had time to be happy, Shen Nanzhao, who was not very talkative, suddenly suggested, if public ranking is not possible, how about having the 4 guests from Linglan close their eyes and having You Mian walk behind them and pat their shoulders one by one? You Mian hissed softly, why did Shen Nanzhao come to join in the fun? He remembered that Shen Nanzhao in the original book was a cold and aloof classical artist who had always been aloof from the world and had little sense of existence. Now he actually joins Yan Guanqing and the others in making trouble. The interest on Shen Nanzhao's face did not seem fake, and he seemed to be really interested in this sorting process. Yeah, this should be fine, right? Guantong straightened up slightly, this is a love show. I don't know whether Guantong's words worked or Shen Nanzhao's suggestion was really good. Hong Sheng finally asked the staff next to him to take down the cardboard. Hong Sheng stood behind the camera and said, it is indeed not okay to sort them, and it is also not okay to ask the guests from the Lily of the Valley side to close their eyes. Amid the various looks in the crowd, Hong Sheng continued, but you can let You Mian stand behind them and select in advance the guests to whom you will send heart-warming text messages tonight. Change the order to advance notice of heart-thumping text messages. It's not too exceptional. You Mian tilted his head and sighed silently. He originally wanted to stay out of the show and be an ignored background figure, but now he is always inexplicably dragged into the vortex of topics. The boy smiled and said, I remember this is the Truth or Truth segment, right? Yan Tingxuan chose to make a small note for the task just now, and I also. Before You Mian could finish his words, Guantong, who was sitting next to him, started screaming. Ah, no. You Mian, Guantong grabbed You Mian's arm and almost hung on him. In fact, not only Guantong, but also other guests in the show have discovered that the current atmosphere does not seem like a dating show at all. Now that there is a rare bit of ambiguity, Guantong really doesn't want You Mian to slip away again. In fact, You Mian was just teasing, just patting his shoulder, which was not difficult for him at all. There is no need to hesitate when choosing a candidate. Moreover, if he chooses to complete the task on the note, and the adventure task on the note turns out to be even more intimate than this, then he will lose more than he gains. So You Mian stood up as if he had listened to Guantong's words, his eyes swept across Yan Guanqing who was not far away, and he complained silently in his heart, it was all because of this guy. Yan Guanqing raised an eyebrow at You Mian, her long hair brushing his neck and shoulders. Her heroic appearance, which was difficult to tell whether she was male or female, shone brightly and dimly beside the campfire, attracting people all the time. But You Mian just took a quick glance and quickly looked away, as if he didn't think Yan Guanqing's appearance was something he needed to stop and stare at. Yan Guanqing narrowed his eyes and let out a sigh. Guantong's face was filled with excitement as he shouted, now please ask the 4 guests from Linglan's party to close their eyes. Shen Nanzhao and Bai Lin sat on the side with their eyes open. Shen Nanzhao had a gentle smile on his face, and Bai Lin's droopy puppy eyes looked innocent and pitiful. At this moment, he was staring intently at You Mian's next move. Pei Yg was dragged into this game session, and his unfathomable expression was the same as usual, making it impossible to tell what his mood was at the moment. Pei Yg closed his eyes silently. The man's back and shoulders were straight and neat, his arms were lightly placed on his knees, and his fingertips were clean and smooth. The sea breeze ruffled his hair, and his neatly trimmed hair only revealed a hint of relaxation and weariness late at night. Pei Yiji closed his eyes and lowered his neck slightly, and the dark red tie deepened the eerie and mysterious atmosphere. You Mian's footsteps were so light that they were almost inaudible when they stepped on the soft white sand. Suddenly, Pei Yiji's Adam's apple rolled in the camera. Unexpectedly, it made people feel that he was also nervously looking forward to it at this moment. In fact, it was not just Pei Yiji. The other three people also fell into a state of anxiety for unknown reasons when they closed their eyes and could only rely on hearing to identify things. It seems that only a pat on the shoulder can pull me out of the darkness. Yan Tingxuan closed his eyes and listened to the sea breeze by his ears. Suddenly, he remembered the dark road when he walked to the campfire just now. You Mian has night blindness. Yan Tingxuan pursed his lips and tightened his jaw slightly. Guan Tong's cheerful voice rang out. You Mian is already choosing now. Yan Tingxuan's thoughts were instantly pulled back, and he realized that there were no footsteps beside him. You Mian didn't go in this direction. Yan Tingxuan. Young Guanqing, who was sitting not far from him, raised his chin and squinted his eyes, saying non-stop, "Have you finished choosing? You Mian, are you lost and don't know where I'm sitting?" You Mian stood behind everyone, and only Guan Tong and the other two who had their eyes open could see his movements and expressions at the moment. Young Guanqing's words not only reached You Mian's ears, but were also heard by Bai Lin. Bai Lin frowned instantly, seeming very unhappy. Huo Yanji, who was waiting with his eyes closed, lowered his head fiercely, as if he was about to bury it in his arms. This action made his broad shoulders and back look even more handsome. The man's arm muscles were slightly bulging and he seemed quite nervous. You Mian stood there and glanced around, then walked to the left side of the campfire without any pause and stood behind Pei Yiji. He would be crazy to choose the other three. Do you think your fall wasn't big enough? The sound of You Mian's footsteps on the soft sand gradually got closer and closer, and Pei Yiji's fingers on his knees curled up slightly for a moment. Just when You Mian was about to reach out to pat Pei Yiji's shoulder, because he misjudged the distance, his index finger suddenly rubbed Pei Yiji's earlobe. You Mian. The cool and gentle touch instantly exploded on the edge of Pei Yiji's earlobe, causing him to tighten the corners of his mouth. You Mian put his fist to his lips, then quickly reached down and patted Pei Yiji on the shoulder as if to make amends. Pei Yiji frowned slightly, pursed his lips, and slowly opened his eyes. The sound of You Mian patting his shoulder was so light that almost no one else around them could hear it except the two of them. So at this time the other three people were still waiting with their eyes closed, not knowing what was happening on the other side of the campfire. Guan Tong from Iris' side couldn't help but give You Mian a thumbs up in his heart when watching this scene. You Mian is such a warrior for daring to send the heart-warming text message on the first day to Pei Yiji. After taking the photo, You Mian took a few steps back and stood still. He smiled apologetically at Pei Yiji and said, "I'm done." Pei Yiji turned his head to avoid You Mian's gaze, but revealed his red earlobes. The man's temperament was still cold, and there was no smile on his serious face. But even such a person blushed so visibly when You Mian accidentally touched his ears. You Mian was surprised by Pei Yiji's reaction, and suddenly felt the index finger of his right hand slowly getting hot. He was at a loss for words and whispered sorry again. Pei Yiji shook his head and just put his fist to his lips to hide the rolling of his Adam's apple. Yan Tingxuan suddenly opened his eyes and immediately turned around to find where You Mian was standing. Not behind young Guanqing, nor behind Huo Yanji. He actually stood around Pei Yiji. You Mian sat back on the mat, and young Guanqing and Huo Yanji beside him also opened their eyes one after another. Young Guanqing's eyes finally lost the confidence that he had in control of the situation before. Instead, he stared at You Mian with deep eyes for a few seconds. Huo Yanji raised his hand and scratched the top of his head. Usually, his crew-cut and rough eyebrows always exude a fierce tension. But at this moment, Huo Yanji had an expression of confusion and bewilderment on his face, as if something was beyond his understanding, which made him very concerned. Bai Lin squeezed the coat on his knees, gritted his teeth and said with a smile, "The sea breeze is getting colder and colder, let's continue guessing." Bai Lin's words attracted the attention of others. Guan Tong turned his head to look at You Mian and said, "Yes, dear, you still have 2 true words left. To be honest, I'm actually really curious. Are you still a college student, Guantong covered his face with his hands and made an expression as if he was struck by his age. He looked very cute and playful. You Mian didn't keep the secret and said directly, "Yes, but I'm about to graduate." Guantong was surprised and said, "Then this year you." You Mian said calmly, 21. Guantong, "Oh my god." Pei Yg looked towards the campfire and suddenly did some addition and subtraction in his heart. 8 years older than him. You Mian sat in the sea breeze, her off-white long sleeves were blown up slightly, making her narrow waist more obvious. He smiled and said, "These are 2 sincere words, right? I have finished asking my questions." Bai Lin didn't believe that You Mian really didn't mention anything about the Yu family. But the fact is, You Mian really doesn't seem to want to have anything to do with that family. It was Bai Lin's turn. The 3 guests from Linglin's party were all familiar with him, and Shen Nanzhao had also vaguely heard of this name, so the only people who asked questions were Guantong and You Mian. Guantong propped up his chin and guessed, Bai Lin looks about the same age as You Mian. Is he also 21 this year? Bai Lin had already put on the coat that Huo Yanji had handed to him. The long sleeves were hollow, making him look very weak. Bai Lin lowered his dog eyes and said, "I am 1 year younger than brother You Mian. I am 20. You Mian raised an eyebrow at the title, but maintained a distant attitude and did not respond. It was late at night, and even someone as energetic as Guantong felt a little tired, and his questions became more casual. "So you should be a college student now, right?" Bai Lin smiled and said, "Yes, majoring in oil painting." Speaking of oil painting, Guantong suddenly remembered and patted his head and said, "I saw the hot searches before coming to the show. Recently, there has been an art competition that is quite famous." Yan Tingxuan's voice came from a distance and interrupted the topic, Star Cup. Guantong nodded repeatedly, "Yes, that's it." Bai Lin showed a somewhat shy expression when he heard this, and said, "I did participate in this competition, but I have just passed the preliminaries." Yan Tingxuan raised his hand and rubbed Bai Lin's head, "Come on." You Mian sat there expressionless, when suddenly Pei Yg beside him asked a question. You Mian's major is sculpture. I remember that Xingqian Cup also has a sculpture group. You Mian turned to look at Pei Yg in surprise. Pei Yg didn't pay any attention to other people's reactions and just said, "I've seen the gold medal works from last year." This noble and cold president expressed his intuitive feelings in the most emotionally unintelligent and offensive words. "At your level, it's more than enough to win a gold medal." Chapter 17. The Truth or Dare segment at the beach finally ended, and the program staff put away their cameras. The 8 guests walked side by side towards the small house on the white cliff. As soon as they pushed open the door and stepped into the house, the warm air instantly hit them. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. After all, it is early autumn now, and it takes a lot of perseverance to record a program at the beach late at night. Hong Sheng's voiceover sounded on screen just as the door of the cabin was closed. Hong Sheng, the first day of recording is basically over. The guests can go back to their rooms to rest. Before going to bed, we will send text messages to let everyone vote for the guest of their choice. The director's words indicated that today's recording was coming to an end. Everyone standing in the cabin relaxed unconsciously, each looking a little tired. Guantong raised his hand and asked, "Will the production team return our phones to us?" There are not many opportunities to be on such shows, so Guantong really wants to record some material with his mobile phone, and perhaps send some bonus footage to his fans outside the show. In response to Guantong's question, Hong Sheng explained, "Because today is everyone's first recording session, the cell phones will be collected. Starting tomorrow, the PD of the program group will follow the guests to record your daily work routine." Everyone waited for his next words. Hong Sheng nodded and said with a smile, "So I will return the phone to you tonight." Upon hearing this, Guantong blew a kiss towards the camera. Even You Mian, who had been standing quietly and dozing off, became interested and his eyes lit up. The Star Cup is right before his eyes, and he really needs to be able to keep in touch with the outside world during the recording of the program. As soon as Hong Sheng finished speaking, the staff of the program team returned all the mobile phones collected from the guests. "So now there is only one part left," Hong Sheng said as he snapped his fingers and handed out a task card from under the camera. It says, "The guests in the cabin will have their first heart-warming date tomorrow. Guests can choose any one of the following 2 groups." As soon as You Mian saw the words, "heart-beating date," she no longer dared to doze off. She immediately opened her eyes wide and followed the footsteps of others to sit down at the coffee table in front of the sofa. At the suggestion of the program team, the guests from Iris and Lily of the Valley sat on both sides, with the same 2 pictures placed in front of each of them. You Mian leaned forward and took a quick look. Both of these pictures are abstract. It seems that the program team does not want to announce the date location directly, but wants them to guess. Guan Tong frowned and thought for a long time, then pointed at the church in the first picture and said helplessly, "What does this mean? Let's go to the church for a date." Shen Nanzhao suppressed his smile. Guan Tong deliberately teased, "Director, this is too fast, isn't it?" You Mian was amused by him and laughed a few times. Unlike Iris's side, the 4 guests on Lily of the Valley's side were silent, and no one even spoke. Their eyes were fixed on the 2 pictures in front of them, and they seemed to be hesitating about which one to choose. Seeing that both groups of guests were unable to make a decision, Hong Sheng reminded them, "Perhaps someone majoring in art can guess some clues." As soon as the word, art, came out, everyone's eyes fell on You Mian and Bai Lin. Guan Tong suddenly said, "Bai Lin, aren't you an oil painting major? This should be your specialty. Take a look at these 2 pictures and see what clues are hidden in them." Bai Lin was inexplicably called out, and there was some hesitation on his face, but he still moved closer to look at the 2 pictures. The first picture showed a church, and the second picture showed a bunch of intertwined circles. Bai Lin frowned and couldn't say a word. This was all a mess. He didn't know what clues were hidden in this painting. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Bai Lin for 3 seconds, until Bai Lin's ears turned red, but he was unable to express a single word of opinion. Just as Bai Lin was about to show weakness with red eyes, Pei Yg, who was sitting on the other side, suddenly said, "You Mian, do you know what these 2 paintings represent?" Guan Tong looked at Bai Lin's red neck and leaned back on the sofa with a smile in his eyes. "Honey, you should know." Guan Tong smiled and grabbed You Mian's arm. You Mian actually didn't want to be in the limelight, but he was really too sleepy and now he just wanted to finish this last part quickly and have a rest. So he didn't hide anything and directly reached out and clicked on the first picture. Without any hesitation, he explained, "This is a 13th century French Gothic church. It is tall, complex, and gorgeous. The lines of the sketch are simple and sharp, and there are no rounded corners in the whole picture. So the place represented by this painting should be full of order and rules." The scene gradually became quiet, with only You Mian's voice remaining. The boy's neck was slightly bent as he looked down at the painting, and his fair jaw shone with a translucent light. The serious look in his eyes gave him an extremely charming and alluring look. You Mian thought for a while and concluded, "It's very likely to be a sports competition date with clear rules, but it's also possible that the production team will do the opposite and hold an exciting game that breaks the rules." Adhering to the principle of being in a hurry, You Mian did not give others the opportunity to praise her, and immediately moved on to the next one after talking about the first picture. The second picture is the opposite of the church. It is a postmodern abstract painting with many pauses in the brushstrokes, many rounded corners, and almost no straight lines. You Mian's fingers touched the paper lightly, his eyes softened for a moment, and he smiled and said, "It feels very warm. It should be a calm and gentle date, not too much physical activity." Hong Sheng and other staff standing behind the camera were already stunned. "This You Mian is so amazing." Hong Sheng couldn't hide the admiration in his eyes, and immediately said, "The clues in the 2 pictures have been found. Please choose your own date group." Guan Tong cried out and hugged You Mian's shoulders, "My dear, you are amazing. You are an excellent student, right?" You Mian blinked, his chestnut brown curly hair drooping in front of his forehead, making him look very soft. "Basic knowledge of art," You Mian said. Bai Lin, who was sitting on the sofa beside him, was already full of embarrassment. At this moment, You Mian said another sentence of basic knowledge, which made him so embarrassed that he almost wanted to go upstairs to his room. Damn You Mian, he just had to steal his limelight. After listening to You Mian's analysis, the 4 members of the Lily of the Valley group looked at the 2 pictures on the table with different expressions. Pei Yg reached out and took the first picture of the church without any hesitation. Yan Guanqing immediately followed and took another church ticket. So Yan Tingxuan and Huo Yanji could only choose pictures with rounded lines. Huo Yanji rubbed his cheek and smiled helplessly, "A gentle date may not be suitable for me. Does anyone want to switch with me?" Pei Yg pretended not to hear, while Yang Guanqing waved the picture of the church in his hand and smiled, "Whoever grabs it first gets it." Yang Guanqing, you usually exercise too much, it's a good time to rest. Huo Yanji stiffened his neck and clicked his tongue. Yan Tingxuan listened indifferently to the open and secret struggles between Yang Guanqing and Huo Yanji, and his eyes swept to Iris Fang on the other side. Bai Lin hesitated for a few seconds before grabbing the second picture of the rounded lines. He knew nothing about sports, so he had no choice but to choose this group. Shen Nanzhao and Guan Tong attacked at the same time, one took the rounded lines group and the other took the church group. You Mian sat nearby with his arms crossed, waiting for everyone else to finish choosing before he slowly reached out and took the last remaining church picture. Seeing this, Hong Sheng reminded, the 8 guests have been divided into groups. Today's recording is over. Don't forget to send your heartwarming text messages before going to bed. Finally, the words, "recording is over," were heard and everyone stood up and left. You Mian immediately walked to the entrance to get his luggage. Huo Yanji, who had chosen a room in advance because he was going to take a shower in the afternoon, said hello to everyone and went straight upstairs to rest. Yan Tingxuan stood at the stairs, looking at the entrance and reminded inexplicably, there is a vacant room on the 2nd floor. Currently, Huo Yanji, Yan Tingxuan and Bai Lin are living on the 2nd floor. Yang Guanqing chose the room at the end of the corridor on the 1st floor. You Mian stood at the entrance and ignored what Yan Tingxuan said. On the contrary, Guan Tong, who was carrying his luggage, brightened up and asked, "Is there an empty room on the 2nd floor? Then I'll go." Yan Tingxuan paused for a while and glanced at the entrance again. Guan Tong in front of him was already coming up with his luggage. Yan Tingxuan could only walk down a few steps to help Guan Tong carry the luggage and then turned around to walk upstairs. Compared to other guests who had to tidy up their rooms and rest, only Yang Guanqing not only did not return to his room, but even put on a coat and wore a mask. Shen Nanzhao passed by him and asked, "Are you going out?" Yang Guanqing put on one of the headphones and raised his eyebrows. His long hair was tied into a small bun at the back of his head with a rubber band. His tall and straight figure was covered with a gray coat. The lower half of the man's face was blocked behind the mask, revealing only a pair of slender eyes. Yang Guanqing looked very celebrity-like. He smiled at Shen Nanzhao and said with a long tone, "There is an announcement. I have to go to the airport now." Shen Nanzhao nodded and said comfortingly, "It's been hard work." Yang Guanqing hooked his finger on the Bluetooth headset and was about to talk to You Mian who was walking past him, but unexpectedly, this person seemed to not see him at all and just walked straight past him. Yang Guanqing. You Mian pushed the luggage towards the 2 rooms in the middle of the 1st floor. Shen Nanzhao lived in the outermost room, and now only the 2 adjacent middle bedrooms were empty. Pei Yiji had very little luggage and seemed to have long been accustomed to staying in hotels when traveling on business. Pei Yiji lowered his eyes and glanced at You Mian, "Which room do you want to stay in?" You Mian originally thought that he could only choose the one Pei Yiji left, but he didn't expect the man to actually ask for his opinion. You Mian knew Pei Yiji was not the type to waste time on polite conversation, so she answered directly and neatly, "I want the room on the left." This is also the one close to Yangguan Qingyuan. Pei Yiji nodded, without saying anything else, and immediately carried his suitcase into another bedroom. Just as You Mian pushed open the door and was about to go in, Yang Guanqing's voice came from behind him. "Hey, are you pretending not to see me?" Yang Guanqing asked, half pulling off his mask. You Mian paused slightly while carrying the luggage, then walked in without looking back, turned around, and closed the door. All in one go. Chapter 18. You Mian chose to ignore Yang Guanqing directly because he felt that he could only use rough methods to deal with a shameless person like Yang Guanqing. Otherwise it will only cause more trouble. You Mian put down his luggage and looked around. The rooms of the program crew were very clean. Each room had a private bathroom. The desks and long cabinets could also meet the needs of the guests for short-term stay. However, the camera on the desk made You Mian a little concerned. It turns out that there are cameras in the guests' bedrooms. But You Mian just glanced at it and paid no more attention to it, because as soon as he opened his mobile phone, he saw the text message sent by the organizer of the Star Cup. Congratulations to contestant No. 0409 You Mian for entering the first round of the Xingqian Cup Sculpture Group through the judge's recommendation. The preliminary round will be held on September 16. The detailed topic will be sent to your mailbox via email, please check it. You Mian quickly read the text message, and the fingers holding the phone suddenly tightened, and the fingertips turned slightly red due to the force. Qin Lan really gave him the tutor recommendation position. You Mian was a little confused, but more surprised. He let out a sigh of relief, and a heavy weight in his heart finally fell to the ground. Therefore, all the methods used by Yu Jiwan were useless, and he could still continue to participate in the competition under his own name. A burst of intense excitement and joy surged into Yu Mian's heart without any buffer, dyeing the boy's eyebrows and eyes with bright colors, and his tired expression was instantly swept away. Yu Mian even wished she could go to the sculpture room right now and spend the whole night there. For the first time since his rebirth, he allowed this joy to grow wildly. Yu Mian opened his mobile email and saw the preliminary round theme sent by the Xingqian Cup. Everything. Yu Mian raised his eyebrows, his excitement gradually subsided, and he began to think carefully about what this abstract theme represented. The concept of everything is too broad. Everything can be everything in the universe, everything in nature. It can represent infinity, or it can represent zero and blankness. The reason why the Xingqian Cup is an authoritative art competition is that its questions are asked in a variety of ways, and the probability of producing excellent works among the works submitted by contestants after racking their brains will also increase. Therefore, the preliminary works of many contestants who participated in the Star Cup will be included in National Literature and Art. The gold content is really considerable. After seeing this theme, Yu Mian did not hesitate or retreat. Instead, he frantically thought about the work he was about to create. What material should it be made of? Hard fiberglass or ordinary clay? How to choose its color and shape? Everything can be gray, but it can also be colorful. Yu Mian thought as he walked into the bathroom, and the warm water from the faucet was gathered in his palm and splashed on his face. He raised his eyes and looked at himself in the mirror, a gentle smile still on his face, but this time it was no longer humble and pleading. There is ambition in the boy's eyes. Yu Mian pulled off the towel and put it on his head, lowered his eyes, suppressed his expression and smiled softly a few times. Be careful not to be arrogant or impatient, Yu Mian said to himself. Yu Mian didn't blow dry his hair when he walked out of the bathroom. He leaned against the head of the bed, turned sideways, took out a half-finished Sudoku puzzle from his bag and spread it out on his knees. The boy's attention was quickly focused on the Sudoku book. He filled it out very quickly. The black signing pen made a rustling sound on the paper, gradually calming his restless mood. Doing Sudoku when you are nervous, anxious or excited is a habit that Yu Mian has developed for a long time. Every time a number was filled in the square, the wrapped, complete and neat order made him feel satisfied. With a click, the cap of the signature pen was put on. Just when Yu Mian finished writing a whole page and was about to close the Sudoku book, there was a knock on the door. 3 neat sounds. Yu Mian walked over and opened the door, only to see the light from the living room shining into the bedroom through the gap between the man's tall body. Yu Mian looked up with a hint of surprise. Pei Yg stood outside the door in a neat shirt and said, "Hong Sheng wants to talk to us." The house where the staff lived was about 100 meters away from the cabin, and Hong Sheng was also there. So Yu Mian put on a thin coat and followed Pei Yg out of the cabin. There are twinkling stars in the dark night, but because it is next to the cliff beach, there is no light here. As soon as Yu Mian walked into the flower garden, Pei Yg beside him suddenly took out a flashlight from his pocket and handed it to him. Yu Mian took it in a daze. "For me." Pei Yg hummed indifferently, being very frugal with his words. Yu Mian didn't hesitate and turned on the flashlight directly. A beam of light instantly emerged from the soles of his feet. The two walked forward, Yu Mian holding a flashlight in one hand and putting the other hand in his pocket to turn off the light of his mobile phone, which was not very obvious under the flashlight. "Thanks," Yu Mian suddenly spoke. Pei Yg tilted his head and lowered his eyes in silence. Yu Mian smiled and said, "During the Truth Talk session just now, it sounded like President Pei had great confidence in me." Yu Mian could not forget the expressions of the other guests when Pei Yg said that he was more than qualified to win the gold medal. Especially Bai Lin's face turned gloomy in an instant. There are different groups in the Star Cup, but there is only one gold medal in the final art category, which will be determined by a comprehensive evaluation of the group champions of sculpture, painting and design. So when Pei Yg said that, Yu Mian's surprise was not fake. Pei Yig's voice was very deep, and he said lightly, "It's just an objective evaluation." Pei Yiji paused for a moment and added softly, I'm not trying to please you. Upon hearing this, You Mian could no longer hold back his smile. He shook the flashlight in his hand, and the beam of light projected under the two people's feet also shook. Mr. Pei, are you afraid that I will misunderstand this as flattery? You Mian tilted his head. Pei Yiji put one hand in his pocket, his noble aura remained unchanged. The evaluation of the gold medal is not to please, as for the flashlight. You Mian quietly waited for Pei Yiji's answer. Only now did he realize that Pei Yiji was a very interesting person. Obviously he looks so cold and unapproachable on the outside, and his tone of voice is straightforward with no regard for other people at all. He has negative emotional intelligence and always keeps to himself. But sometimes he appears unexpectedly childish, different from other people. It's too dark. I need a flashlight too. Pei Yiji finally explained. You Mian sighed softly and raised the flashlight to tease deliberately, then Mr. Pei is exploiting the labor force. Pei Yiji. It seemed that Pei Yiji had never met someone like You Mian who could confuse right and wrong without any guilt. His expression froze for a moment. You Mian laughed a few times. Pei Yiji realized that this was just a joke, and said in a deep voice, You Mian. The beam of light under the two people's feet reached very far, and they could already see the small building where the staff lived. Pei Yiji turned his head and stared at You Mian, then finally admitted, I just value talent. There were lights near the small building, so You Mian turned off the flashlight. Pei Yiji lowered his eyes and explained, when I first heard your name, I felt it was a little familiar, and then I remembered it when I saw you. Among Shuming's collections over the past 2 years, all the ones I think are unique and innovative have your signature on them. You Mian's pupils dilated slightly and he exerted force on the fingers holding the flashlight. How can there be a signature? You Mian shook his head and smiled. Boss Pei, I studied sculpture, not fashion design. Pei Yiji said calmly, no need to deny it. The signature I'm talking about is not just a name printed on the show book, it's the unique style and touch of the creator. The man had broad shoulders and a straight figure, and when he stood in front of You Mian, his aura of oppression and unapologetic power was directly spread out. You know I can see it. Pei Yiji's shirt was blown by the cold wind, and the sharp breath lingered around him. It was you who came up with the idea, and the venue for the show was also designed by you. Pei Yiji paused for a few seconds after asking the question, and did not continue. You Mian's eyes were solemn. He glanced at Pei Yiji with a smile, but the smile did not reach his eyes. Boss Pei, being a CEO is a waste of your talent. You should be a detective. Pei Yiji still had a lot of questions in his mind, but he remembered the unpleasantness that he had with You Mian in the car before. For the first time, the man suppressed his outspokenness. He took out a silver-white business card and handed it to You Mian, saying, I'm sorry if what I said just now made you angry again. This is the offer I send to you as the president of JL. Pei Yiji said seriously, I said I value talent, it's not a lie, and I never tell lies. Please think about it. Pei Yiji kept extending his business card. You Mian looked at him quietly, and there was an atmosphere of silence between the two of them. Suddenly, Hong Sheng's voice came from the second-floor window of the small building. You two kept me waiting for so long, and you're actually standing downstairs chatting. Pei Yiji looked up and saw Hong Sheng leaning against the window with his arms, with a hint of inquiry and teasing in his eyes. Without waiting for Pei Yiji to turn around, You Mian raised his hand and took the business card from his hand. Boss Pei, some things can't be repeated again or again. You Mian raised his eyelids, threw down this sentence, and turned to walk into the small building. Pei Yiji stayed where he was, staring at the tall and thin figure in a daze for a few seconds, then suddenly raised the corner of his mouth and followed. Walking up the stairs, You Mian saw Hong Sheng leaning against the door frame, smoking a cigarette. You're here, Hong Sheng smiled and said, how are you thinking about what I talked to you about this afternoon? While the cooking team was making dinner, Hong Sheng talked to Pei Yiji and You Mian about some things. I just wanted to give them more screen time in the first episode. But Pei Yiji had made it clear from the beginning that he did not want to be the focus of the show, and as for You Mian, Hong Sheng could see from the camera that the other party was not someone who was vying to appear on the show. So this lobbying has continued to this day. Hong Sheng looked up at the two people in front of him and took a breath. He said helplessly, the effect of the video in the supermarket was really good. I want to cut a part of it into the preview. Hong Sheng talked for a long time and saw that the two were still silent, so he couldn't help but make a little joke and winked at Pei Yg and said, "After all, You Mian is also a special guest who signed a promotional contract with JL. As the boss, shouldn't you use your leadership power?" Upon hearing this, You Mian turned his head and glanced at Pei Yg with a half-smile. Pei Yg paused, lowered his eyes and said calmly, "I don't exploit the labor force." Hong Sheng was surprised. Huh? You Mian laughed. He looked at Hong Sheng and said, "If the director thinks that the scene can be used, I don't care about the issue of the filming. It mainly depends on Mr. Pei. The show has been filmed, so You Mian doesn't care about the remaining shots or effects anymore." Hong Sheng instantly breathed a sigh of relief and immediately stepped forward to grab You Mian's wrist and shook it up and down. "Don't worry, a lot of people will fall in love with you after the show is broadcast." Hong Sheng threw a wink, and You Mian looked at him helplessly and funny. I didn't expect Hong Sheng's personality to be so interesting. Pei Yg on the side crossed his arms and frowned. Hong Sheng kept holding You Mian's hand and turned to look at Pei Yg. "Now you are the only one left." Pei Yg was silent for a few seconds, and finally said calmly, "It's up to you." Chapter 19. The morning dew was heavy, and the seaside air was filled with a salty and humid smell. Water droplets were condensing on the large floor-to-ceiling windows in the living room and were slowly falling down, but the sunlight was not dazzling. You Mian got up early in the morning, wearing a loose black sweatshirt and baggy pants. He looked relaxed and energetic in the early morning. You can tell at a glance that he is a college student. The only sound in the quiet kitchen was the toaster's operation. Yan Tingxuan's tall figure was facing away from You Mian. His shirt was still ironed straight and he had a cool woody scent on his body. You Mian paused as she walked towards the kitchen. Yan Tingxuan happened to turn around with a tray in his hand, and was startled for a moment when he saw You Mian. But he quickly adjusted his expression, smiled and raised the plate in his hand as if he was facing other guests, and said, "I have toast. Do you want tomato or ham? Or both?" You Mian walked straight across the kitchen counter to the coffee machine, and said calmly without even looking up, "No, I'll just have a cup of coffee." Yan Tingxuan raised his eyebrows and walked to the dining table with milk and toast. There was no doubt that the heart-warming text message he sent last night was to Bai Lin, but what troubled him all night was who You Mian's heart-warming text message was sent to. Yan Tingxuan lowered his eyes and ate his breakfast slowly, and the fingers holding the glass suddenly clenched. Although he didn't care, Yan Tingxuan was very confident in his heart before the heart-warming text message segment. After all, he was the person You Mian was most familiar with in this show. So whether it was a heart-warming text message or choosing someone with eyes closed, You Mian should have chosen him. There have been too many unexpected events recently, which made Yan Tingxuan feel irritable. The unique bitter taste of black coffee filled his nose. You Mian filled the cup quickly and indifferently, then took 2 gulps as if to fill his stomach. He always had trouble eating breakfast, but in order to avoid being unable to concentrate due to hunger in the sculpture room at noon, You Mian forced himself to drink a few sips of coffee. Just as You Mian put down the cup, footsteps were heard upstairs. Bai Lin walked down the stairs briskly, and a shy expression flashed across his face when he saw Yan Tingxuan. "Brother Tingxuan, did you make breakfast?" Bai Lin sat next to Yan Tingxuan intimately and took the plate handed to him as a matter of course. "Tomato toast is still my favorite." Bai Lin blinked and clasped his hands together, then smiled sweetly at Yan Tingxuan. "Thank you, brother Tingxuan." Yan Tingxuan suddenly became much quieter this morning. Facing Bai Lin's intimate behavior, he just smiled and said, "I'll take you to class later." Bai Lin pretended to be bothered and evaded the request, "It will delay your work. I can go by myself." Yan Tingxuan said, "I'm on my way." You Mian turned on the faucet, washed the coffee cup and hung it on the cup rack. Then he picked up his backpack and black baseball cap, put them on his head and walked towards the door of the cabin. Yan Tingxuan was caught off guard when he saw You Mian leaving, and he shouted quickly, "You Mian." There were too many shots of the cabin, and You Mian didn't want to turn his face away and cause unnecessary trouble, so he stopped. When Yan Tingxuan saw You Mian stop, he didn't know how to start again. If he said he wanted to send You Mian to school, not only would You Mian refuse, but even Bai Lin would think of other things. So Yan Tingxuan stopped the man and fell silent. You Mian was in a hurry, and before Yan Tingxuan could finish his words, he turned back, adjusted the brim of his hat, and said, "I have something to do, so I'll leave first." Yan Tingxuan frowned. The cottage was on the beach dozens of kilometers away from the city center. How would You Mian find a car to go to University A from here? Just as You Mian turned to leave, Pei Weiji's door on the first floor was opened. The man was wearing a long gray windbreaker with a pure black plush scarf around his neck. His double-breasted suit was neat and tidy, and his tie was changed to dark blue. Pei Weiji's hair was still neatly groomed, and his thick eyebrows, Adam's apple, and big, bony hands all exuded a strong masculine aura. Pei Weiji walked out in his patent leather shoes, lightly raised his right hand to press the Bluetooth headset, and ordered in a deep and decisive voice, "Schedule the meeting in the morning. I have something to do in the afternoon. Someone from the program team may come over in the morning. Let Vivian contact them." The man's movements were so smooth that he didn't give anyone else a chance to say hello. Until Pei Weiji turned off his headphones and stopped beside You Mian. The boy's chestnut brown hair was pressed under a black baseball cap. The loose sweatshirt outlined his shoulder lines very beautifully. His shoulder blades at the back were slightly protruding, and his body was thin and handsome. Pei Weiji asked briefly, "Do you want to go to class?" Hearing the voice, You Mian turned around and hummed. Pei Weiji nodded, "It's on the way to University A, I'll take you there." You Mian looked up in surprise. Pei Weiji's expression remained the same as usual. Seeing that You Mian was still hesitating, he raised his hand, glanced at his watch, and said, "If you don't leave now, you might be late." When You Mian heard the word, late, he immediately put his hesitation behind him and followed Pei Weiji out of the cabin. Yan Tingxuan and Bai Lin were left in the open restaurant. Bai Lin could see that Yan Tingxuan was distracted at the moment, and a surge of jealousy and resentment surged in his heart. Although he did receive 3 heart-warming text messages last night, he couldn't help but feel angry at the moment. Young Guangqing's interest in You Mian doesn't seem fake, and now even Yan Tingxuan has been distracted by You Mian. Bai Lin smiled obediently, but in his heart he was thinking, didn't Pei Weiji look at You Mian differently? Didn't he think You Mian could win the gold medal of the Xingchen Cup? But now You Mian doesn't even have the qualification for the preliminary selection. He wants to see how You Mian can make Pei Weiji look at her differently. In the Maybach, You Mian and Pei Weiji sat side by side in the spacious back seat. The driver wearing white gloves was silent the whole way. Although the partition was raised, You Mian still felt a little at a loss. The reason was simple, just because he sent a heart-warming text message to Pei Weiji last night. And You Mian also received a heart-warming text message with a brief tone, just 3 words. "Thanks for your hard work." You Mian knew at a glance that it was sent by Pei Weiji. The boy leaned against the car window, his chin supported by his hands, his bright eyes staring out the window. Pei Weiji crossed his hands on his knees and suddenly asked, "Are you preparing for the preliminary round of the Xingchen Cup?" You Mian turned back in shock, "Yes." Pei Weiji said, "Come on." The slight embarrassment that You Mian had just felt disappeared completely under Pei Weiji's businesslike attitude, and was replaced by a rare sense of ease and comfort. After a few seconds of silence, Pei Weiji said calmly, "Although I have many questions to ask you, in order to avoid making you angry again, let's put them aside for now." You Mian lowered his head, the black brim of his hat obscuring the outline of his eyebrows and eyes, leaving only his fair and round chin exposed. "Mr. Pei must be busy with a lot of things every day, so don't bother with these little things." You Mian cleverly avoided the trap. Pei Weiji smiled with deep eyes. "Any future JL employee to whom I personally give an offer is no small matter." Before Pei Weiji finished speaking, the car had already stopped at the gate of A University. You Mian opened the car door and got out, then turned back and smiled. "I thought about it last night and I might have to reject Mr. Pei's kindness. JL's offer is what many art students dream of, but You Mian doesn't care." The boy's posture was casual, his manners and tone were free and easy. It was not that he was giving up reluctantly, but that he really didn't want to enter JL. Pei Weiji turned his head and looked at You Mian from inside the car, nodded and said in a deep voice, "I respect your choice, but I choose to extend the deadline for your decision. As long as you want to come again later, you are always welcome." You Mian held the car door open and smiled helplessly. "Boss Pei, you are very stubborn." Pei Weiji crossed his legs, and placed his big, bony hands on his knees, gently, not much less. You Mian raised his hand to press down the brim of his hat, closed the car door, turned around and walked into the school. Unlike any other ordinary school day, As soon as You Mian stepped into the first teaching building, he found many unfamiliar faces staring at him. From time to time, those people would lower their heads to glance at their mobile phone screens. It seems like he is sizing up and comparing something. You Mian had seen this kind of look that implied excitement and curiosity before, so he gripped the strap of his backpack in response and couldn't help but quicken his pace. It was not until You Mian stepped into the sculpture classroom that the strange look disappeared. But before You Mian could catch his breath, a female voice rang out in the classroom. Ku Miao was also holding her phone. When she saw You Mian, she was surprised and said, Mian, are you really participating in a dating show? I thought it was just someone with the same name as you, but it turns out to be you. You Mian frowned slightly. How did you know? Ku Miao stood up from her seat, walked to You Mian, and turned the phone screen she was looking at towards the boy. Here. Ku Miao pointed to the 5th and 7th hot searches on Weibo. Hashtag matching heartbeat preview hash. Hash unique amateur hash. You are the one in this amateur topic. Ku Miao exclaimed, I didn't expect you to look so good in front of the camera, Mian. You are simply the best looking of all the guests. Even Yan Guanqing is not as stunning as you. Ku Miao said excitedly, fuck. If this was a talent show, I would be the first to vote for you. You Mian frowned and scanned the topics on Weibo. The trailer for Matching Heartbeat has been released. I didn't expect that Hong Sheng had just communicated with them last night and put the trailer up today. He is really decisive. In the video, 8 guests appeared one by one, accompanied by a rhythmic BGM. The picture gives a close-up of all of them. You Mian stands alone by the floor-to-ceiling window with his head lowered. The sunlight shines on his side, blurring his outline and bringing out his extremely gentle, beautiful and gorgeous temperament. The barrage of comments, which had been sparse until now, suddenly increased in an instant. Oh my god, I want all the information about this little brother in 1 minute. Are you gentle? Woohoo, kiss and cuddle, this temperament, this face, this figure, I want to lick you. Amateur. Is he You Mian, who was mentioned in the official account? Ah, what a beautiful face. Sorry, Brother Yun, I'll just have to climb the wall for a second. Is it You Mian this account his? Why does he only have a dozen fans? They seem like zombie fans. A pure amateur. Damn, it feels like I'm following a talent show. Damn, my beautiful baby, please debut. No, please fall in love. Let me choose a son-in-law, who is worthy of my baby. The image of You Mian flashed by quickly, and the guests left the screen one by one. Huo Yanji chopped wood with his bare arms, his back tense and his muscles flowing. Yan Guanqing walked lazily along the beach, her long hair fluttering in the wind, her narrow eyes staring straight at the camera. Pei Weiji's picture is much simpler. A man wearing a long windbreaker is walking towards the door of the cottage. His back is tall and his profile is handsome and indifferent. The comments became crazier and crazier until Bai Lin's picture appeared, and fans' comments swarmed in. Baby Linlin. Director, please take good care of Linlin. I heard that the guests this time are all acquaintances. I wonder if there will be one shura scene after another. I am looking forward to it. Ha 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 ha, quickly recommend Bai Lin's shura field to your friends. After the close-up, there are flashbacks of interactions one after another. Yan Guanqing leaned over You Mian with his hands on the dining table. The two looked into each other's eyes without speaking. Huo Yanji sat on the sofa, thinking he was hidden, and kept looking at You Mian. Yan Tingxuan said in front of the French window, You Mian, join me in the group. Accompanied by the increasingly intense drum beats of the BGM, the scene finally froze at the moment when Yan Tingxuan and Pei Weiji walked towards the seat next to You Mian. Bai Lin's fans were in collective silence. Only passers-by fans were left screaming wildly. Ah, what is this? Is this the shura field? Brother Yun, what are you doing? It turns out he likes this kind of woo. You Mian. Mian baby, mommy doesn't allow you to have a love relationship. If you want to have a relationship, you can only talk to me. At Hong Sheng, when will the first episode be aired? My VIP membership is ready. Who understands? I was rolling around in my dorm room just by watching the trailer. Please release the first episode. Director, I kneel down. After watching the video, You Mian walked to the chair, put down his school bag, and said calmly to Ku Miao, don't worry, I won't participate in any talent show. It seems that the group of people staring at me just now was probably because of these two trending searches. Ku Miao was still looking down and browsing the topic. After a moment of happiness, he suddenly frowned and said, although many passers-by are praising your looks, many people with the same profile picture are criticizing you. Ku Miao squinted his eyes and read out the fan-ids of those with the same avatars. All my life for Lin, I only love Lin Bao, the girls of the Lin family. Ku Miao widened his eyes, are they all fans of Bai Lin? Chapter 20. You Mian just lowered his eyes and said indifferently, it has nothing to do with me. Ku Miao hissed, thinking that You Mian was good in every way except that he was too non-competitive. Although she was one of the few students in the class who could talk to You Mian and knew a little about You Mian's family background that others didn't know, it was only a little bit. Since You Mian was going to ignore it, Ku Miao didn't say anything more. He just sat back in his seat holding his phone and responded harshly to every fan page that was criticizing him. When Ku Miao looked up again, there was already a simple clay model on the table in front of You Mian. Ku Miao put away his phone and walked forward. In the empty sculpture room, the only sound was You Mian kneading the clay. Mian, what are you doing? Ku Miao remembered that You Mian's graduation project had already been completed in its preliminary draft, but this one was definitely not it. You Mian lifted the plastic wrap, scooped out a handful of mud from the mud bucket and smashed it on the small sculpture in front of him. The boy was wearing a loose and casual black sweatshirt with his sleeves rolled up, revealing his cold white arm skin. The reddish-brown mud splattered on his wrists, but he didn't care at all, his eyes were only focused on the sculpture in front of him. The Star Cup. You Mian frowned and thought while answering Ku Miao's question, I'm thinking about the theme of the preliminary round. Ku Miao was stunned for a few seconds, and then instantly fell into ecstasy. Mian. You passed the preliminaries. I knew you could do it. Without waiting for Ku Miao to be happy for a few seconds, You Mian said calmly, the tutor's internal recommendation quota. Ku Miao raised his hand and patted You Mian's shoulder nonchalantly, and said with a broad smile, among the dozen or so people in our class, who can get Teacher Chin's recommendation. It must be you. No matter what, you are now preparing for the preliminary round of the Xingchen Cup. The girl's tone was filled with genuine joy. She asked, what is the theme of the preliminary round? You should know that the Xingchen Cup is one of the best art competitions in the country, and the questions are always the most tricky and unpredictable. You Mian was thinking in his mind, standing in front of the sculpture table and frowning, he said, everything. As soon as the word, everything, came out, Ku Miao's expression instantly became extremely complicated. What the hell is this? The organizers of the event are too strict. It's simply the devil. An academic sculpture student like Ku Miao who calls himself a rookie and follows the rules will never be able to understand the world of the big guys. Whenever Chin Lan talked about the colors of inspiration in class, she was confused. What colors can sculpture have that can be called lively? It has been fixed in one position since it was sculpted. Moreover, Ku Miao felt that no matter how agile a sculpture was, could it be more agile than animation? But no matter how much Ku Miao couldn't understand, she knew that there were people with natural talents in this world. They had the most superb and exquisite skills and a color perception that was different from ordinary people. They can take any unoriginal material and make something exciting out of it. And You Mian in front of him was obviously included in them. The points, lines, colors, light and shade, perspective and composition of each of his works are extremely ornamental, and he always gets the highest score in the class in aesthetic evaluation. Ku Miao stood beside You Mian, half a head shorter than the boy. Everything. Ku Miao stared at the clay on the molding table for a long time, then suddenly covered his head and hissed, saying that he couldn't think anymore, or his brain would grow out if he kept thinking. It is graduation season now. A class of more than a dozen people in the sculpture department are doing internships, preparing for exams, and working on their graduation projects in professional sculpture studios outside the school, so the classrooms are now completely empty. Ku Miao has already received the offer, and coming to the classroom today is just a habit to kill time. So she immediately turned around, picked up her backpack and said with a smile, since you are busy with such an important matter, I won't disturb you by your side. Ku Miao walked to the door and made a cheering gesture to You Mian. The punk girl with neat short hair turned around and pointed at You Mian with her index finger with black nails. She then put her fist against her heart and smiled, Brother Mian, keep going. You Mian's hands were covered with reddish-brown clay. Hearing this, he raised his eyes and smiled, ah. Ku Miao blushed instantly, covered her heart with her hands, closed the door and left. This beauty is still as powerful as ever even after 4 years. The wall clock in the classroom moved from 8 in the morning to 11. The area around the modeling platform where You Mian was standing had been stained by clay. After realizing that the creation would last for a while, You Mian had already put on a transparent isolation suit. The boy's hair on his forehead was tied up with a black rubber band, and a small bun was tied on top of his head. The outline of his eyebrows and eyes was instantly revealed, and his gentle temperament was diluted a little by his focused and serious expression, making him look sharp and taciturn. This scene caused the matching heartbeat program crew's photographer, who was about to knock on the door with his camera, to stand outside the door and shoot for a long time. There is a messy sculpture in front of the boy in the camera, and it is impossible to tell what it is. At first glance, it may seem like a messy graffiti, but a closer look by an expert will reveal that the direction and light and dark settings of the sculpture are extremely tricky and brutal. 1 point more would be excessive, 1 point less would be insufficient. You Mian finally breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at the rough draft that he had spent 3 hours to create. At the same time, more than 10 kilometers away, in a huge cold-toned office on the top floor of the JL building in the center of Huajiang City, Vivian, the president's assistant, knocked on the door and entered wearing high heels, holding a document in her hand. "Boss Pei, this is the information I didn't have time to give you yesterday. The other party is the promotional guest of the program team that we are working with." Pei Yg raised his hand to sign his name on the last page of the contract. The large and flamboyant characters fell, and the pen cap was put back into the cap. Pei Yg raised his eyes to look at Vivian and asked, "Are you talking about You Mian?" Vivian was stunned because Pei Yg had never asked about such things before. But she immediately answered with a professional attitude, "Yes, Mr. Pei, this is the risk assessment report given by the planning team. They believe that if the promotional guest is You Mian, the risks in the later stage may be." Before Vivian could finish, Pei Yg interrupted her and said, "Put it here." Vivian paused, stepped forward and placed the documents in her hand on the desk. The woman in a red business suit took a few steps back but still dutifully stated the result given by the planning team. "Perhaps there is a more suitable choice among the guests." Pei Yg raised his eyes silently, his eyes were sharp and captivating. The man asked coldly, "More suitable?" Vivian responded, "Yes, that's Bai Lin." Pei Yg tapped the document with his finger, said nothing, and just asked Vivian to go out. Vivian immediately understood that Pei Yg didn't want to change people, so she stopped talking and turned away. She never doubted every decision Pei Yg made. The sound of the door closing was heard, and Pei Yg lowered his head and looked at the documents in front of him in silence for a long time. Herein lies all the things that have always puzzled him: You Mian's background, family background and all his interpersonal relationships. Pei Yg lowered his eyes and frowned coldly. "Someone has warned you," again and again. The man tapped his fingers on the table, then raised his hand and put the unopened document into the cabinet. This was truly an exception for Pei Yg, who was accustomed to fighting information warfare. When You Mian returned to the cabin at noon, there was no one else in the living room on the first floor. It seemed that everyone had gone out to work and had not returned yet. As soon as he opened the bedroom door, he saw the task card placed on the bedside table by the program team. On the front page of the card, there were 4 big words written in cute pink font, matching heartbeats. You Mian flipped it open and saw the meeting places and times of the guests who had chosen the church painting. His afternoon appointment was still more than 2 hours away, which was enough time for him to have a good rest. You Mian took a quick shower and was sitting on the bed drying his hair and opening his Sudoku book when he heard Guan Tong's voice coming from the stairs of the cabin. Guan Tong seemed to be chatting with someone, and the footsteps of 2 people gradually moved away from the stairs to the kitchen. Suddenly, one of them paused, changed his mind and headed towards the kitchen, and turned around and walked straight towards You Mian's door. Knock knock. After knocking on the door, young Guanqing leaned against the door frame with his arms folded across his chest and asked lazily, "You Mian?" You Mian lowered his head and glanced at the Sudoku frame, intending to respond in silence. There was silence outside the door for a few seconds, but young Guanqing did not leave as he expected. Instead, he knocked on the door again. "I saw your shoes at the entrance." Young Guanqing snorted and laughed, "Are you hiding from me on purpose?" Young Guanqing leaned against the door and was about to speak when suddenly the door in front of him was slammed open from the inside. You Mian stood in the room with wet hair, her curly chestnut brown hair drooping down and dripping with water. The boy wore a loose white t-shirt, revealing his cold white collarbone and slender neck. Young Guanqing didn't move his gaze, narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled. No wonder you didn't open the door, are you taking a shower? You Mian said coldly, why are you knocking on the door? I'm ready to rest. Young Guanqing sighed, tilted his head and leaned closer, with a look of evil interest in his narrow eyes. It's okay, I'll just knock. You Mian grabbed the door handle and was about to close the door, but Young Guanqing suddenly raised his hand and slammed the door. You Mian looked up at Young Guanqing in surprise. After all, this is still a recording of a program. Is Young Guanqing really not afraid that this segment will be broadcast and trigger a fan war? But You Mian changed his mind and thought again. Young Guanqing in the book was a vicious and sarcastic person who was extremely arrogant. He always did things based on his own preferences. The halo and concerns of the movie Emperor must be meaningless to him. Young Guanqing asked in confusion, your hair is naturally curly. I thought you had it styled. You Mian looked a little impatient. Hey, kid, are you sure you want to show this kind of attitude to a male star who just stayed up all night to finish an announcement and came back to see you without stopping? Young Guanqing said in an arrogant tone, I'm so sad. You Mian refused to give in and said coldly, then you will die of grief. Young Guanqing laughed, his interest clearly growing. Just as the two were in a stalemate, the door of the cabin was opened. A tall figure passed by the door of You Mian's room. Pei Yiji turned his head and glanced at her. His eyes passed through You Mian's wet hair and fell on the Sudoku book that was casually spread out on the desk in the room. Pei Yiji stopped and stood outside the door. Have you had lunch? Pei Yiji asked calmly, as if he hadn't seen the confrontation between Young Guanqing and You Mian. But even with such a simple sentence, Young Guanqing still loosened his grip and took a step back. You Mian said calmly, I've eaten in the school cafeteria. Pei Yiji nodded, then pointed at the Sudoku book in the room and looked at You Mian with an approving expression. You Mian, who was inexplicably praised, said. Chapter 21. You Mian gripped the door handle tightly, raised his eyes and asked, Boss Pei, do you have anything else to say? You Mian in front of him was leaning against the door with one hand, his half-wet chestnut brown hair hanging down in front of his forehead. His whole body was moisturized, and he exuded a fresh scent after bathing. Pei Yiji's eyes paused slightly. The man seemed a little tired. He raised his hand and tugged at his tie. The loose collar made Pei Yiji's neat appearance lose some strength. He gently rubbed the bridge of his nose, shook his head and said, It's okay. Have a good rest. After Pei Yiji finished speaking, he nodded slightly at You Mian and walked towards the next room. Seeing Pei Yiji leave, You Mian no longer had any scruples and slammed the door in front of Young Guanqing. Young Guanqing was blocked outside the door once again, and couldn't help laughing out of anger. He walked closer to the door, raised his hand and knocked twice with his fingers bent. Young Guanqing knew that You Mian could hear him, so he warned him, You Mian, this is the second time. You Mian ignored what Young Guanqing said through the door. He picked up the thin towel he had just used to wipe his hair and covered the camera in the room with it. He set the alarm and slept until the afternoon. When he woke up again, You Mian heard the voices of other guests talking in the living room outside the door. It's not difficult to tell from the voices that it's Guan Tong and Shen Nanzhao. Although the black sweatshirt he wore in the morning was not stained with clay, You Mian still got up and changed his clothes without any hurry. The boy took out an earbone Bluetooth headset from his bag and put it on his left ear. He wore a loose orange sports jacket and comfortable black overalls that made his legs look straight and slender. At first glance, there is a crisp vitality, like a cluster of warm sunshine. There are billions of stars in the Milky Way galaxy. One of them is our sun. From the headphones came extremely standard American English, in a documentary style, explaining everything about the universe. You Mian opened the door and walked out of the room, his expression normal. But no one knew that at this moment his heart had completely left the next date. He was just listening carefully to the popular science documentary in his headphones, trying every minute to absorb new inspiration that could be used in sculpture. The two people sitting on the sofa in the living room turned around when they heard the sound. When Guan Tong saw that it was You Mian, he immediately rushed over happily and asked, You Mian, did you have a good rest? You Mian lowered his eyes and smiled gently, not bad. Guan Tong held You Mian's arm affectionately and chattered about the interesting things that happened when he and other guests had lunch together at noon. Guantong's pink hair was loosely draped on top of her head, her makeup was delicate and clean, her lip gloss looked bright and her foundation was lightly applied. He still had 3 or 4 red earrings jingling on his ears, which made him look very bold and individual in the camera. The freelance nature of blogger status gave Guantong a whole morning of rest time, so he seemed more lively than others at this time. Luckily, Brother Huo and Nan Xiao helped me, otherwise I really don't know how to prepare this meal. Guantong smiled with his tongue out, looking apologetic. Only then did You Mian remember that it seemed to be Guantong's turn to prepare lunch today. Guantong walked beside You Mian and said, Brother Huo's boxing match and Nan Xiao's cello tour have just ended. It's rare that both of them have free time now, so they helped me prepare lunch. Guantong turned sideways, clasped his hands together, smiled at Shen Nanzhao and said, Thank you, Brother Shen, for saving my life. The expression is smart and cute. Shen Nanzhao, wearing a green casual outfit, walked behind the two of them at a distance. Hearing this, he said gently, It's okay. I happen to be free recently. I really like cooking. Don't bother me. The hut was completely empty. You Mian frowned and asked in confusion, Where are the others? The alarm hadn't rung when he got up, so there was no way he could be late. Guantong pointed outside and said with a smile, It seems that the time on the date card that the production team gave to Linglin is 10 minutes earlier than ours. They are all waiting outside. As for Bai Lin, Guantong wrinkled his nose and said, It seems that he hasn't finished packing yet. Let's go first. As soon as Guantong finished speaking, the 3 of them walked out of the room and saw 4 cars parked on the soft white sand beach. Sure enough, the 4 guests from Lily of the Valley side were standing by the car door at this moment. Each of them had a handsome figure and looked very handsome. When they saw Iris Fang, the guest in the hut, finally come out, their expressions changed a little. Yan Tingxuan and Huo Yanji stood by the doors of the last 2 cars, holding cards from the Rounded Lines group in their hands. Young Guanqing and Pei Yiji were standing next to the first 2 doors. Facing the 3 guests from the Iris party who came out of the flower bed outside the cottage, young Guanqing suddenly raised his hand and snapped his fingers. His beautiful androgynous eyes stared straight at You Mian, and the man invited, Get in the car. The sea breeze blows gently, and her long hair flies. What happened to be playing in You Mian's headphones was a story about the birth of a star. He couldn't deny that young Guanqing's extremely beautiful facial features were attractive. But You Mian couldn't deny that young Guanqing's temper was more attention-grabbing than his appearance. Good looks, bad temper. So You Mian smiled softly towards the camera, and then walked straight towards Pei Yiji's car. Young Guanqing was silent for a moment. Young Guanqing. When he saw You Mian really got into another car, young Guanqing leaned against the car door with one hand, twisted his leather shoes, and said through gritted teeth, Good job. The 4 guests were divided into a group, 2 in each car. Seeing You Mian finally got into Pei Yiji's car, Guantong couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and chose to open young Guanqing's car door. Compared to young Guanqing's sharp tongue, Guantong is more afraid of Pei Yiji's icy face. After all, young Guanqing was not the kind of person who would lose his temper on innocent people. The situation had already been decided, and he could only put on his sunglasses and get into the car without saying a word. Guantong pulled the seat belt with trembling heart, but after a few seconds, his nervousness was swept away, because the person sitting next to him was young Guanqing. Guantong is a fan of young Guanqing. He has watched countless of his movies and TV series, and even watched his online autograph sessions. Now that he was really sitting in the passenger seat of young Guanqing's car, Guantong's heart began to beat uncontrollably. This afternoon is the first date since the show started. It is also the first date after sending the heart-warming text message. After last night's heart-warming text messages, all the guests' heartbeats became much clearer. Guantong was very curious about who everyone else had sent it to, but according to the cabin rules he couldn't ask directly, so he could only quietly observe some clues during lunch. Shen Nanzhao looked dignified and gentle. The only guests who communicated more frequently in the past 2 days were Yan Tingxuan and Huo Yanji. Guantong knew that Shen Nanzhao and Yan Tingxuan knew each other before, but judging from their performance in the cabin, he couldn't tell that Shen Nanzhao had any special attention for Yan Tingxuan. If Shen Nanzhao sent the text message to Huo Yanji, the figure of Huo Yanji appeared in Guantong's mind, and then Shen Nanzhao appeared. But compared to the heartthrob guests, these 2 people seem more like good friends. Guantong frowned in confusion, this was really too hard to guess. On the other hand, the heart-moving plot about Bai Lin is too simple, so simple that Guantong doesn't even need to guess to know which guest sent the messages to Bai Lin. Yan Tingxuan has been very close to Bai Lin since he entered the room. Although Huo Yanji showed some attention to You Mian at the beginning, the person he communicated with most frequently in the end was still Bai Lin. The two guests from Lily of the Valley party must have sent heart-warming messages to Bai Lin. Guantong looked at Yun Guanqing beside him nervously. Yun Guanqing should have also sent it to Bai Lin. As a little fan, my excited heart couldn't help but feel a little sour when I thought of this. Guantong hissed, unknowingly he had put You Mian and Pei Yiji in a position of mutual affection. Because of Pei Yiji's cold face, few guests in the room dared to talk to him, except You Mian. During the car selection session just now, Guantong was almost scared to death, and he prayed that You Mian could sit in Pei Yiji's car. The result actually came true. It seemed that You Mian was really not afraid of Pei Yiji. Pei Yiji changed into a black jacket, and he was still reserved and domineering. The taciturn man turned around and got into the car without saying anything. It was not until You Mian sat in the passenger seat and fastened his seat belt that Pei Yiji's voice lazily sounded in the car. You are getting more and more adept at using the shield. Pei Yiji glanced sideways, his stern eyebrows raised slightly, Student Yu. With a click, the seat belt is buckled. You Mian raised his hand and pressed the earphone on his left ear. The popular science book that had been ringing in his ears finally stopped at this moment and became quiet. I thought we reached a consensus. You Mian said calmly. Pei Yiji shifted the gears with his big hands with bulging veins, and his tight arm muscles on the steering wheel showed a sense of power that could not be ignored. Pei Yiji's eyes turned pale when he heard this, and he asked, when did it happen? You Mian said casually, last night. The director asked if we could cut our scenes together. President Pei, did you agree? Pei Yiji paused for a few seconds after hearing this, and during this gap he saw the car behind him drive away quickly. You Mian realized belatedly that he was now letting Pei Yiji act as his driver. This kind of opportunity was really rare. Pei Yiji drives like he does, serious and calm, rational enough not to make the slightest mistake. Pei Yiji, who had been silent for a few minutes, suddenly spoke up. Since you will repeatedly use me as a shield in the following programs, we must be more disciplined. You Mian couldn't help but smile, and looked at Pei Yiji with curved eyebrows. The boy turned sideways and opened the car window. The wind outside the window blew on his face, and his messy chestnut brown hair gently brushed across his eyebrows and forehead. The whole person is chic and bright. You Mian asked, Boss Pei wants to sign a contract with me. Pei Yiji's eyes trembled when he heard this, and a very faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Not really, he said. Pei Yiji, I just want to know to what extent you need me as a shield. You Mian turned his head to look at Pei Yiji with some surprise. I remember Mr. Pei said you are not a philanthropist. Pei Yiji's arms tightened around the steering wheel. The man's Adam's apple rolled, and he said in a deep voice, JL also has an independent charity foundation. Also, I am very tolerant and patient with talented people. Pei Yiji's tone was sincere and did not sound fake. You Mian knew that with Pei Yiji's personality, he would not bother to say such polite words, and what he said must be his true thoughts. You Mian raised his eyebrows, no longer trying to hide his emotion, and smiled refreshingly. I didn't expect Pei Yiji to be such an interesting person. I thought it was an extremely old-fashioned glacier, but it actually has such a humane side. Just give me a hint in advance when you need my help. Pei Yiji never fights a battle without preparation. You Mian raised his hand and pressed his fingertips on his brows, frowning, I'm doing this for you, okay. Pei Yiji glanced at You Mian, then frowned and said calmly, change one. You Mian let go and was stunned for a moment. The next second, Pei Yiji's voice was heard in the car. You should be able to smile with 8 teeth showing. My genius. Chapter 22. After Pei Yiji finished speaking, the car fell into silence. You Mian's eyes were bright, and he smiled and said, 8 teeth sounds a bit difficult. But I'll try my best. Pei Yiji glanced at the GoPro in the car, and when he found that it was indeed turned off, his earlobes turned red little by little. You Mian suppressed his smile and waited for a while before raising his hand to turn on the camera. The plan of the two people just now was completely concealed in the car, and they quietly shared a secret with each other. The celebrity guests in the observation room took their seats one by one and put on their headsets. Guo-su patted the table with an excited look on his face and said, "Yesterday's recording session ended without letting us see the final heart-warming text message segment. Director Hong Sheng is really good at controlling people." Shi Rui pointed at her eyes exaggeratedly and said for show effect, "Look at my dark circles. I didn't sleep well last night because I was thinking about this." Seeing this, Guo-su lowered his head and tugged at the top of his head, which had just been styled, and said, "I was so anxious about the show that I almost lost my hair." The host Ku Xiao smiled helplessly and hurriedly stopped the exaggerated performance of these two clowns. All right. Ku Xiao held the card and tapped it on the table. "The results of yesterday's heart-thumping text messages haven't come out yet, but we know that today's show will be the first date for the guests. Do you remember who was assigned to a group with whom?" Ku Xiao pulled the whiteboard with the good movement lines already connected to it towards him. Shi Rui lifted her curly hair, lowered her head to look at her notes and said, "I remember You Mian, Guantong, Brother Yun and Mr. Pei were assigned to one group, and the other guests were in another group." Ku Xiao nodded, "Yes, then let's first look at who each guest sent text messages to during last night's heart-beating text messages segment." The giant screen that had been prepared in the observation room was turned on and began to play the heart-warming text message footage that had been left as a suspense last night. The first guest who appeared in the roughly edited first shot was You Mian, who was sitting on the bed. Shi Rui carefully observed the handsome boy who appeared in the camera and said, "The guest sent by You Mian should be Mr. Pei. He had already chosen him when he was at the beach." A group of people nodded in agreement. Sure enough, You Mian, who was lying beside the bed, opened his phone, edited the content and sent the text message. The whole process was smooth and efficient, which was amazing. Guo-su smiled and said, "It seems that You Mian didn't hesitate either. His choice is the same as when he was at the beach." No one expected that Pei Yg, as an investor, who happened to participate in the show, actually had the possibility of falling in love. The picture flashed and was divided into 3 grids, each occupying a corner of the screen. Inside were the other 3 guests from Iris Party, Guantong, Shen Nanzhao and Bai Lin. Shi Rui looked at the heartbeat line in the observation room. Guantong will most likely send it to Yun Guanqing, but it's harder to guess for Shen Nanzhao and Bai Lin. Everyone stared at the screen, and saw a shot of 3 people pressing the send button at the same time. The post-production pink envelope grew wings and flew to the 4 guest rooms of Lily of the Valley Party. Hong Sheng never keeps people in suspense at such moments. The next second, You Mian's letter appeared. "Nice to meet you, thank you. Pretty standard. Guantong really sent it to Yun Guanqing. I didn't expect to see you here. I'm looking forward to the days ahead. Shen Nanzhao actually sent it to Huo Yanji. Seeing once is worse than hearing about it." The celebrity guests looked at Shen Nanzhao and Yan Tingxuan who were connected on the whiteboard and sighed helplessly, thinking that they had made the wrong choice. Only Guo-su raised his hands and shouted yes. "I said he would send it to Huo Yanji," Guo-su said proudly. "I was right, wasn't I?" Before everyone finished laughing, it was Bai Lin's turn to make the choice. All the celebrity guests present leaned forward at once. Who could it be? The scene suddenly changed and the scene of Lily of the Valley appeared. The sending process of the 3 guests, Yun Guanqing, Huo Yanji and Yan Tingxuan, was also very quick, and their letters all flew to Bai Lin's room. Bai Lin's cell phone also happened to ring 3 times. Ku Xiao hissed when he saw this. "I didn't expect the competition to be so intense at the beginning of the show." Shi Rui held her chin up and didn't say anything. Bai Lin's letter was finally revealed, and he sent it to Yan Tingxuan. "The chef's dishes are always so delicious." There was a cheer in the observation room. "You guessed it right." Finally it was Pei Ygi's turn. It seems that Pei Yg is very intimidating, and Hong Sheng quickly skipped over his scenes during editing. The man in the room was sitting behind a desk with a laptop in front of him and headphones on his left ear, seemingly busy working. It was not until the time for the heart-warming text message was almost over that he made a pause gesture to the computer screen, picked up the phone and started editing the text message with one hand. Compared to the quick sending of others, Pei Yg paused for a long time. This pause seemed a little surprising to the other guests in the observation room. Because Pei Yg has always been a man who is so decisive and swift that people are afraid of him, no one expected that he would have this moment of hesitation while holding his phone. But just 3 seconds later, Pei Yg lowered his eyes and typed a few words, and the send button was pressed. The envelope flew to You Mian's room along with the post-production. The cheers in the on-site observation room could not be suppressed and rang out. They were even more genuine than the ones in the shura field just now. Ku Xiaodu had almost forgotten the reminder from the production team, and said with a smile, "It looks like another pair of two-way arrows has appeared in our program." Guo Su sighed after being happy. Although the two people's heartbeats are connected, look carefully at the content they sent to each other. You Mian said thank you in a conventional way, and Mr. Pei sent a thank you for your hard work. Guo Su's remark cooled down the excitement in the venue a little. Shi Rui agreed and chimed in, "Yeah, the heart-thumping text messages on the first day don't mean much. Maybe they were just sent to people they had more contact with." Ku Xiao raised his eyebrows, "That makes sense. I've finished reading the heart-warming messages. Director Hong Sheng just happened to receive a message that the guests in the cabin have divided into 2 groups and arrived at the meeting place. Let's take a look together." As soon as You Mian got off the car, he found that a circle of cameras had been set up at the meeting place written on the card. When he took off his headphones, Pei Yg walked over to his side. Pei Yg said in a deep voice, "You guessed it right, it's snooker." You Mian tilted his head and said, "I'm lucky." Pei Yg was standing next to You Mian. When he heard this, he suddenly turned his eyes to look at the boy intently. The large orange coat made his cheeks look even colder and paler, and he had a carefree smile on his face, as if the boy himself really believed what he said about his good luck. Pei Yg lowered his eyes and looked away, without saying anything. In the huge and spacious golf course, Guantong and Yan Guanqing, who had arrived earlier than them, were already choosing golf clubs. Guantong saw You Mian and Pei Yg walk in one after another, and walked closer excitedly and said, "You Mian, you are so amazing, it turns out to be a rule-based game." Yan Guanqing's gaze fell on You Mian for 2 seconds, and finally stopped on Pei Yg. He raised his hand and threw a golf club at Pei Yg, with a somewhat provocative expression on his face. "Boss Pei, do you want to choose a club? Or can you play with anyone?" Yan Guanqing's long hair was not tied behind her head, but was floating down on her shoulders. She wore a leather jacket and her silver trouser chain dangled on the side of her thigh, giving her a very star-like look. Pei Yg stood in place and raised his hand to take the golf club that was thrown to him. The man's straight and broad shoulders did not move at all, but his hand rubbed the tip of the golf club as usual. Pei Yg raised his eyes and chin slightly, his aura instantly sharpened, he smiled coldly and forcefully, and said, "Just a tool." After saying that, Pei Yg walked directly towards the huge billiard table placed in the center of the billiard hall. Several long incandescent lamps were lit on the ceiling of the enclosed and airy billiard hall, shining directly onto the billiard table below, making every fixed point extremely clear. Perhaps because they were recording a program, there were only 4 of them in the huge hall. There were exquisite fruit platters and cold drinks on the sofas and chairs next to the pool table, but no one paid attention to them at the moment. Guantong followed You Mian to choose golf clubs. He couldn't help but turn around and whispered, "Boss Pei is still so scary." Today, Pei Yg changed out of his crisp suit and put on a black jacket. But even so, that overwhelming cold temperament still makes people tremble. You Mian picked up a cue at random, took a piece of chocolate powder and turned to walk towards the table. He frowned slightly at Guantong's question and said, "Really? I think it's okay." Guantong thought helplessly that You Mian didn't seem to be frozen at all when facing Pei Yg. It seems that these two people really have a strange magnetic field that others cannot see, and they are inexplicably compatible. Yan Guanqing leaned on the pool table and looked at Pei Yg opposite him, grinning. "Want a competition, Mr. Pei?" Yan Guanqing issued a challenge. In an instant, the staff of the program team turned the camera to focus directly on Pei Yg and Yan Guanqing on both sides of the table, as if they had discussed it beforehand. "Take close-ups without hesitation." Pei Yg heard the sound and turned around, his eyes deep. "Staff." The camera turned again and finally left Pei Yg's direction. "What are we competing for?" Pei Yg calmly rubbed chocolate powder on the leather tip of the golf cue with a skilled posture. Yan Guanqing's gaze passed over You Mian swiftly and unpredictably. "The one with the highest score." Yan Guanqing leaned over the table and said lazily, "The one with the highest score can choose the next date first." Yan Guanqing looked at Pei Yg with great interest after he finished speaking. "Boss Pei, do you dare to place a bet?" The staff of the program looked at each other in confusion. Just when Pei Yg was calmly still not expressing his opinion, You Mian, who was sitting on the sofa watching the show, suddenly stood up and walked over. The boy stood beside Pei Yg and smiled very beautifully, then turned to look at Yan Guanqing, raised his eyebrows and suggested, "It would be so boring to leave me and Guantong alone." Yan Guanqing was stunned for a moment, then looked up at You Mian. 1v1 is boring. You Mian frowned and laughed cruelly. His gentle appearance was partially shattered at this moment, revealing his inner wildness. We're 2-2. You Mian pushed the tripod with 15 red balls on it towards Yan Guanqing as if placing a bet. He raised his eyes and asked, "Do you dare?" Chapter 23. Yan Guanqing's pupils suddenly shrank. The man lowered his head slightly and leaned closer to the pool table. His eyes were fixed on You Mian, and his interest in them became more and more intense and meaningful. "I dare you." Yan Guanqing smiled and turned his gaze to Pei Yg, asking, "Who will go first?" Pei Yg silently picked up the cue and walked towards the table, assuming a batting stance neatly and beautifully, with his arms straight and close, and the curvature of his fingers extremely perfect. This scene is a textbook action. Pei Yg did not directly answer Yan Guanqing's question, but told Yan Guanqing with his one-shot technique. Him first. With a crisp bang, the white ball hits a red ball in a straight line, and the impact force makes the red ball quickly enter the pocket. You Mian looked sideways at the scene on the table and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows in surprise. 2 points. You Mian said. "I didn't expect Pei Yig's skills were so good, they were almost at competition level." After the ball went into the pocket, Pei Yg didn't even give Yan Guanqing a chance to play. The man walked calmly and confidently towards the next hitting point. Lean in close, arms straight, fingertips slightly bent. Another crisp bang sounded in the empty ballroom, slowly but unmistakably stirring up the excitement of everyone present. You Mian smiled. 4 points. Guantong stood beside You Mian in a daze. He had no idea how things had turned out like this. He knows nothing about snooker. How can he play? But now looking at Pei Yig's performance, Guantong feels that he has no chance to play. Pei Yg walked around the table half a circle with a normal expression, his sharp eyes piercing at the red ball in the distance like a knife, instantly fixing the best position. Once again he raised his hand and leaned over to strike. Bang, bang, comma. You Mian counted the points. In less than 5 minutes, Pei Yg had already won 48 points by himself. There is now one 2-point red ball and one 7-point black ball left on the field. Pei Yg stood beside the pool table with his eyes downcast, wiping the tip of the cue with chocolate powder in his hand, looking so relaxed and at ease that it was outrageous. Yan Guanqing, who was standing across the table, had an expression on his face that could no longer be described as ugly. He was severely humiliated, and the tone and gesture he had used to clamor for a bet disappeared completely, leaving only a frown and an angry expression. Guantong didn't have time to observe Yan Guanqing at this moment. All his attention was attracted by Pei Yg on the field. He approached You Mian and asked softly, "You Mian, you should know the rules of snooker. Mr. Pei scored so many goals, why is it only 48 points now?" Guantong is a short video blogger. Although he does not understand the specific rules of snooker, he has heard about how many points national-level players have scored in competitions. The scores all start from 70, and some are over 100. Seeing Pei Yig's unrivaled professionalism, he should have scored at least 100 points. You Mian calmly explained, "In a snooker match, players will deliberately make obstacles to make the opponent incur penalty points. Once the penalty points are added up, the total score will go up." But now Pei Yg obviously did not have the mood to compete with Yan Guanqing. Or maybe this man is used to one shot. Rather than competing in the game, Pei Yg seemed more interested in ending this farce of a bet by quickly finishing a round. In snooker, without the obstructing balls that are designed to embarrass the opponent, the total score will of course be less. Guantong nodded repeatedly as if he had suddenly realized something, "So that's how it is." You Mian. Guantong quietly pulled You Mian's sleeve and asked with a smile, "Outsiders watch the excitement, insiders watch the doorway. Can you tell what Mr. Pei's skills are like? What's his level?" You Mian was silent for a while, and when he looked up at Pei Yg, the man suddenly turned his head and looked over at him coincidentally. The two people looked at each other in shock for a while. Suddenly, You Mian saw a faint smile on Pei Yig's face. It was like a corner of a glacier had broken off. Pei Yiji asked in a deep voice, do you want to fight? You Mian looked back without dodging, nor did he answer directly. Instead, he took the golf club and walked to Pei Yiji's side and went onto the stage. Pei Yiji put away his cue and stepped back, apparently leaving the table to You Mian. At this moment, there is only one red ball and one black ball left on the field. You Mian didn't say much, but leaned over the pool table. Her loose orange jacket fell down around her narrow waist, covering all the gaps and instantly outlining a very seductive line. But the boy seemed to be unaware of this and was concentrating on staring at the hitting point in the distance. His chestnut brown hair draped across his forehead, and his pair of tender green-amber pupils were particularly bright under the incandescent light above his head. Pei Yiji could tell how good You Mian's skills were just by looking at his posture. But just when he thought he would hear a few crisp sounds of the ball hitting the ground, You Mian suddenly raised his hand and made 2 hits. The white ball did not hit the ball in a straight line, but went straight to the side of the table. It changed direction with a thud, and a second later it hit the side of the table again, changing its rolling direction, and finally it gently hit the black ball worth 7 points. Because the path of the white ball was changed twice, the force of the hit was reduced again and again. When the black ball was finally hit, it did not enter the pocket, but rolled slowly and slowly. Finally, it rolled and stopped between the white ball and the red ball, blocking the next person's hitting route exactly, not a point more or less. Pei Yiji crossed his arms and looked up. Although his expression was still as cold as before, it seemed that one could inexplicably see his happiness from this icy face. You Mian stood up and raised his eyebrows, looking at Yan Guanqing with a gentle smile, and said softly, "It's your turn." The staff of the program crew shuddered when they watched the scene recorded on camera. Mingming You Mian's smile was gentle and his tone was soft. "But I don't know why, it always makes me feel like my heart is suddenly clenched and jumps violently." Yan Guanqing looked at the obstacle ball made by You Mian and felt a strong interest and a slight anger rising in his heart at the same time. The obstacle ball made by You Mian was perfect, leaving almost no room for hitting. Even if Yan Guanqing stood up and walked onto the stage, the result would only be a penalty. Therefore, Yan Guanqing directly raised his hand and waved towards You Mian, indicating that he accepted the penalty. "I didn't expect your ball skills to be so good." Yan Guanqing lowered his brows. "You are a hidden talent." You Mian didn't say anything, as if he had anticipated this result. This time the boy did not hesitate or make any obstacles. Instead, he raised his hand and leaned forward, the red and black balls on the table reflected in his amber pupils. Bang! The red ball went into the pocket neatly. Another bang! The black balls were harvested in an instant. You Mian subconsciously turned his head and stretched out his right hand to make a high-five gesture towards Pei Yiji. Before he could come to his senses, a big, dry and warm hand held his palm. Pei Yiji raised his hand and touched You Mian's. The man said in a deep voice, "Bravo." You Mian was stunned for a moment, as if the tip of his ear was itchy. Pei Yiji's touch was so quick and light that people hardly felt any discomfort. Yan Guanqing stood aside with his arms crossed. Seeing this, he lazily sighed and said, "I admit defeat. Next time we go out, Mr. Pei will choose the person first." Pei Yiji put the cue in his hand aside and said calmly, "It's just a win in a snooker game." Yan Guanqing's lazy look was slightly restrained. "I don't think Iris would accept the chance to be selected first with only 66 points. Pei Yiji frowned coldly. "The chips for gambling should be chosen with those in your hands, rather than bringing anyone else to the table." Yan Guanqing's eyes darkened and his gaze involuntarily fell on You Mian. "Mr. Pei is right," Yan Guanqing said with a wry smile. You Mian put down his golf club and turned to walk towards the rest area. Guan Tong, who had been sitting and watching, was a bit nervous. He ate his fruit plate and asked with a smile, "Are you guys still going to play? The drinks here are delicious. Why don't you all come over and sit for a while?" Yan Guanqing raised his eyes sinisterly, holding the golf club in his hand and said, "Boss Pei got all the limelight just now, I want to compete for the spotlight too." The celebrity guests in the observation room couldn't help but laugh helplessly as they watched Yan Guanqing being repeatedly humiliated. "Yan Guanqing is too radical." Guo Su held his forehead and said disapprovingly, "Even if he wants to choose the next date first, he shouldn't use this method." Ku Xiao agreed, "This kind of betting method will disgust the 2 Iris guests, right? What do you think, Shirui?" Shirui and Yan Guanqing have acted in several movies together, so they are considered acquaintances. Of course she knew that young Guanqing was sarcastic and arrogant in front of the camera, but this was a program recording session and she had no idea how many of young Guanqing's fans would be watching when the show was broadcast. So she really restrained her comments a lot, and she said, maybe I cared too much about it. Brother Yun has such a temper, he is a bit aggressive and unforgiving. Ku Xiao asked with a smile, Shirui, do you think young Guanqing's thoughts have changed after what happened just now? Young Guanqing's heart-warming text message was sent to Bai Lin, but just now he inexplicably confronted Pei Yiji. It was clear that Bai Lin, the person young Guanqing was texting his crush on, had nothing to do with Pei Yiji, and the two had never even spoken more than one sentence to each other. Therefore, young Guanqing's hostility seemed inexplicable at this time. If we follow logical reasoning, there is only one explanation for young Guanqing's strong and sharp hostility. Shi Rui said, maybe young Guanqing's heart has changed to Guantong or You Mian. She actually wanted to say it more directly, You Mian. After all, the only person who could choose Pei Yiji in the show was You Mian. But there are exceptions to everything, and Shirui doesn't want to set a flag. Ku Xiao and Guo Su looked at each other, and almost everyone present agreed with this point of view. It looks like the next day's heart-warming text messages will undergo major changes. Ku Xiao clapped his hands and smiled teasingly. After young Guanqing finished playing 2 rounds of solo ball, the program team sent him another date card. Guantong drank his cold drink and asked in surprise, there's another game. I have to say the program crew was really well prepared. For example, in this snooker match, Guantong had no place to perform at all. Don't know what the next one will be. The program crew walked straight up to Pei Yiji and handed him the card. At this moment, not only Guantong, but even You Mian who was sitting next to him showed a look of surprise. You should know that director Hong Sheng has been avoiding letting Pei Yiji appear in too many shots since the filming of the show started. This was also agreed upon before Pei Yiji participated in the show. But now the production team walked directly to Pei Yiji and asked him to take the date card. It is obvious that the intention is to increase Pei Yiji's appearance time in the show. You Mian glanced sideways at Pei Yiji, not knowing how this man would react. Unexpectedly but also understandably, Pei Yiji took the card calmly without changing his expression. Or even if there were changes, they could not be seen on his cold, icy face. Pei Yiji flipped open the card and said word by word in a cold voice, please go to the next meeting place. The address is as follows. It is a flat-topped mountain located in the south of Huajiang City. It has a wide view and usually few people. Guantong asked in confusion, go to the mountain. Are there any special games on the mountain? Although everyone was confused, since the next meeting place of the program crew had appeared, they all stood up and walked out. Young Guanqing lazily fell behind the 4 people and became much less talkative. You Mian took the card and glanced at it. The boy smiled when he saw the small address at the bottom. Maybe I have guessed what the production team wants us to do. You Mian said. Guantong held his face in astonishment, with an expression of great admiration, oh my god. You Mian, how do you know everything? Tell me, have you discussed this with the director of the program in advance? Guantong jokingly put his arm around You Mian's shoulder. The close distance forced him to face her beauty head-on, and he instantly forgot what he had just said. Pei Yiji opened the car door and fixed his eyes on You Mian. Or is it just luck? You Mian smiled at Guantong, was slightly stunned when he heard the words, and turned to look at Pei Yiji. The boy raised his eyebrows and said, it's not luck this time. You will know when you get there. Pei Yiji pursed his lips with some satisfaction. You Mian looked confused when he saw the man's expression. This time, You Mian kept it a secret, and they drove to the foot of the mountain in less than 20 minutes, and then spent another 10 minutes climbing to the top of the mountain. Compared to the 4 guests who seemed relatively relaxed, the cameramen with cameras mounted on their shoulders looked much more tired. As soon as the 4 of them reached the top of the mountain, they saw the shooting location that the program crew had already arranged. Guantong looked at the huge new venue on the top of the mountain with joy and excitement, and said breathlessly, it looks like this is it. You Mian seemed to have been here many times. He didn't need to look for the arrow left by the production team and walked straight towards the glass door of the venue. As soon as young Guanqing raised his eyes, he noticed the sign hanging on the gate of the venue. Dingsheng Karting Club. Below the sign, in huge bright red font, was written the promotional message. A fixed mountain motorcycle race on the 3rd of each month. Anyone can participate, and the top 3 who complete 5 laps can receive prizes. Below that, the font size was increased by several sizes, and in bold and red, it said, "A game exclusively for the fearless, come if you are brave enough." Yan Guanqing raised his eyes to look at You Mian, who was in the front, and asked in a louder voice, "Do you come here often to play?" Yan Guanqing was a little bit unconvinced at this moment. Go-karts. Motorbikes. You also have to compete around the mountain. People who don't have the skills probably don't have the courage to do it. Is this person really You Mian? Why does he seem to be becoming more and more to his liking? It's really so interesting. Pei Weiji's eyes also swept across the signboard. Unlike Yan Guanqing's direct questioning, he seemed much more silent. He just followed You Mian and Guantong calmly and stood in front of the counter as usual. In response to Yan Guanqing's question, You Mian casually replied, "I've been here a few times." Yan Guanqing's eyes darkened. He would not be fooled by You Mian's tone now. The boy was clearly very familiar with the place, and must be a regular customer. As soon as we entered the venue, it seemed much quieter than the usual bustling crowds of guests. The fat boss standing behind the counter clenched his fist and raised his hand happily when he saw You Mian, and bumped fists with You Mian. "There's no competition this weekend, why are you here?" The boss has a tattoo on his head, and the program crew even specially gave him a hat. You Mian smiled and said familiarly, "Filming a show." The boss's eyes widened. "Are you the ones who borrowed our club to film the show?" You Mian turned around and waved at the 3 people behind him, introducing them. "Yes, there are 4 of us. Some of you may be playing for the first time. Brother Qing, please pay more attention." Guantong walked over quickly and exclaimed. He was looking around the surrounding facilities without stopping, whether it was the huge track outside the back door or the racing suits and helmets displayed in the cabinets in the venue, they all made his blood boil. "So cool." Guantong suppressed his excitement and asked, "You Mian, do you often come here to play? And play games?" You Mian immediately noticed that when Guantong asked this question, the other 2 people's eyes were instantly fixed on him. In order to avoid unnecessary complications, You Mian changed the subject and asked, "Have you ever raced a go-kart?" Guantong shook his head honestly. Judging from appearance alone, Guantong's pink hair and earrings all over his ears make him look much more rock and rebellious than You Mian. But Guantong himself knew that he just liked to dress up. He was a good student when he was in school. "I haven't played it, but I've heard a lot about it." Guantong looked at the backyard track. "Go-kart, it sounds cute. Is it safe?" You Mian patted Guantong's shoulder, hesitant to speak, and turned to his boss, Brother Qing, and said, "Prepare a helmet that is resistant to impact for him." Brother Qing rubbed the big boned wrist and smiled in a black shop way, "No problem." Guantong. The staff of the program group who had prepared in advance saw that You Mian was so familiar with the owner of the club, so they did not step forward to interrupt. The 4 followed the boss to the locker room. While looking for a helmet for Guantong, Brother Qing turned around and asked, "What about you 2? Have you ever played go-kart before?" Go-karting is actually not as cute as the name sounds. On the contrary, after entering the karting track, players must equip themselves with racing suits and helmets to prevent collisions in order to protect themselves from extremely high speeds. Pei Weiji never touched it. Brother Qing went to see Yan Guanqing again. Yan Guanqing, me neither. Brother Qing's gaze stayed on Yan Guanqing for a while, then he slapped his head and said, are you that big star?" Just when Brother Qing was about to call out his name, Yan Guanqing stepped forward skillfully and said with a smile, "It's me, hush." The long-haired man put his index finger to his lips and said with a smile, "I've been recognized." Brother Qing was pleasantly surprised and said, "How could I not recognize you? A new police and gangster movie starring you was recently released and I haven't had the chance to watch it yet. This club is very busy." Yan Guanqing was used to dealing with this kind of thing. He spoke in a very celebrity-like manner, "Boss, you can get some movie tickets from the staff. I'll treat you to a movie." Brother Qing was grinning foolishly, obviously in the mindset of a little fan, and he kept saying thank you acted really well and other such flattering words. Fortunately, Brother Qing is well informed. He knows all kinds of people come to the store. Even when he sees his idol, he doesn't bother him too much. He turns around and becomes a professional boss, asking, 3 people on each field, which 3 of you will go first?" Just as You Mian was about to speak, Pei Yg, who was standing at the side, suddenly took the lead and said in a deep voice, "The three of them go first." Brother Qing craned his neck to look at Pei Yg, took a breath and said, "Okay, I'll go find you a racing suit. There aren't many sizes for this height." Yan Guanqing snorted and laughed, and he and Guan Tong each carried their clothes and walked into the locker room. The boss left without paying any attention to You Mian. It seemed that the boy already had his own racing suits that he always kept here. Sure enough, Pei Yg stood aside and saw You Mian open a password cabinet for regular members, inside which hung a full set of racing suits and helmets. You Mian's racing suit is mainly yellow and black, with black as the main color and yellow as an embellishment. The same goes for helmets. Pei Yg stared at You Mian, and at this moment when there was no camera or other people around, he finally asked, "You look very skilled, do you play this game often?" You Mian answered honestly, "I came here whenever I had time during my freshman and sophomore years, but now I hardly come here. I was quite surprised that the program team chose this place." You Mian did not lie. Pei Yg nodded slightly and suddenly asked, "Have you ever fallen?" You Mian lifted the curtain of the dressing room on the side, turned around and smiled at Pei Yg, "No. It's real this time. I'm lucky." Pei Yg relaxed slightly. His tall and handsome figure was a sight to behold even just standing there. His cold brows and eyes showed a strong and domineering aura, and when Brother Qing came over with a racing suit, he couldn't help but tremble again. "Hey brother, you are too tall, this is the only set you can wear." Brother Qing handed it to Pei Yg, with a happy smile on his chubby face. "It's brand new, no one has ever worn it." Pei Yg took the clothes and nodded slightly, "Thank you." Brother Qing waved his hand quickly, "You're welcome, you're welcome. You can choose any empty dressing room inside." The celebrity guests in the observation room could not see the scenes and conversations in the locker room. Their screens only stayed at the point when everyone walked into the locker room. Ku Xiao wiped his forehead and sighed to calm himself. "I didn't expect that the person with the biggest contrast in these two games would be You Mian. I really didn't guess that someone with such a gentle appearance would be able to play exciting racing games like motorcycles and karts. Besides, his major is fine arts sculpture, and he sounds like a quiet guy." After this scene, Guo Su's favorable impression of You Mian increased a lot. It seems that Mr. Cheng's initial description was correct. You Mian does fit the aggressive type of personality. Shi Rui said, "You Mian seems to be the most gentle person in the room, but if you observe her for a while longer, you will find that You Mian is also the most defensive one among the guests. Once the camera is not on him, You Mian will not say a word, as if he has been wrapped in layers of shackles from the beginning to gain a sense of security." Guo Su disagreed. "I don't think You Mian is insecure. On the contrary, all of You Mian's gestures and tones are very calm. In the snooker just now and the karting now, his demeanor is simply unmatched." Guo Su tapped the pen in his hand on the table and said excitedly, "I think the two guests from the Lingland party tonight, Pei Yg and Yan Guanqing, should send their love messages to You Mian." Guo Su's excitement and stuck look made all the celebrity guests in the observation room laugh. Ku Xiao couldn't help but joked, "Guo Su looks like an old father. Is he too partial to You Mian?" Guo Su was still immersed in the excitement just now. Hearing this, he immediately nodded and said, "Hey, I like people like You Mian. He's so cool and handsome, isn't he?" Many people present nodded in agreement. Indeed, the charm is unmatched. Shi Rui's gaze was fixed on You Mian on the screen. She had long known that this boy would enter another life because of this show. Ku Xiao smiled and said, "Golden outside, splendid inside." The four guests, who had changed their clothes, walked out of the dressing room together, and the program crew's cameras were shooting frantically as if they didn't want to miss even a second. Guan Tong was wearing a pink racing suit that matched his hair, and his ears were full of earrings, which matched his outfit perfectly at this moment, and his temperament was instantly highlighted. Yan Guanqing changed into a fiery red racing suit. The man's long hair was tied tightly behind his head, with a few strands of hair floating on the side of his face, blurring his handsome appearance that made it difficult to tell whether he was male or female. He was stunning. Pei Yg did not walk into the track, but stood outside waiting. The man was the tallest. His 1.91 meter tall figure made his blue-black racing suit look extremely cold. His silent profile showed a restrained expression in the sun. The tight racing suit perfectly wraps up his muscles. His long and strong legs stand outside the field. His broad shoulders and narrow waist are so perfect that he could be pulled onto the catwalk as a model in the next second. Pei Weiji's neatly groomed hair and his cool aura combined to create an air of dignity that could not be ignored. Brother Qing trotted onto the track behind the other 3 people. Xiaomian, can you do it by yourself? I'll take care of your 2 friends first and then I'll come find you. You Mian held the helmet with one hand hanging by his side and raised the other hand to wave without looking back. A boy's tall and slender figure cannot be seen when he wears a loose coat, but when he puts on a racing suit that shows off his figure, all his perfect curves are revealed. You Mian has a very narrow waist and very long legs. Her chestnut brown hair fluttered in the wind, her fair neck was revealed from the collar of her racing suit, her profile was cold and indifferent, and at first glance she looked like a cold beauty. But once he turns around and looks at you, he will smile with his eyes curved in a heart-pounding way. The amber-green pupils look at you softly, the sunlight shines on his head like a special favor, and his bright look is breathtaking. You Mian turned towards the camera, placed her hands on her temples and stretched them outwards, looking very cool and beautiful. Pei Weiji was standing far away outside the venue. He suddenly pursed his lips and his Adam's apple rolled. You Mian put on his helmet and got into the cart. Brother Qing's voice sounded not far behind him. Xiaomian, did you choose the 4-stroke or the 2-stroke? You Mian raised his right hand, which was wrapped in a black leather glove, and made a 2 sign. As Qing fastened Guantong's seatbelt, he hissed, "You're really crazy." Guantong asked doubtfully, "Aren't the cars you Mian and I are riding in different cars?" After fastening his seat belt, Brother Qing stood up and patted Guantong on the shoulder, signaling him to put on his helmet. Of course it's different. The 4-stroke is a recreational cart that you first-timers can drive. But if you replace the engine with a KT100, a 100cc 2-stroke bike will be no different from a racing bike. Young Guanqing was sitting not far from Guantong, so of course he heard what Brother Qing said. The man raised his hands to tie up his hair and put on his helmet, his eyes fixed on You Mian in the outer lane ahead. The facilities of Dingsheng Club are very complete, and it even has several racing tracks. Winding along the terrain of Pingdingshan, the extremely wide track is divided into several lanes by countless black tires. Brother Qing pointed in the direction of You Mian and said, "That's the 2-stroke track. You 2 are driving a 4-stroke now, so you can only go along this road. Don't worry about hitting other people, there are tires to block it. The horsepower of the 4-stroke is limited by brakes, and Brother Qing will be watching over you the whole time, so you don't have to worry about safety issues." Guantong simply absorbed the knowledge taught by Brother Qing. Just as he nodded to show that he understood, there was a sudden loud noise of a motor in front of him. After the roar of gasoline exhaust, a black cart was seen rushing towards the track ahead. Guantong was wearing a helmet, and he was excited by You Mian's cool performance. He quickly clapped Qing Ji's hand and said, "Boss, are you ready?" "I know. Can we drive now?" Just as Brother Qing said, "Okay," Guantong heard another deafening sound of the accelerator. Young Guanqing covered his eyes with goggles, stepped on the accelerator and rushed out. Brother Qing couldn't help but laugh at the exciting atmosphere. He leaned over and covered Guantong's helmet, saying, "Let's go." 3 low carts were speeding on the track. It was clearly a recreational game, but everyone's heart was tense at the roaring sound of the horses. You Mian stepped on the accelerator skillfully, and a series of bends appeared before his eyes. The program cruise drone was following closely behind his car and filming. The boy's eyes in the camera are blocked by large gray goggles and cannot be seen clearly. The racing suit covering his entire body makes him look mysterious. You Mian felt his adrenaline surge at this moment. The faster he went, the calmer his heart became. When his rational eyes saw the curve approaching, his body subconsciously performed an extreme drifting action. The black tires made a screeching sound and left double gray marks on the track. Pei Weiji was watching the speeding cart from a distance, his eyes deep and calm, as if he wasn't worried at all. You Mian was facing a series of S-bends. When he passed the first bend rapidly, he still did not slow down the car. Instead, he chose to continue to step on the accelerator and rushed towards the ramp like an arrow. Young Guanqing and Guantong behind him could no longer see You Mian. Guantong was very excited at first and wanted to catch up with You Mian, but when he actually got on the track and stepped on the accelerator, he found that this cart was not a cute little toy at all. The violent push from his back made him constantly adjust and slow down the car until he could no longer see the rear of young Guanqing's car. Another sharp turn. You Mian passed the last bend and then quickly jumped over the ramp. The low car body flew in the air and then stopped moving forward. Almost everyone's heart tightened at this moment. Fly, fly up. With a loud bang, You Mian slammed the steering wheel and turned towards the finish line. Young Guanqing happened to pass by You Mian at this moment. The two tightly wrapped helmets looked at each other and then moved away in an instant. If it weren't for You Mian's example, young Guanqing's condition would actually be very good when he first tried karting. But now on the track, as long as You Mian keeps pressing the accelerator, everyone's eyes will only stay on him. Brother Qing stood outside the court and shouted, "Xiao Mian. Go, go, go." The black cart completed the set number of laps and crossed the finish line. The brakes sounded violently and the car stopped steadily at the side of the track. Pei Yg walked forward slowly with a helmet in hand, followed closely by Brother Qing. At this moment, the guests in the observation room fell into silence. Guo Su covered his mouth and screamed softly, "Oh my god, You Mian is so handsome." Shirui's earlobes turned red, and she was obviously very excited. She didn't even dare to think about how much of a sensation You Mian would cause if this footage was included in the main program. Is this really a hobby that a male college student can do? Pei Yg stopped next to You Mian's car. The boy just took off his helmet and stood up, his chestnut brown hair hanging messily on his forehead. Very cool and beautiful. Pei Yg leaned over and asked, "Can I open the same one as You Mian?" Brother Qing quickly explained, Xiao Mian was driving a two-stroke. If an inexperienced person were to sit in the two cars just now. Before Brother Qing finished speaking, You Mian, who was standing on the side, suddenly smiled and looked at Pei Yg, his eyes bright. "Mr. Pei wants to drive this one." You Mian's tone was filled with excitement, perhaps because the adrenaline that had just surged had not yet completely subsided. The boy's cheeks were slightly red and his eyes were unusually beautiful. Pei Yg asked, "Is it okay?" Brother Qing hurriedly tried to stop him. You Mian. You Mian raised the hand holding the helmet and gently pushed against Pei Yig's chest. "Do you trust me?" Pei Yg said without hesitation, "I believe it." You Mian looked at Pei Yig's calm eyes and suddenly raised his eyebrows and smiled. "I'm just kidding you, how can a cart carry people? Just drive your four-stroke obediently." After saying this, You Mian stepped out of the track and headed towards the rest area. Pei Yg stood there and stared at You Mian's back for a long time, and finally walked to another track under the guidance of Brother Qing. You Mian took out a bottle of soda from the self-service counter and took several gulps. The wrist holding the bottle was slender but extremely strong. He heard a new throttle sound and turned his head to look at the track. Even a calm person like Pei Yg would actually step on the accelerator when driving this kind of car. Just now he was interested in driving it twice. Really, a thug in a suit. The first moment young Guanqing got off the cart, he saw You Mian sitting in the rest area outside the track. I don't know if the stimulation just now caused him to experience the suspension bridge effect. It was the first time that young Guanqing felt that his heart rate would be so huge because of another person. The long-haired man raised his hand and pressed his left chest, his narrow eyes narrowed into a smile. What a novel feeling. The afternoon sun gradually sank, and the afterglow of the sunset illuminated the entire mountaintop platform. As the four of them slowly walked out of the club, they happened to catch the beautiful sunset in the clouds on the mountaintop. The orange-red sunlight fell into everyone's eyes, and even the wind softened. Guantong dragged his tired legs and walked slowly behind You Mian. The boy's orange jacket and the sunset at this moment complement each other perfectly, which is really beautiful. Guantong suddenly stared at You Mian's profile in a daze, and his mind inappropriately recalled that he was attracted by the boy's appearance when he first walked into the cabin. You Mian is beautiful, but not fragile. Instead, she has a kind of beauty that reveals a crisp, vigorous and fresh vitality. This kind of vitality filled with charming atmosphere will make everyone who sees it want to get closer. On the way back to the cabin, the program crew provided a driver, and the four of them sat in the same business car. Perhaps because they were too tired after a day of dating, they were silent all the way. Young Guanqing sat by the car window with his chin supported, his eyes occasionally glancing at You Mian who was sitting in the front seat. Pei Yg folded his arms across his chest, leaned back in his chair with his back straight and closed his eyes to take a nap. Guantong's head drooped slightly, as if he had fallen asleep a long time ago. You Mian stayed awake and listened to the documentary American English all the way. All kinds of inspirations were churning in his mind, and he was still a little dazed when he got off the bus. The door of the business car was pushed sideways with a bang. Guantong stretched and got off the car, muttering, "I wonder what the other group did today." When the four of them approached the glass house, they found that the lights inside were on. The night at the seaside was glowing with a cold green light, and the damp and cold sea vapor rolled in with the sound of waves. Just as You Mian was about to shrug his shoulders, Pei Yg, who was walking a few steps faster than him, suddenly slowed down and walked side by side with him. His broad shoulders and body instantly blocked all the dampness from the other person. You Mian widened his eyes slightly in surprise. Pei Yg continued walking without any concern. The two of them walked forward side by side in silence until they pushed open the door of the cabin and were about to step in, when You Mian heard Pei Yg say something very lightly behind him. "It will get colder and colder, so wear something thicker." You Mian was stunned for a moment, and when he came to his senses, Pei Yg had already returned to the room a few steps ahead of him. The sound of several people returning to the cabin attracted the attention of another group of guests who had returned earlier. Yan Tingxuan and Huo Yanji were standing on the balcony on the second floor talking. They both heard Guantong's laughter and Yun Guanqing's lazy voice. They both stopped talking at the same time and listened carefully to the sounds downstairs. After waiting for more than 10 seconds, I confirmed that You Mian was not there. Yan Tingxuan lowered his eyes. Huo Yanji didn't know what the point was of Yan Tingxuan calling him here to talk about things that had already passed, away from the camera. So he turned around and said, "If there's nothing else, I'll go down first." Huo Yanji took a few steps outside, and Yan Tingxuan leaned on the balcony and said, "You have also seen how much You Mian has changed. Don't you want to know why?" Huo Yanji stopped abruptly. "What are you afraid of?" Yan Tingxuan smiled and said, "Are you afraid of him? So you've been hiding." Huo Yanji couldn't deny Yan Tingxuan's words because he did back off after noticing You Mian's transformation. "You and Bai Lin are having a conflict." Yan Tingxuan stepped closer and said, "I heard that you suddenly bought him chocolate mousse, which he doesn't like at all." "Who likes chocolate mousse anyway?" Huo Yanji frowned and turned to look at Yan Tingxuan. "It's none of your business." Yan Tingxuan raised his eyebrows and smiled, then stepped back like a gentleman and stood still. He shrugged and said, "As long as you can deceive yourself, what else can I say?" After a whole day of dating, both groups of guests appeared in the living room at the same time after a short rest. Guantong really wanted to know what the other group of guests did. Just as the discussion was getting louder and more lively, You Mian opened the door and walked out. Yan Tingxuan walked down the stairs just in time, like a hunter who had finally succeeded in waiting for his prey. The man stood at the door, turned his back to the camera and looked at You Mian, smiling and inviting, "You Mian, let's sit down and talk." Chapter 24. You Mian's room was not far from the living room, separated only by a half-open wall. Therefore, he could hear clearly the voices of Guantong and others chatting while sitting on the sofa. Compared with the bustle outside, the atmosphere at the door seemed unusually eerie and solemn. Yan Tingxuan stood in front of You Mian without giving in. Beneath his elegant and refined appearance, the man was stubborn and strong. As usual, You Mian raised his eyes to look at Yan Tingxuan, and asked in a strange yet normal tone, "Talk. What do we need to talk about?" Ever since Bai Lin was taken back to the Yu family by Yu Jiwan and Bai Lin 2 years ago, Yan Tingxuan suddenly changed his attitude, as if he had never known You Mian before, and acted distant and indifferent. Thinking back to his past life, You Mian had wanted to ask the reason or get an answer many times. Even a casual answer would be easier to accept than the inexplicable disregard from this group of friends. But at that time, both Yan Tingxuan and Huo Yanji no longer cared about their old friendship. Everyone treated You Mian as if he were a disgusting and dirty thing. The avoidance attitude made him constantly doubt himself and even become inferior. Everyone was blaming You Mian in unison, accusing him of taking away Bai Lin's parents, living as the young master of the Yu family for so many years, and enjoying everything that should not have been his. At that time, You Mian believed it to be true and thought that he was really the cat that replaced the prince. But it wasn't until he died and was fortunately reborn that he truly woke up. It turns out it wasn't because of him. Bai Lin's so-called current situation has nothing to do with him at all. Instead, the person whose life had been manipulated from the very beginning was You Mian himself. His safety was placed below Bai Lin's safety. His future was placed behind Bai Lin's future. His happiness is unimportant, Bai Lin's happiness is what the You family wants most. No matter how much harm You Mian has endured for Bai Lin over the years, the final result will only be to rob Bai Lin of the happy life that he should have. Nausea. You Mian slowly clenched his hands that were holding onto the door frame. A sharp look gradually emerged in the boy's lowered amber eyes. The You family, Bai Lin, Yan Tingxuan, these vested interests are also disgusting. He simply could not forget that dark and outrageous past life, let alone be generous enough to forgive. Isn't this what you want? You Mian frowned coldly and asked, wouldn't it be better if I stayed away from you guys? Yan Tingxuan's expression did not change when he heard this, and the gentleman's smile was still on his face. It seemed that until this moment Yan Tingxuan had always believed that You Mian's current changes were just another new way of seeking attention. Indeed, Yan Tingxuan admitted that You Mian's method worked, and he really wanted to know what You Mian was thinking. You Mian, you have always wanted to talk to me, and I will give you this opportunity now. Yan Tingxuan's tone was soft, and his eyes were calm behind his gold-rimmed glasses. You Mian was tired of Yan Tingxuan's hypocritical smile. He also didn't want to leave any way out for the relationship between the two of them. Let's just break up. So You Mian stared straight at Yan Tingxuan, and said softly with resistance and disgust, Yan Tingxuan, I know you have always been a very selfish person. Yan Tingxuan's eyes trembled slightly, but the arc of his smile remained unchanged. You Mian coldly pushed Yan Tingxuan's arm away and took a step away. We met because of your selfishness. Making friends with the young master of the You family has brought a lot of connections and resources to the Yan family, right? You Mian ruthlessly reveals the true face of this broken relationship hidden under friendship. Yan Tingxuan's smile disappeared. You Mian, after more than 10 years of being brothers, this is all. Yan Tingxuan stopped laughing, but You Mian started laughing while talking. The pair of beautiful eyes curved up, and the boy's expression was warm and gentle in his smile, but his tone became colder and colder until there was no room for turning back. Since you are selfish, be selfish to the end. Don't suddenly act so hypocritical now. It's really ugly. You Mian tilted his head and raised his eyebrows brightly, and asked softly, are you right, Mr. Yan? Yan Tingxuan stared blankly at You Mian, a man he had never seen before, and felt a chill in his heart. It was as if something was no longer under his control. You Mian, turns out she wasn't trying to gain his attention. You Mian really didn't look back. Realizing this, Yan Tingxuan suddenly felt as if his head was hit by a heavy object. When he was chatting with Huo Yanji on the balcony just now, he was still complacently thinking that You Mian was seeking reconciliation in another way. After all, they have known each other for so long, more than 10 years. They have been best friends from elementary school to college. You Mian looked at Yan Tingxuan, who had fallen into silence and was about to leave, but he never expected that the man behind him suddenly raised his hand and grabbed his wrist. Etc. Yan Tingxuan's voice became tight and his throat felt dry. No, it shouldn't be like this. Why? Yan Tingxuan lowered his head and asked hoarsely, why can you say these words? You Mian frowned and said, it's boring for the bad guy to complain first. Besides, it's really not a good look to keep getting entangled, Mr. Yan. The positions of the two people changed instantly, and You Mian did not give Yan Tingxuan any chance to hesitate. The supplicant became the supplicant, even more indifferent than before. Yan Tingxuan did not reduce his strength at all. Suddenly, a thought came to his mind. If he let go now, You Mian might really leave. Why? How is this possible? He is always the one who leaves first, and no one can turn around and leave in front of him. Who taught you that? Yan Tingxuan laughed hoarsely and said, Pei Yg. You Mian broke away from Yan Tingxuan's hand and distanced himself from him. He did not follow Yan Tingxuan's train of thought, but immediately broke the current situation and said, Bai Lin is now the legitimate heir of Shuming. You already knew I had no equity. Yan Tingxuan's expression suddenly changed and his pupils shrank suddenly. If Mr. Yan really wants to do something for the Yan family, then just keep lying on the young master of the You family, and suck his blood. You Mian pursed his lips coldly, let me remind you once more that I no longer have any relationship with the You family. Go find Bai Lin. The boy threw the in front of Yan Tingxuan as if he was throwing a meat bone. You Mian was absolutely certain that this hawk of the Yan family would chase after him greedily, even at the cost of crawling and clinging to him. Who would have thought that as a senior partner of a Huajiang city law firm, this elegant and noble beast in human clothing is actually just a selfish and unscrupulous wolf under his elite appearance. After it was opened, it was a complete mess. The boy didn't stay any longer and turned away silently. Yan Tingxuan did not stop him this time. He stood there, closed his eyes lightly and raised his head. When he opened his eyes again, his Adam's apple rolled heavily. The man looked at You Mian's back and smiled bitterly while pinching his nose. Tisk, you really are totally merciless. Mian. By the time Yan Tingxuan had straightened his posture and walked into the living room, the other guests had already gathered. Guantong was seen reading a small card placed on the low table by the program team. In the viewing room on the second floor, there are date photos of the two groups of guests today. Please choose whether to go and watch them or not. Guantong stood up from the sofa immediately after reading it. I have to watch it. I'm really curious about what your other group did, haha. As Guantong moved, Shen Nanzhao and Huo Yanji, who were sitting on the sofa, also stood up one after another. I'm curious too. Let's go and take a look together, Shen Nanzhao asked with a smile. You Mian was sitting on a single sofa nearby and noticed that Pei Yg had changed into a gray shirt. The perfectly ironed fabric had a strong drape, making the man's profile look even more stern. Come on, let's go see it together. Guantong walked to You Mian without saying a word, pulled the boy up, and pushed him upstairs with a smile. The layout of the second floor is similar to that of the first floor, except that there is an additional spacious viewing room. As soon as everyone walked in the door, they saw 8 cushions placed on the thick and soft plush carpet, and the huge lazy sofa was almost big enough for 3 or 4 people to lie on it. Opposite the lazy sofa is a huge LED screen hanging on the wall that occupies an entire surface. At this moment, everyone looked up and saw a picture on the screen that had been prepared in advance by the program team. The logo in cute pink font has 4 big characters, matching heartbeat, written on it. Shen Nanzhao stepped forward and picked up the remote control and shook it in his hand. It seems that the program team has already arranged it. I can watch it as soon as I turn it on. You Mian sat in the back row near the wall, next to Guantong. Young Guanqing has been very silent since returning from the date, and he didn't deliberately pick a fight with You Mian like he did before. It's very quiet anyway. There must be something wrong when something is abnormal. You Mian frowned slightly. Pei Yg sat near the door, with a space between him and You Mian. The rest of the people crowded into the first row, and soon they heard Huo Yanji, who was sitting with his elbows on his knees, say with a smile, Nan Xiao, let go. As soon as Shen Nanzhao clicked play, he sat down. In the viewing room, which was so dim that only the screen was lit, the sound of the program crew's recording footage suddenly rang out. Guantong was surprised and said, it's not just photos, there are also videos. Shen Nanzhao turned back from the front row and said, they are probably just short videos of more than 10 seconds, and the production team won't have time to edit them now. Guantong looked at You Mian with understanding, then looked at the others. Although he didn't know how far the heartthrob line in the cabin went, he believed that the program crew deliberately released this video in order to make the guests jealous of each other. The first scene began to play, and the first voice that sounded on the screen was Huo Yanji's voice. I made a mistake. Let's go get another one. In the camera, Huo Yanji frowned tightly, and the tall man with a crew cut looked a little at a loss standing in the coffee shop. Guantong's eyes widened. It's a really quiet environment. Are you going to a coffee shop? Shen Nanzhao responded. Yes, the music in it is quite nice. Huo Yanji clenched his fist to his lips and cleared his throat, seeming to feel a little embarrassed by the scene just now. Fortunately, the video was only a dozen seconds long as Shen Nanzhao said. Bai Lin in the video just patted Huo Yanji on the shoulder to indicate that everything was fine, and the recording was interrupted. Guantong let out a long groan. What? I only know that you went to the coffee shop, but there is no other useful information. As soon as Guantong finished speaking, the eyes of Huo Yanji and Yan Tingxuan present at the scene darkened. In fact, there is some information in it, but the people who know this information now probably don't care. You Mian in the back row did notice the chocolate mousse that Huo Yanji was holding in his hand in the previous scene. But he just noticed it, his mood didn't change at all, he even felt like laughing. The next scene started playing soon, which was a short video of Shen Nanzhao playing the piano while sitting in a cafe. The melodious piano music echoed in the quiet coffee shop, making people feel relaxed and happy. Guantong exclaimed in surprise, Nan Xiao, you can also play the piano. Shen Nanzhao smiled embarrassedly and said, I can only play a few songs. He still has more confidence in the cello. Seeing this, Huo Yanji leaned on the back of the chair beside him and said lazily, because I didn't choose a sporty date, I didn't have much chance to show off the whole day. Huo Yanji's words made everyone else laugh. Shen Nanzhao raised his eyes and glanced, surrender so quickly. This is not like your style. Huo Yanji raised his eyebrows domineeringly. His short hair looked very cool. He looked directly at Shen Nanzhao and said with a smile, I'm just telling the truth, but I haven't surrendered. Huo Yanji's competitive performance gradually heated up the atmosphere in the viewing room. Guan Tong sat in the back row excitedly, wondering if the first snatching scene in the cabin was about to happen. Huo Yanji and Yan Tingxuan, who were in the same group, both seemed to have a great liking for Bai Lin. I believe that even if their group is sitting in a coffee shop, the shots of them will be particularly good-looking. Guan Tong curiously looked at Yan Tingxuan's reaction to Huo Yanji's words just now. Unexpectedly, Yan Tingxuan just looked at the screen calmly, without showing any jealousy or possessive expression. Guan Tong frowned in confusion. I don't know if it was his illusion, but why were these people in the Shura field group, which should be the one with the most hormones, speaking so lazily and not that proactive? It's like a sardine pond without the catfish, there is no sense of competition. Just as this thought came to mind, the screen suddenly changed and the sound of wind was heard. You Mian's back, wearing a racing suit and holding a helmet as he walked towards the track, appeared on the huge screen. The next second, the atmosphere in the room suddenly changed, and everyone's breathing seemed to slow down. Chapter 25. Anyone can notice the change in the atmosphere in the viewing room. But at this moment they had no time to care about each other's expressions. They just kept staring at the huge screen in front of them, as if their minds were captured by the pictures on it. The boy, wearing a pure black racing suit with bright yellow trim, walked towards the cart without looking back. After standing beside the car, he did not hesitate, took a step forward with his long legs and sat in, with an extremely cool posture. The camera kept shooting his profile and neck. The racing suit was very tight, almost covering the person up completely, leaving only the wrists and the slender white neck. However, the slender wrist was covered by You Mian's action of putting on gloves, so these people could only move their eyes to his neck. You Mian's Adam's apple was not obvious, so this slightly protruding Adam's apple looked unusually immature under his focused gaze. He seemed to swallow, and his Adam's apple rolled up and down. Everyone's eyes also trembled up and down. The chestnut brown curly hair curved into a lovely arc, and the amber eyes suddenly looked towards the camera. You Mian didn't know why the photographer was staring at him and taking pictures, so he smiled and said, I'm going to wear a helmet, why are you still taking pictures? At that moment, Yan Tingxuan heard himself swallowing impatiently. Yan Tingxuan's expression suddenly became ferocious for a moment, but he quickly returned to calm. Fortunately, no one in the viewing room noticed him. In the camera, You Mian put on the helmet without hesitation, just as he said. His eyes and profile were completely covered, and no trace of him could be seen. The photographer's angle suddenly changed, and Guan Tong and Yun Guanqing appeared in the picture sitting in the go-kart. Although they were also two handsome guys, Yun Guanqing, who had been very silent since returning from the date, couldn't help but let out a click of the tongue, with regret clearly visible on his face. Guan Tong finally discovered something was wrong when he saw this. Ever since the image of You Mian's group appeared, the atmosphere of relaxed discussion and joking suddenly disappeared, and instead became solemn and undercurrent-filled. It's as if everyone is trying to be stubborn and not let others know what they are thinking. Guan Tong's thought flashed through his mind, and then he was immediately attracted by You Mian in the picture again. You Mian is so handsome. He drives very fast. Neither me nor brother Yun can catch up with him. Guan Tong said this subconsciously while staring at the screen. You Mian seemed not to notice anything was wrong in the viewing room at the moment. He smiled and said, you are exaggerating. Guan Tong was sitting next to You Mian and immediately went over and put his arm around You Mian's shoulders when he heard that. Look for yourself how fast it goes. Fuck, that's cool. The speeding cart in the picture can almost be said to be flying at a low altitude. At the same time, everyone could see how calmly the boy in the car was driving this black cart that could rival a racing car. It's really wild, vigorous and too beautiful. There are bursts of roaring accelerator sounds in your ears, accompanied by the harsh pulling sounds of tires scraping against the track. No one will remain indifferent when watching this video. Their hearts began beating violently as You Mian turned the steering wheel. Seeing that You Mian was still calmly and confidently pressing the accelerator, a soft gasp could be heard in the theater. Hiss. Shen Nanzhao finally couldn't help but speak up and broke the silence. He covered his chest and laughed. Although I know that the dating segment arranged by the program team will not be dangerous, I still got nervous when I saw You Mian driving. The video was very short and ended abruptly when You Mian crossed the finish line. The huge LED screen went dark instantly, waiting for the next file to be played. Guan Tong clearly heard a complaining sound. He really didn't expect that the shura scene that Bai Lin's group failed to act out would actually be staged in the viewing room at this moment. But it's not surprising for the other guests' reactions. Guan Tong was even more outrageous than any of them at the scene in the afternoon. At that time, the entire track was filled with Guan Tong's screams and cheers. He still remembered that when he got off the car, he was the first one to run to the rest area, You Mian. He hugged the person's shoulders, jumped and shouted, looking like a little fan. If the program crew also recorded the scene at that time, Guan Tong would definitely be so embarrassed that she would want to crawl into the ground. I have to say, You Mian looks so manly in his racing suit. It seems that the production team also knows how fascinating and unsatisfying the video clip that You Mian just watched was. Therefore, the first photo that appeared after the screen went black for just a few seconds was the photo of You Mian that was just taken on the track. The boy stood up from the car and took off his helmet with his head tilted. His messy hair was blown up and his amber eyes looked down from above because of the movement of raising his chin. There were intense emotions surging in his eyes, his neck was tense, and his cheeks were slightly red. The long legs and narrow waist are pulled into beautiful curves due to the sideways movement. In an instant, a silent yet deafening wave of violence appeared in everyone's heart, and no one paid attention to what appeared in the following videos and photos. When Huo Yanji walked out of the viewing room, he finally realized what Yan Tingxuan meant. You Mian is indeed very different from before. Or maybe it could be said that You Mian is too different from the person he was in the past 2 years. It was as if time had gone back to the time before Bai Lin appeared, and the boy's high-spirited look reappeared. In fact, compared to the timid and self-abased You Mian, this kind of You Mian is the one Huo Yanji is most familiar with. It's just that they haven't seen each other for a while, and even Huo Yanji mistakenly thought that You Mian was really the useless fake young master who achieved nothing and only relied on the Yu family as others said. Yan Tingxuan raised his hand and patted Huo Yanji's shoulder, asking, "What are you staring at?" The others had already gone downstairs, and only Huo Yanji was still in a daze on the second floor. Huo Yanji lowered his eyes and pursed his lips, then turned around and asked, "You went to see You Mian just now, what did he talk to you about?" Yan Tingxuan took back his hand from Huo Yanji's shoulder and smiled, as gentlemanly and elegant as ever. He said, "What can we talk about? He hates me so much right now that I don't want to say a word." Huo Yanji frowned suddenly when he heard this. Is this true? Ever since Bai Lin returned to the Yu family, they have been avoiding You Mian as much as possible. Moreover, Huo Yanji knew that he treated You Mian as Bai Lin's substitute, so he naturally distanced himself from You Mian after Bai Lin returned. It's just that You Mian couldn't accept such a big change all at once and always tried to understand the reason. Now Yan Tingxuan really wanted to talk to You Mian, but why was You Mian the one who turned around and left? Huo Yanji's expression of incomprehension was obvious. Yan Tingxuan sneered in his heart but said calmly on the surface, "Isn't this good?" He repeated You Mian's words to Huo Yanji. "Haven't you been avoiding him?" Yan Tingxuan smiled. "Now that he has left on his own, you don't have to hide from him anymore, right?" That being said, Huo Yanji always felt uncomfortable listening to it. He is from the Yu family after all. Huo Yanji frowned, and the wildness in his body was restrained a little. "No." Huo Yanji stared at Yan Tingxuan's expression fiercely. "What do you mean? What do you mean he is not?" Yan Tingxuan noticed the slight sound of Bai Lin's door. Without saying anything more, he patted Huo Yanji on the shoulder and walked towards Bai Lin's room in the corridor. Huo Yanji stood there in a daze for a long time. Bai Lin immediately walked over and opened the door when he heard the knock. "Brother Tingxuan," Bai Lin's tone seemed to carry endless grievances, and his droopy puppy eyes seemed to be about to shed tears. Yan Tingxuan raised his hand and rubbed Bai Lin's head, his eyes still gentle. He noticed Bai Lin's mood and asked closer, "What are you looking at?" Bai Lin was seen holding a cell phone in his hand, with an expression of nervousness and grievance on his face that he did not try to hide. Why is he still on the preliminary list? Bai Lin's bad tone instantly made Yan Tingxuan understand who he was referring to. What list? Bai Lin turned the phone screen in front of Yan Tingxuan, the list of preliminary rounds of the Xingqian Cup. Yan Tingxuan and Bai Lin stood in front of the door, talking quietly and covertly, avoiding the camera of the program crew. Just join in. Without the Yu family, he is nothing. Yan Tingxuan still smiled soothingly. The man's tone and smile were very stereotyped, but Bai Lin, who was a little angry at the moment, didn't notice. Bai Lin frowned unwillingly and said, Dad clearly said that You Mian wouldn't even make it through the preliminary rounds, but now she's made it to the preliminary rounds. Yan Tingxuan lowered his eyes and scanned the phone screen. The man raised his hand and patted Bai Lin on the shoulder. Are you afraid of him? Bai Lin was choked up instantly. After a few seconds of silence, he raised his eyes and looked pitiful, choking with tears and saying, I just don't understand why he always has to show off in front of me. Yan Tingxuan raised his eyebrows slightly and asked again, show off? Bai Lin said angrily, if it weren't for the Yu family, would he be able to learn expensive art? If it wasn't for his father, could he have directly entered the company for internship? Now that I'm back, he still wants to occupy these resources. Bai Lin stepped forward and grabbed Yan Tingxuan's sleeve, his eyes slightly red as he said, it should have been me. As Bai Lin spoke, he recalled the strange atmosphere in the viewing room just now. Everyone's attention was focused on You Mian again. If it weren't for the Yu family, he would be an orphan in an orphanage. He wouldn't have the leisure to play those expensive go-karts and snooker games. Bai Lin subconsciously raised his voice and almost forgot his disguise. Yan Tingxuan's long silence made Bai Lin's excitement return instantly. He smiled nervously, I just feel sorry for Dad. Brother Tingxuan, you know that Dad got sick because of him. Yan Tingxuan's unique cold woody fragrance surrounded Bai Lin, and his mature and magnetic voice instantly calmed Bai Lin's excessive mood. A clown is just a clown after all. Yan Tingxuan's smile did not reach his eyes. Bai Lin tilted his head and pursed his lips, saying, Brother Tingxuan, you wanted to be in a group with You Mian several times before, why? Yan Tingxuan remained calm and said, to keep him away from me. Bai Lin's eyes widened in surprise. Yan Tingxuan smiled gently, why do you think I want to be in the same group with him? Yan Tingxuan was not lying. When he first entered the cabin, he wanted to be in a group with You Mian in order to warn You Mian not to do anything out of line and embarrass each other. But now it seems that he is the one who has done unnecessary things. Bai Lin pulled Yan Tingxuan's sleeve and shook it, laughing happily, is he pestering you again? It's so annoying. Yan Tingxuan didn't say anything, but just rubbed Bai Lin's hair. Bai Lin's phone dinged a few times. A few die-hard fans in the private group were indignantly talking about the program production team being biased towards amateur guests. Bai Lin lowered his eyes and waited for Yan Tingxuan to leave before picking up his phone to type and send the message. Don't be angry, I'm just a small actor, not as good as others, the director has his own considerations. As soon as these words were spoken, the fans in the small group immediately became active as if they were injected with chicken blood, and they flipped through the chat history without even having time to look at it. Young actors have no human rights. It is strange that an amateur like him can enter the show. Dig out his background. I have experience, so I will do it. Does he only have a Weibo account? It seems to be a fake account that has been registered for a long time, and A is in the mutual connection list. This person from University A should know him. There is a beauty filter watermark on his selfie. His name is Ku Miao. Considering that the two groups of guests had been busy with dates all day, the production team did not ask them to carry out the dinner task, but instead arranged a fairly sumptuous dinner for them. As soon as You Mian finished taking a shower and walked out of the room, she saw other guests sitting at the dining table, all of whom looked unhappy. What's wrong? You Mian blew his hair dry this time. The fluffy chestnut brown hair hung in front of his forehead, making his skin look even colder and whiter. Guantong held the phone tightly with a frown on his face. You Mian, you're on the trending search. You Mian's eyes darkened, and he walked forward and leaned over to scan Guantong's phone screen. Hashtag how much water is there in the entrance exam for the Department of Architecture of University A? As soon as I got into the topic, the first thing I saw was a recruitment form. At the top of the form was clearly written. The first place, You Mian, is expected to be admitted. Entrance examination design, not disclosed for special reasons. The discussion under the topic has become very lively. Some are students, some are passers-by, all of them are discussing why the first-place design would not be made public. The word, conspiracy, was about to be revealed, and in less than half an hour, You Mian was branded with the original sin of enrolling in school through backstage. There was silence at the table. Pei Yg was wearing a black shirt, and the silver cuffs looked very noble under the light. The man's eyes were fixed on You Mian. Among everyone at the table, only the plate in front of him remained untouched. Just as Pei Yg was about to speak, You Mian returned the phone to Guan Tong and smiled very calmly and casually. Pei Yig's eyes darkened slightly. Why wasn't it announced? You Mian pulled out a chair and sat down. When he raised his eyes, there was a rare hint of arrogance in his gaze. Everyone at the quiet table only heard You Mian's casual words. Because the bronze sculpture was taken over by the Huajiang Art Museum. According to the exhibition hall's regulations, it will not be made public before the exhibition. Chapter 26. It's not like there haven't been cases where students' works were temporarily sealed after being collected by museums. You Mian paused for a few seconds and glanced at Bai Lin expressionlessly, saying indifferently, I thought most art students knew this. Bai Lin. Bai Lin's face turned awkward when You Mian said that his work was confiscated. How could he know that You Mian's bronze sculpture would be selected for the Huajiang Art Museum? Moreover, You Mian was just a high school graduate who had not yet been formally enrolled in University A at that time. It was amazing that such an entrance exam work could be exhibited in the museum. Bai Lin clenched the soup spoon in his hand, his shoulders stiff and his head lowered, trying his best to hide the anger in his eyes. It's really unfair that You Mian has all the good luck. Upon hearing this, Guan Tong put away his phone and breathed a sigh of relief. He smiled helplessly at You Mian and said, this trending search really scared me to death. As a blogger who frequently interacts with the internet, Guan Tong certainly knows best how a black-hot search can easily ruin a person. What's more, You Mian is just an amateur college student with no fan base. Once the evil fans in the entertainment industry get attached to him, it will be hard to get rid of them without losing a layer of skin. Guan Tong, who had relaxed, picked up some food and asked casually, You Mian, did you offend anyone? Otherwise, are all these large-scale speeches and topics encouraging passers-by to take sides really just a coincidence? You Mian lowered his eyes and chuckled, his expression seemed like he didn't take the matter seriously at all, and he was as gentle as usual. Who knows, he said. Bai Lin clenched the spoon in his hand tightly. The next second, as the atmosphere at the table gradually calmed down, everyone heard Bai Lin suddenly interrupt and say, that's really amazing. You Mian raised his eyes and glanced at Bai Lin. Bai Lin smiled innocently and asked, but why is it that it's been almost 4 years, why haven't your works been exhibited or unblocked yet? After Bai Lin finished speaking, he looked at You Mian happily, thinking that if he hadn't regretted closing the art museum, how could he have kept You Mian's bronze sculpture from being exhibited for 4 years? There must be something wrong somewhere. He just didn't believe that You Mian could really create the sculpture that was collected by the museum. Bai Lin was waiting to see You Mian get humiliated, watching the embarrassed and uneasy expression on this man's face, just like when he returned to the Yu family that year. But after more than 10 seconds, You Mian didn't say anything. The boy's amber eyes just glanced at Bai Lin and then quickly looked away, as if his words were completely unimportant. Pei Yig's brows gradually relaxed upon seeing this. He bent his fingers and tapped lightly on the dining table without making a loud sound. The silent atmosphere did not make You Mian feel awkward, but instead turned Bai Lin, who was asking questions for no apparent reason, into a mediocre commentator. Yan Tingxuan, who was sitting next to Bai Lin, patted Bai Lin's shoulder and squeezed it lightly, signaling him to stop talking. Bai Lin's face flushed red, and he forced a smile, stammering, "Can't I ask this? I didn't expect that I couldn't ask." Yan Guanqing held his chin and stared at You Mian, as if he really wanted to know how You Mian would respond in this situation. Will he confront Bai Lin directly, or will he make another face-slapping remark? Compared to You Mian, who remained silent, Guan Tong spoke first. Is there anything you want? Guan Tong was angry. It's not that he didn't see how destructive the influence of Bai Lin's group of die-hard fans was on Weibo, and among those who were distorting the truth and stirring up trouble in the previous topic, there were many who claimed to be passers-by, but when they clicked into the homepage, they saw the Bai Lin fan icon. Guan Tong didn't know why Bai Lin's fans were stirring up trouble in the topic of You Mian, but this didn't stop him from thinking that these people were stupid and bad. Guantong knew that it was best not to mess with this kind of little actor, who had a large number of die-hard fans, otherwise he would get into trouble. What's more, his career is related to the internet. But Guantong was really annoyed by Bai Lin and his fans repeatedly targeting You Mian. He just couldn't stand others using such petty tricks and devious means. But just when Guantong put down his chopsticks and was about to scold Bai Lin, You Mian, who had remained calm all the time, suddenly spoke up. You Mian neither refuted Bai Lin nor got angry and fell into Bai Lin's trap. The boy tilted his head and shrugged his shoulders, saying in a relaxed and joking manner, "Who knows, maybe they threw my sculpture somewhere and couldn't find it anymore." You Mian sighed with pretended regret. "After all, it took me half a month to carve this piece of work." There was a hint of smile in Pei Weiji's eyes. Guantong's anger towards Bai Lin had not yet subsided when he was almost amused by You Mian's words. "What are you making fun of?" Guantong held back his laughter and pushed You Mian's shoulder. "How could an art museum just throw away student works that it's specially collected? Stop being so Versailles." Guantong jokingly pinched You Mian's cheek. You Mian turned sideways and let Guantong pinch his face. After a few rounds of playing around, the boy's still carefree and handsome expression suddenly made Guantong stop. Guantong sat up straight, covering his red ears, thinking, "Damn. You Mian's appearance is simply too foul. I can't stand looking at him closely." The banter between You Mian and Guantong made everyone at the table relax again. The atmosphere was finally no longer tense. Only Bai Lin lowered his head with a very unpleasant expression, wondering why You Mian just looked around and talked about other things, thinking that there must be something wrong. In the relaxed atmosphere, Huo Yanji leaned on the back of his chair and spoke aloud, "It won't be lost." Shen Nanzhao also smiled and said, "Whether it is exhibited or not, being included in the museum is already an outstanding achievement among my peers." As Shen Nanzhao spoke, he raised the champagne glass prepared by the program team and waved it towards You Mian, smiling and saying, "Let's toast to the artist together." From then on, the strange atmosphere created by Bai Lin completely dissipated. You Mian supported his chin and smiled helplessly, his eyes curved in a really beautiful arc. He raised his golden champagne glass towards Shen Nanzhao, and said to him in response to the new title he proposed, "Are you making me happy? Then I'll toast to you, great performer." Young Guanqing lowered his head and clicked his tongue, then joined in with a curious smile. Everyone raised their glasses. The dinner ended in an undercurrent. Bai Lin returned to the room and his face changed instantly, becoming extremely uneasy. Passers-by will leave after watching the excitement, but his group of fans who are still unaware of the situation are still jumping around in the topic and creating hype. Once You Mian's subsequent clarification appears, he will be the one being roasted on the fire. Bai Lin would never allow this to happen. So he quickly picked up his coat to cover the camera in the room, opened the chat box on his phone and sent a message, "I have seen everything you have done for me. Your support is really more important to me than anything else. But it's not a good idea to let you take the lead. If this matter gets out of hand, it will also embarrass the production staff. The staff did nothing wrong. Let's stop here and stop stirring up trouble." Bai Lin was typing with a ferocious look on his face, but his hands were sending out one cute heart-shaped emoticon after another. "Ah, Linlin appears. I love you so much, Linlin, don't worry about us. Everything is okay. We have set up 5 groups to take turns to top the topic, so we won't let it fall off the trending search. How come the staff of the program did nothing wrong? Linlin, you are just too naive. How many seconds of your footage were there in the trailer? How many seconds of footage did that amateur have? They clearly treated us differently. This is too much bullying. Yes, seek justice for Linlin. The wind is blowing in our direction now. Passers-by don't have a good impression of him anymore. When the show is aired, his image will definitely be ruined. I searched the entire internet but couldn't find the name You Mian in the public notice of University A. There must be something fishy going on. Don't be afraid, Linlin. Maybe this amateur will even have his student status revoked. Yes, good prevails over evil. I saw that the situation among passers-by was getting out of hand. How could a person who entered University A through the back door without even participating in the public list get a diploma safely? Ridiculous. Go to the official blog of University A and continue bombarding it, at their official account. You are a bunch of idiots. You don't understand what I am saying, do you? Bai Lin frowned and said angrily, "I will be killed by you sooner or later." His droopy puppy eyes no longer showed any innocence and pity, but instead looked ferocious and terrifying, as if he was extremely emotionally unstable. Seeing that the situation was out of control, Bai Lin quickly called his agent. After explaining the whole story, the man on the other end of the phone suddenly asked, "Are you sure you can't tell me why the exhibition hall doesn't display that bronze sculpture?" Bai Lin was stunned, then nodded and said, "He didn't say it, but as long as it is clarified." Before Bai Lin could finish, the agent interrupted him coldly, "What clarification? Whose clarification?" Bai Lin frowned and asked in confusion, "Brother Z, what do you mean?" Mu Z tapped the pen cap in his office and sneered, "Since the work is not on display, who can prove that his bronze sculpture was really collected in Huajiang Art Museum?" Bai Lin's fingers gripping the phone gradually tightened, and the feeling of happiness revived. Mu Z sneered and said, "Even if there really is such a bronze sculpture, how can we tell whether it is You Mian's admission design work? What if You Mian made it after he entered the university through the back door? With money, what can't be done?" The voice on the phone laughed coldly and cruelly, "Who can tell?" Bai Lin's anxiety was gone, and he asked excitedly, "Then I'll let the fans continue to take turns to talk about this. Musa, go on. No matter what You Mian said, no matter whether what he said was true or false, who can be the judge of this farce?" Mu Z said firmly, "No one. Whoever takes the initiative in the public opinion field can overturn any unprovable fact." After receiving the call, Mu Z immediately carefully reviewed all the information and public conversations of Huajiang Art Museum in recent years. Apart from some large offline exhibitions, the museum has never spoken out to clarify the rumors caused by the inclusion of such works. Moreover, the Huajiang Art Museum has made major moves recently, and will most likely remain silent in response to such a small matter. Whether University A will come forward to clarify the matter is of no concern to Mu Z, because the school's credibility among the fan group is not great. As long as comments like, "protecting their own students," "covering up the truth," and "the guy who took money," were overwhelming, passers-by will not pay attention to what the facts are and will only be pushed away by the vortex. Inside the room, You Mian stood in front of the table and breathed a sigh of relief. She smiled softly and said to the person on the other end of the phone, "I'm glad you're okay. I'm really sorry to have dragged you into this." Ku Miao, who was wearing a facial mask, held her phone between her shoulders and lowered her head to apply body lotion. Hearing this, the girl tutted in disdain, "You don't need to bother with me. I only have that one selfie on Weibo, not much personal information." Without waiting for You Mian to continue, Ku Miao immediately said, "Hey, don't worry. If any private information is really exposed, I will call the police directly to resolve the issue." You Mian lowered his eyes and pursed his lips, "Ku Miao." Ku Miao walked to the bathroom with her slippers drooping. She couldn't help but smile as she passed by her easel. "If you really feel embarrassed, why don't you help me with the draft?" You Mian was stunned, and Ku Miao pleaded again and again, great God, Brother Mian, please save me." You Mian tilted his head helplessly. He finally continued to work on the Sudoku puzzle that had been left half blank. "I can help you with the shape." Ku Miao almost screamed, "Thank you, brother." You Mian smiled. But then again, Ku Miao asked seriously, "Even if the innocent are innocent, this water is not muddy water, but a swamp. Why don't you contact the school and the art museum in a hurry?" The fact that You Mian's works were taken away from the museum became well known throughout the sculpture department. But unfortunately, the sculpture department is much more low-key than other oil painting departments and design institutes, so this matter did not spread too widely. Ku Miao frowned. "One of my high school classmates seems to have been admitted to the art museum. Should I?" Before Ku Miao could finish, You Mian refused softly but forcefully, "Ku Miao, thank you, but no need." Ku Miao was silent for a few seconds and then sighed, "Okay." You Mian finished a page of Sudoku, and the numbers perfectly enclosed in the squares made him happy. Just when the program's heart-warming text message segment was about to begin, there was a knock on his door. You Mian got up and opened the door, only to see Pei Yg standing outside. The man was never one to procrastinate. When he saw You Mian, he said in a deep voice, "Just now, public opinion on the internet fermented again. If we don't stop it in time, it will have a very bad impact on you." The perfectly textured black shirt was ironed without a wrinkle, and his broad shoulders almost blocked out all the light outside the door. "Brings an indescribable sense of strength." Pei Weiji's calm and rational tone weakened this sense of dominance slightly, but only slightly. If you had the original draft of the bronze sculpture that was originally collected, the public relations plan would be easier. You Mian blinked, realizing that Pei Weiji was saying that his public relations team could help him solve this hot search crisis. Pei Weiji did not hear You Mian's response. Instead, he watched the boy in front of him, who was still at the top of the black hot search list at this moment, lean against the door frame, tilted his head and smiled. Pei Weiji. You Mian raised his eyebrows, looking very cool. Soon, the person involved in the vortex showed no expression of anxiety or annoyance at all. Instead, he stared at Pei Weiji leisurely and made a teasing remark. Boss Pei, what does JL's charity fund focus on? I want to invest in it. Philanthropist Pei Weiji. Chapter 27. You look very. Pei Weiji was silent for a long time, as if thinking about how to describe You Mian's current state. Finally he said, easy. Whether it was the date that started with snooker and ended with go-karting, or the obvious trance of the other people in the viewing room, they all frankly revealed You Mian's attraction. The boy in front of me is undoubtedly full of vitality, and this vitality always exudes a unique charm inadvertently. So much so that You Mian himself might not know how many people were moved by his performance. Including in front of the camera and behind the camera. It was not until this moment that Pei Weiji had to admit that he was really fascinated by the feeling of relaxation in You Mian. It seemed like he could always do anything with ease. Unconsciously, Pei Weiji had already trusted You Mian's personal abilities to a considerable extent. You Mian leaned against the door frame, hugged her chest and smiled, saying, I feel relieved because it's just a hot search. Don't mind it, Mr. Pei. Pei Weiji frowned and said, but. Pei Weiji did not approve of You Mian's attitude of not paying attention to public opinion, but at the same time he was helplessly attracted by his leisurely appearance. The man's chest was beating with conflicting and violent heartbeats. You Mian raised his eyes to look at Pei Weiji, his amber pupils reflecting seriousness. He said, there is no end to slander and rumor mongering. If I have to be nervous every time, how many hearts do I have for this? Pei Weiji's sharp eyes were still very imposing, but after hearing what he said, he felt that his previous worries seemed like an exaggeration at this moment. However, Pei Weiji still couldn't let go of his sensitivity to market opinion. Before Pei Weiji could speak, You Mian asked softly, if it was Mr. Pei who was in my position, what would you do now? Pei Weiji did not hesitate at all, and his decisive tone made You Mian see the iron-blooded leader who acted swiftly and decisively. Let the PR team come up with a plan, issue a statement immediately to clarify the situation, and send a lawyer's letter to all those who spread the rumor, so that they will pay the price that the rumor mongers should pay. Stop the fermentation of public opinion and restore the company's image. You Mian's expression didn't change much after hearing this. He asked, even if this is the case, will clarifying the matter immediately disrupt your originally orderly schedule? Pei Weiji's expression froze. This time he did not give an immediate answer. Instead, he thought for a few seconds and said with a serious look, I will weigh it. You Mian smiled softly, seeming to agree. Pei Weiji looked directly at You Mian and said, I will weigh the original plan and the cost of the change for clarification to see which one is more beneficial. If the scheduled schedule can also have a clarifying effect, I will wait. After Pei Weiji finished speaking, he realized where You Mian's feeling of relaxation at the moment came from. The boy is not blindly relaxed without direction, but quite the opposite, his leisure is the leisure that comes with all means of counterattack prepared. Even though it's leisurely, it still has a sharp edge. As expected, Pei Weiji only saw You Mian nodded with a smile and said, so my result is the former. Pei Weiji pursed his lips, even if this will cause you to suffer a lot of negative public opinion, so much that you may not even be able to accept it. You Mian shrugged, her beautiful amber-green pupils filled with a determination to win. Because it's necessary risk-taking. Pei Weiji stared at You Mian for a long time, and felt that his heartbeat at this moment was even more intense than when he saw You Mian crossing the finish line on the track before. His fingertips felt numb and his heart was beating so fast it hurt. Pei Weiji lowered his eyes. This angle made the man's stern aura subside a little. He said in a deep voice, I've said before that I'm always extra tolerant and patient with talented people. You Mian curled her eyes gently, waiting for Pei Weiji's next words. Pei Weiji, but as of now, my patience with you seems to be several orders of magnitude higher than that with others. You Mian's eyes widened slightly in an instant, and silence spread between the two of them. Just when he thought Pei Yiji was going to say something shocking, Pei Yiji's tone changed and he returned to his usual cold and calm self. So I don't mind you going back on your word. Pei Yiji pursed his lips, gave the greatest assurance and concession, and said, if you still need JL's public relations team to come forward in the future, just tell me. You Mian wanted to refuse, but suddenly heard Pei Yiji add softly, I respect all your choices. Including ones I don't approve of. You Mian understood the hidden meaning behind Pei Yiji's words. It has to be said that Pei Yiji's concession and love for talent really surprised and impressed You Mian. He is truly a leader with great courage and charisma. So this time You Mian did not refuse. He smiled calmly and accepted the kindness. Then I would like to thank Mr. Pei first. You Mian said. Pei Yiji nodded silently. Even though he had no expression on his face, You Mian didn't know why she saw a very satisfied look on his icy face. You Mian. Pei Yiji paused for 2 seconds before turning around. He spoke with a hoarse voice, good night. You Mian looked up at Pei Yiji. The warm yellow light behind the boy cast an overly bright shadow on his profile. You Mian tilted his head softly, good night. There was a hint of a smile in Pei Yiji's eyes, but he did smile because of You Mian's good night. Not long after Pei Yiji left, the staff member in charge of You Mian from the program team knocked on his door with a worried look on his face. You Mian opened it and saw the girl with the work badge around her neck said anxiously, You Mian, don't go on Weibo for the next 2 days. Director Hong is communicating with the person who sent the message, hoping to calm down this storm as soon as possible. You Mian didn't expect that the program crew would actually show up. Although this trending search is negative for You Mian herself, it is a free promotion for a variety show that is currently being filmed and has not yet been officially aired. It not only increased the level of discussion, but also broadened the audience. The negative news belongs to You Mian, but the fame created belongs to the show, so it's not a loss at all. But Hong Sheng actually chose to come out and calm the situation down instead of taking advantage of the situation to hype it up. You Mian was unusually surprised, because in the original book, he, a minor supporting character, had caused many ridiculous farces, and he couldn't remember what attitude the variety show director in the book had towards this. In short, I won't make the decision for him. I didn't expect that after being reborn, many things would influence each other like dominoes, and eventually become completely different. You Mian didn't say much, just smiled and asked the staff for the director's phone number. The staff was still looking at him worriedly, and seemed really troubled. After You Mian dialed the number, she smiled gently at the staff and said, don't worry, I will communicate well with the director. The girl clenched her fingers and waited. It is actually very difficult to trace the first-hand information of this kind of information that suddenly creates momentum, and I don't know whether the boy in front of me will have bad emotions because of this hot search. The staff thought, I hope You Mian can discuss a solution with the director as soon as possible. The beeping stopped and the call was connected. Hong Sheng's voice rang out from the other end, hello. How are you? You Mian said politely, hello director, I am You Mian. Before Hong Sheng could react, You Mian's next words hit all the cameras. The production team doesn't need to worry about solving trending searches. Leave it hanging. The staff member who had been expectant just now was stunned for a moment. But just as she widened her eyes and prepared to listen to what You Mian was thinking, she saw the boy turn sideways, gestured to her, turned around and went back to the room. Staff. She is very anxious. In just 3 minutes, You Mian came out with his cell phone. Seeing the staff still waiting outside the door, he couldn't help but smile apologetically. I'm sorry, the conversation just now is not suitable for speaking in front of the camera. The staff didn't think that You Mian, an amateur college student, could solve the problem on his own, so they didn't pay much attention to what You Mian said. She frowned and reminded him, You Mian, it is actually the most cost-effective for you if the program team intervenes to resolve the hot search. If the program team does nothing and allows the current situation to continue, it will not only affect your future career in the entertainment industry, but will also affect your personal life. You Mian looked at the staff member tenderly, listening carefully to every word she said, but in the end she insisted on her opinion and said, thank you for telling me this. The staff member still held on to a last glimmer of hope. How was your communication with Director Hong? What did he say? You Mian, he agreed not to interfere. Staff, how come? Although You Mian's expression was extremely gentle, The staff who had been with him in the past few days also knew that he was a very tenacious and independent-minded person in his bones. He is as stubborn as that cold-faced president of JL, or even more stubborn. So even though she didn't understand or agree with You Mian's approach, she could only leave with a sigh. As You Mian said, the program team did not interfere with the rise of this hot search. With no one blocking it, this trending search with the word amateur on it topped the list several times after fermenting overnight. Although the number gradually dropped to a dozen in the early morning, there were always many scattered people clicking in to discuss it. The heat never came down. At this point everyone knew that there was someone behind the trending search. The mornings in early autumn were cool, and the waves rolled under the white cliffs and hit the rocks, splashing countless water. Seagulls spread their white wings and flew past the large floor-to-ceiling windows in the living room, shining with warm sunlight. You Mian wore a dark blue windbreaker and walked out of the room with the earbone Bluetooth headset still hanging on his left ear. The zipper of the jacket reached the boy's chin, hiding the clear lines of his jaw, which suddenly made him look a little cute, at least not as sharp as he was yesterday on the track. The chestnut brown hair fell casually on his ears, scraping against his earlobes from time to time as the boy moved. You Mian put on her headphones and walked towards the kitchen while listening to the documentary. Fortunately, he got up early today and did not meet Yan Tingxuan, Bai Lin and others. Such a good beginning makes You Mian's expression more vivid, and allows anyone sitting in front of the camera to feel his good mood. You Mian leisurely turned on the soy milk maker and made herself a cup of fresh soy milk. Amid the sound of the soy milk machine running, You Mian did not notice the sound of the door being pushed open. So it wasn't until Pai Yg, dressed in a neat suit, stood in front of the dining table that he suddenly came to his senses and looked up. The man's double-breasted suit was wrapped in a long black trench coat, revealing a dark blue tie firmly held in place by a pure black tie clip. The same dark blue color unexpectedly matches the windbreaker jacket You Mian is wearing today. "Did you sleep well?" Pai Yg raised his hand and glanced at his watch and asked casually. You Mian's soy milk maker just stopped, and the kitchen fell into silence, but the silence at this moment seemed to contain another layer of atmosphere. You Mian lowered his eyes and poured the soy milk neatly. Without looking at Pai Yg, he said, "My sleep quality has always been very good." Pai Yg nodded, "I'll take you there in a while." You Mian held the soy milk maker and looked at Pai Yg, then realized belatedly that he might have been too involved with Pai Yg. From the moment we first moved into the cottage to every round of heartwarming text messages we sent to each other until now. If facing other people, You Mian can always organize these thoughts and give the most perfect and appropriate answer. But the person standing in front of him at this moment was Pai Yg, who was unquestionable and decisive. It is difficult to remain rational when facing someone with such a strong aura. So before he had time to organize his words, You Mian finished a cup of soy milk and followed Pai Yg out of the cabin and got into his car. You Mian. It was not until Pai Yg tapped on his notebook that You Mian came back to his senses. "It seems like you don't have a date today," Pai Yg suddenly asked. You Mian shook his head. The boy's chin was hidden behind the collar of his jacket, and the dark blue jacket made his cold white skin even more obvious. Pai Yig's gaze shifted from the computer screen in front of him to the boy beside him at some point. You Mian's wrist is very thin, but it would not be mistaken for a girl's hand. There are slight blue veins on the back of his hand, and his slender knuckles are very beautiful. So white that it feels like it's glowing. Pai Yg is always very sensitive to the smell of other people, so no one working around him will spray strong perfume, not even Vivian. But at this moment, You Mian's body exuded a very cool smell, a bit like the scent of the sea breeze. Pai Yg actually felt that he could accept it, and could even accept You Mian sitting a little closer. The man withdrew his gaze, lowered his eyes to think, and fell silent. You Mian propped up his chin and looked out the window. Beneath his seemingly calm exterior, he felt a tense feeling of finally being relieved. Pai Yg himself didn't know how obvious his gaze was, but as the one being stared at, You Mian felt it was frighteningly hot. When the car finally stopped outside the gate of a university, You Mian got out quickly, but he paused at the moment the door closed. You Mian bent down and said goodbye to Pai Yg, who was sitting in the back seat of the car. The man's profile was reflected in the blue light of the computer screen, and dense English words and numbers were waiting for him to read. Pai Yig's eyes have been fixed on You Mian since he got off the car. Hearing this, Pei Yg smiled lightly and said, "Goodbye." The car drove away quickly, but You Mian was stunned. Did Pei Yg just smile? Because of a goodbye? Things gradually went beyond You Mian's understanding, but surprisingly, this time he was not in a hurry to get back on track. This feeling of temporarily deviating from the course seems to be quite good. Just as You Mian had sorted out his thoughts and walked a few steps towards the school gate, his cell phone suddenly rang. As soon as he saw the call, he answered it immediately. Director Lin. Lin Yuqing got straight to the point and asked, "Xiao Mian, how is your last plaster sculpture going? Now the only thing left is yours. I've told the people at the museum that I'm waiting for you." You Mian smiled, the morning sunlight fell on his hair, and the autumn wind gradually rose. What a coincidence, I just broke the mold yesterday and it's already done. Lin Yuqing immediately became excited when she heard this. The museum's 20th anniversary exhibition is just waiting for this last piece. I'll ask someone in the museum to get it right away. You Mian lowered his eyes and pursed his lips, then said, "Okay," in a relaxed and leisurely manner. After hanging up the phone, You Mian opened Weibo and took a quick look. The 20th most searched term is still last night's, but as the topic continues to ferment, several new topics have emerged. Hashtag A big assessment of water content. Hashtag amateurs and Yan Tingxuan participate in a dating show together. Hashtag backstage. Hashtag matching heartbeat. You Mian ignored all this and instead directly clicked on the official Weibo of Huajiang Art Museum, which she followed, and reposted a Weibo post that had just been posted this morning to celebrate the 20th anniversary exhibition. You Mian, let's celebrate the 20th anniversary of Huajiang Art Museum. Thank you for the invitation. At Huajiang Art Museum, picture. In less than 10 minutes, You Mian once again became a hot topic. Unlike previous entries with various prefixes and mapping topics, this time the first hot search directly and clearly has his name written on it. Hashtag You Mian. Chapter 28. You Mian. Who is this person? How come he is the #1 trending search? He must have bought it. Ade, please come forward to explain why amateur guest You Mian's entrance exam work has not been made public. Is there any shady deal in this? We only hope to get a fair, just an open investigation result. #A-day entrance exam water. I am a senior high school student, and I have always aimed to study in the art department of University A, but I never expected to see such a shocking scandal. I hope you can give a reasonable explanation. Don't let the reputation of a prestigious school be ruined by this incident. Give a reasonable explanation. The amateur guests have been added to the footage since the trailer. The duration is even more than 10 seconds longer than that of the Tongzong Award winner Yan Tingxuan. Please ask the program team to treat every guest participating in the recording fairly and not to favor one over the other. There was no sign of any passers-by among the comments and likes, until I scrolled down 6 or 7 pages, the first questioning comment finally appeared. Are these people crazy? Although I don't know who You Mian is, the way he controls the comments is too scary. Is he a fan of Yan Tingxuan? With such achievements in hand, there is no need for the actor to worry about the length of a variety show trailer. Yan fans are here. Sorry to bother others, but we really don't control comments. We have no complaints about the length of the program preview. Yan Ji's new movie is being released, please support us. Yan fans only focus on Yan Tingxuan. Isn't this a hot search to celebrate the 20th anniversary of the establishment of Huajiang Art Museum? Am I in the wrong place? Why are there so many inexplicable controlled comments? After a whole morning of gossip, I finally figured it out. This You Mian is a guest on the Love variety show, Matching Heartbeats, directed by Hong Sheng, and is also a student at University A. It seems that there is a problem with his admission qualifications, and everyone is questioning the shady dealings. I have been playing coward, but why did I suddenly repost the museum's Weibo today? It even became the #1 trending search. It's really unacceptable that I don't have a backer, haha. Amidst the chaotic discussions, there were occasionally a few rebuttals and clarifications. Although they were weak, there were always passers-by who would stop and take a look. Among these people, there are some passers-by who became fans of You Mian because of the trailer of the romance variety show, and there are also university student A who is You Mian's classmate or superior to him in the same department. He reposted the museum's microblog because he has a clear conscience. Why would he need to clarify something he didn't do? It's just for the sake of bashing. Didn't anyone see that Mian said, "Thank you for the invitation," when she forwarded it. He has a partnership with the art museum. How could Huajiang Art Museum invite a shady student to participate in its 20th anniversary event? Open your eyes and take a look. I fell in love with this show because of her looks, so I won't believe these shady comments until the results come out. As a direct junior of Senior You Mian, I can say responsibly that Senior You Mian's professional ability is beyond doubt. He has been the winner of the Outstanding Scholarship for 3 consecutive years and has always been the student representative of the sculpture department. As for the admission design work, I don't know if I can say that. It is said that the bronze sculpture has long been collected by the Huajiang Art Museum and has not yet been exhibited. It's so annoying. I'm just a passerby who came to watch a dating show. Why is there a fan war here? I give up. All these disturbances happened on the internet, and Lin Yuqing was completely unaware of it. He had just asked the museum staff to bring the last plaster sculpture completed by You Mian from the sculpture classroom of University A. He was admiring it with admiration while asking the staff to cover it with a glass cover. In the spacious and empty high-ceilinged art gallery, the only sound was the dull sound of sculptures being moved. Suddenly, a young subordinate walked up to Lin Yuqing, holding up his phone and asked, "Director, public opinion has exploded online. The congratulatory microblog we just sent out has already received thousands of replies." Lin Yuqing instantly raised his reading glasses and frowned. The graying hair on his temples showed his age, but his back was still straight and his old-fashioned Zhongshan suit was neat and tidy. Lin Yuqing tilted her head back slightly, took the phone, and glanced through it. As the cultural symbol of Huajiang City, the art museum has a few million followers on its official Weibo account, but the number of comments and likes per day is not large, generally maintaining between 20 and 30. Thousands. Lin Yuqing frowned, his eyebrows and eyes were full of wrinkles. What's going on? Sama, You Mian. What are they arguing about Xiaomian? Lin Yuqing asked in a serious tone. The subordinate said anxiously, people are questioning the design of Mr. Yu's admissions test, saying that it was not made public because there was a shady deal. Nonsense, Lin Yuqing said angrily, how can you spread such unconfirmed rumors without any basis? Whether it was the staff who were moving the sculptures or the staff in the venue, they all looked towards the angry Lin Yuqing after hearing the noise. The subordinate asked nervously, should the museum come forward to help Mr. Yu clarify this? Lin Yuqing's determined eyes were as bright and energetic as when he was young. He raised his hand and pointed his index finger in front of his face again and again. With every word he spoke, his tone became heavier. Must, immediately, right now. The subordinate quickly raised his hand and said, Director, I'll contact University A. Lin Yuqing nodded, his eyes were like torches, and the power contained in his voice was very heavy. Empty praise cannot cultivate a truly talented person, but absurd and endless discussions will definitely ruin a sculptor with a bright future. After Lin Yuqing finished speaking, he immediately put down his phone and turned to leave. Everyone saw him turning a corner and walking towards the office in a hurry. Nearing noon, the debate on the internet was still going on. You Mian's personal Weibo was the first to fall and became the main battleground in this war. Secondly, some people tagged University A, some tagged the program team, and as for the museum's Weibo, it was even more chaotic, with not a single rational comment to be seen. They are crazy, reveling, and using fairness as a shield to vent their dissatisfaction. Just when all the real passers-by began to feel tired and wanted to leave this messy melon field, everything changed in an instant. A hot search entry titled #Art Museum and University A's joint statement on recent rumors rose to the top of the list with an unstoppable trend, finally squeezing out the #You Mian entry that was filled with insults and endless quarrels. When I clicked into the topic, I saw that the usually taciturn official Weibo of the Art Museum and University A had posted several Weibo posts in a row to clarify the situation. Huajiang Art Museum, clarifying the shady incident involving Yu's entrance exam that has been widely circulated on the internet recently. Bronze sculpture 1 picture, clay sculpture 2 picture, plaster sculpture 3 picture. Huajiang Art Museum. To celebrate the 20th anniversary of the museum, we specially invited student guests at You Mian to participate in the sculpture exhibition. It took him 4 years to complete the trilogy of bronze, clay, and plaster sculptures, and his skills are very exquisite and interesting. We would like to thank student Yu for casting the congratulatory sculpture for Huajiang Art Museum. Huajiang Art Museum also sincerely wishes student you to overcome all difficulties and have a bright future. A university official blog. In response to some of the recent online comments that wantonly insulted our university's senior sculpture student You Mian, which caused damage to our university's reputation, we have issued a lawyer's letter as follows. Picture. Ada official blog. The joint statement with Huajiang Art Museum is as follows. Picture. A university official blog. This is not a clarification. The list of outstanding student representatives selected by our school for the 20XX Fall Art Academy to speak on stage is as follows. Senior Sculpture Department Class 1, You Mian. Closing square bracket, opening square bracket, comma, closing square bracket, closing square bracket. A university official blog. This is still not a clarification. The list of scholarship winners for the 4th semester of 20XX is as follows. Senior Sculpture Department Class 1, You Mian. Closing square bracket, opening square bracket, comma, closing square bracket, closing square bracket. A university official blog. The orange and yellow of autumn leaves take away the heat of summer, but also bring a new semester. It is another hard September for prospective graduates to be busy with various internships and exams. The alma mater hopes that students will learn well, achieve their dreams, and make steady progress in their studies and careers. To learn skills, one must first learn morality, and to establish oneself, one must first establish morality. Picture. The last Weibo post from A's official Weibo account was not very different from the previous Weibo posts that asked good morning and good night every day. The only thing that is noteworthy is that the pictures accompanying this Weibo post are no longer the usual oil painting appreciation or landscape paintings. It was a casual shot taken in the early days when You Mian participated in a school activity, sitting on the stage of the spacious lecture hall, looking down and carving. At that time, the boy dyed his hair black, and the soft hair adhered obediently to his forehead. It was hot in summer, and he wore a bright yellow short-sleeved shirt, revealing his slender but not weak arms. A piece of green oil paint stained his elbow, which made him look inexplicably vivid. You Mian's eyes were extremely serious. He tilted his head and pursed his lips, with his long legs extended out of the high chair. His straight back showed strong and youthful bones, and he looked like a very bright young boy. Once a strong and powerful joint clarification appears, even the most distorted remarks will not be a problem. Countless passers-by flocked to this first clarifying Weibo post, and with these little sparks, the word, shady dealings, surrounding You Mian were completely overturned. Ah, it's finally cleared up. God knows how worried I have been since last night. Mian, I was not wrong about you. Woo woo woo. The clarification has been made, and the haters are all slapped in the face, right? At the beginning, I kept saying that I wanted the truth and explanation, but now the explanation is slapped in your face, come here and take it. I am so angry. Before any evidence is presented, don't take sides. I'm just a passerby, but I think the guy in the photo is pretty good looking. Summary of Provincial Flow. 1. You Mian's entrance examination was not announced because it was taken over by Huajiang Art Museum. 2. There was no exhibition for 4 years after the museum was taken over because You Mian cooperated with the art museum to prepare a trilogy exhibition for the 20th anniversary. 3. You Mian is an outstanding student representative of a university and has been a scholarship winner for 4 consecutive years. 4. In summary, You Mian is awesome. Oh my god, this is really a reversal. Don't read the long article first, just lick her face first, PR. Is this the older baby Mian? So cute, so innocent. Monsters, please leave now. Mian should not suffer these misfortunes again. Black hair sleeping, I can do it. These legs, this waist, these hands, love. How come those crazy people who were jumping so hard just now are all gone now? I took screenshots and will send them to A's official blog right away. I didn't expect that the guy the first fell in love with after watching a trailer would be so awesome. When will the first episode of Matching Heartbeat be released? Director Hong, hurry up. This matter is not over yet. Why did those lunatics disappear immediately after being slandered? Let's take a look at the pictures. Although most of them use blank accounts, some people are following this actor and are his die-hard fans. Their name is Bai Lin. Fuck, this is so disgusting. Why are Bai Lin's fans so crazy? Isn't Bai Lin a guest on Matching Heartbeat? He knows You Mian. The more I dig, the more disgusting it becomes. Bai Lin fans pretended to be Yun fans to insult You Mian. It was all confirmed. Just as passers-by and fans were excitedly eating the reversal of the news, the topic's popularity rose again. Chinese woodcarving, Qin Lan. At You Mian, when will you come to have a cup of tea with the teacher again? Just making sculptures for art galleries, I also want one. Picture. In the picture, Qin Lan and You Mian are sitting opposite each other on the tea table. The lush leaves block the sunlight above their heads, and in front of them is a chess game with an uncertain outcome. Before people in the industry could explain Qin Lan's status in the sculpture world, JL actually published an article. JL Huajiang branch. In view of the rumors caused by some netizens against Mr. You Mian today, the JL lawyer team will conduct a defamation lawsuit within the scope of the contract. Please be prepared. JL's post was brief and powerful, without even an accompanying picture, but it was enough to scare the bunch of scoundrels hiding behind the screen into immediately logging out of their accounts. The production crew had no schedule today, so You Mian spent the entire day in the sculpture classroom preparing for the preliminary round of the Star Cup. The classroom was empty, with an incandescent light on overhead, and You Mian was the only one there. When he took the plaster statue away from the art museum, You Mian knew that those empty words were nothing to be afraid of, so he has been concentrating on the sculpture in front of him until now and has no time to look at his phone. It was not until it gradually darkened that he finally got up, packed up his backpack, and wrapped the sculpture with plastic wrap. When You Mian sorted out everything and opened his phone, he saw the reversal hot search hanging high as expected. But what he didn't expect was that University A actually issued a joint statement with the art museum. You Mian was a little surprised. He walked out while looking down at his phone, and suddenly, his sliding fingers stopped abruptly. #JL lawyer team. You Mian clicked on it with an indescribable feeling. Just after glancing at the statement issued by the JL branch, she saw some comments in the comments section that she couldn't understand at all. Chair brother charges for love, damn. Who wouldn't say it's awesome? Ah, is this the immortal couple I was obsessed with before the show even aired? Place your bets. Chair brother, go ahead. He loves it so much. Who is the chair guy? Why can't I understand what you are talking about? Humph, if you don't understand people, you're in trouble. Puppy pouts JPG. At this moment, You Mian's thoughts resonated with the doubtful netizens. Yeah, who is the chair guy? Chapter 29. The public opinion shifted, and everyone's attention was focused on Bai Lin again. Who is this Bai Lin? Is he an actor? Hey, weren't his crazy fans quite powerful? Why are they running away with their tails between their legs now? At Bai Lin, the cyber bullies, please come out and apologize. At Bai Lin allowed fans to spread rumors and even recorded a show with You Mian on the same variety show. Are you jealous of him? Damn, is this Bai Lin also from University A? He seems to be a junior in the oil painting department. However, the above remarks were completely blocked after only a dozen minutes, and the entry about Bai Lin was also banned and could no longer be accessed. At the same time, Bai Lin issued an apology statement on Weibo with a sincere attitude and active correction. Bai Lin, since my fans have caused public opinion damage to Mr. You Mian, I hereby apologize. However, this simple and seemingly perfunctory apology on Weibo made the crowd who were just there to watch the fun unable to bear it. Too perfunctory. Were you forced to apologize? It's not sincere at all. You Mian was scolded for a whole day and night. Why did Bai Lin just let it go with a simple apology? Baby Lin, fly bravely. Ignore those negative comments, we will always love you. I really misjudged you. I felt something was wrong from the beginning when you encouraged your fans. It's disgusting. I've stopped being a fan. Come on, Lin Bao, we are always here. You Mian stood on the steps at the entrance of the first floor of the teaching building and glanced at the screen of his mobile phone with indifference. Apology. It's just a public relations move to retreat in order to advance. Perhaps even Bai Lin did not expect that the art museum and University A would really stand up for You Mian, so he continued to spread those unfounded rumors without fear. In the end, you will lose popularity among passers-by, lose fans and receive negative comments. Looking at Weibo again, Bai Lin's behavior of covering his mouth and blocking others not only failed to extinguish the discussions among passers-by and other fans, but instead triggered a higher round of counterattacks. But You Mian no longer wanted to watch those arguments. He put away his phone and walked into the night indifferently. The first teaching building is a few hundred meters away from the school gate. As soon as You Mian turned on the flashlight on his phone, he saw a tall man in a brown coat standing under a camphor tree with a wide crown. His back blended into the night, looking a little lonely. Yan Tingxuan was standing sideways with his head down, when he suddenly noticed a beam of light coming towards him. He looked up and saw You Mian walking slowly towards him. Yan Tingxuan's lonely expression just now seemed to be just an illusion. He raised his hand and waved to You Mian, calling softly, "Xiao Mian." You Mian paused slightly, because the man's shouts and smiles at this moment unexpectedly overlapped with those of brother Yan from the past, as if time was all wrong. But You Mian soon came to his senses and lifted his eyelids indifferently. His dark blue windbreaker covered his chin, and his frown made him look even more distant. "We're not very familiar with each other, so don't call me that," You Mian said. Yan Tingxuan raised his eyebrows in surprise, then laughed helplessly. "Don't be so hostile, I just came to pick you up on my way." You Mian frowned and refused. "No, there's no need." As You Mian said this, he dodged Yan Tingxuan and was about to walk out, but Yan Tingxuan chased after him relentlessly. The man took big steps and was able to follow closely beside You Mian. You Mian walked a few steps, and was really annoyed, so he couldn't help but stop again and asked, "Mr. Yan, what do you want to do?" Yan Tingxuan smiled gently, and the lenses of his gold-rimmed glasses blurred his eyes in the dark night, making it impossible to guess what this man was thinking. "I really just stopped by to pick you up. It might be because the cameraman from the program was here. The clients from the law firm today were all very easy to deal with." You Mian sneered. "Do you think I will believe it?" Yan Tingxuan looked at You Mian and smiled in silence. After a while, he said, "I will never lie to you about such a small matter." You Mian didn't say anything. The cool scent of wood mixed with the scent of the surrounding camphor trees, and You Mian felt the tip of his nose itching again and again. "Okay." Yan Tingxuan put one hand in his pocket, the moonlight caressed his handsome nose and profile, and his finely groomed hair was not a mess. He said, "I came to pick you up on the way, and also to congratulate you." Yan Tingxuan looked at You Mian with complicated eyes, his expression was really hard to describe. "Congratulations on surviving another roundup." You Mian couldn't guess the second half of Yan Tingxuan's sentence, and he had no interest in guessing it. "Instead of congratulating me, you might as well go and comfort him." You Mian didn't want to say anything more to Yan Tingxuan. You Mian thought Yan Tingxuan would be somewhat cautious, but he did not expect him to ask directly, "Are you talking about Bai Lin, Xiao Mian?" You Mian frowned instantly. Seeing this, Yan Tingxuan shrugged his shoulders and said, "He has plenty of people to comfort him." The man's voice became lighter, and he whispered deliberately, "For example, Huo Yanji or something like that." Seeing that You Mian's expression did not change, Yan Tingxuan tilted his head and said, "Come to think of it, young Guanqing has been very close to you recently. And Pei YG. Who did you send these two heart-warming text messages to?" Yan Tingxuan asked with a smile. You Mian said impatiently, "It has nothing to do with you. Just asking. I'll know when the show airs anyway." Yan Tingxuan's expression was always smiling, but that smile seemed like a mask welded to his face and it didn't look real. You Mian didn't want to get involved any further, so he answered directly, "It's Pei YG." Afraid that Yan Tingxuan didn't hear clearly, he looked up at Yan Tingxuan and repeated, "I sent it to Pei YG." Yan Tingxuan's smile froze and his eyes slowly turned cold. "You sent it to him both the first and second time." You Mian walked out, and Yan Tingxuan followed closely. "Are you using him to avoid us?" Yan Tingxuan came back to his senses in a few seconds, and for some reason he felt relieved. "I know you don't like men," Yan Tingxuan said with a smile. You Mian tilted his head and asked in a cold and puzzled voice, "How did you come to this conclusion?" Yan Tingxuan, "Didn't Yu Jiwan force you to participate in the show?" When there was no one around, Yan Tingxuan didn't even call him Uncle Yu. You Mian found it funny and couldn't help but retort, "Is this another conclusion you made up?" Yan Tingxuan stopped and fell behind You Mian. The night gradually engulfed the man's figure. You Mian walked forward with the flashlight on, never looking back once. "Mian." Yan Tingxuan's voice came from behind him very softly. He said, "It doesn't matter. You won't like him anyway." After that, the man paused for a long time and added, "You won't fall in love with anyone." As they approached the school gate, the surrounding lights lit up, and You Mian lowered his head to turn off the light of his cell phone. Yan Tingxuan suddenly said from a distance of 6 or 7 meters, "I'm sorry about what happened at the beach that day." You Mian put away his phone and turned to look. "I forgot that you can't see." Yan Tingxuan said. You Mian did not give Yan Tingxuan a chance to show weakness, and asked with a smile, you didn't forget, you remember it more clearly than anyone else, it's just that you chose Bai Lin at that time. If you didn't regret the choices you made after weighing the pros, don't bring them up now. And stop pretending to be a forced person. Yan Tingxuan looked up suddenly and subconsciously tried to put on a smile but found that he couldn't. Am I so unbearable in your eyes? You Mian lowered his eyes and said calmly, yes. Selfish, cold, indifferent, and unscrupulous in their pursuit of profit. Yan Tingxuan is not like young Guanqing. In his heart, decency and propriety are more important than anything else. Exquisite attire, elegant and gentlemanly manners, a well-educated family background and the title of senior partner. So You Mian was certain that when he rejected Yan Tingxuan in public again and again, this man would not chase him again. Although there were not many students coming and going on Shangzong Road in the dark night, it was a public place after all. When You Mian turned around again, he really didn't hear any footsteps chasing him from behind. He walked faster. It seems that Yan Tingxuan is much easier to get rid of than young Guanqing. As soon as he walked out of the school gate, You Mian saw Pei Weiji's black Maybach. He shouldn't be mistaken about this consecutive license plate number. The window at the back seat of the car was slowly lowered halfway, and from You Mian's position she could just see Pei Weiji's eyes as he turned his head to look at her. You Mian walked forward with some confusion and asked, Boss Pei. Why are you here? Pei Weiji, who was sitting in the car, only replied in a deep voice, come to apologize. You Mian looked at the driver with even more confusion as he got out of the car and opened the door for him. In the back seat, Pei Weiji folded his legs lightly, his straight black suit pants fell on his leather shoes. The man took off his long windbreaker in the morning, revealing only a double-breasted suit, and his dark blue tie looked even more noble under the moonlight. Pei Weiji's eyes never left You Mian, so You Mian had no choice but to sit in. The car drove smoothly into the bustling neighborhood. Pei Weiji put away the computer that he had opened because he was waiting for someone. You should have seen JL's hot search. You Mian realized that Pei Weiji was talking about the statement issued by the JL legal team. The next second, Pei Weiji pinched his nose to relieve his fatigue and said calmly, it was not my instruction. The lawyer team has the publicity contract between you and JL. They spoke out for the benefit of the company. It's just an ordinary routine maintenance work. You Mian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But I still want to say sorry to you. Pei Weiji turned his head to look at You Mian. The man's cold and rational expression never seemed to fluctuate too much, but he did smile again at this moment. Even though it was just a very shallow smile. You Mian's ears went numb when he heard Pei Weiji continue to say, You Mian, I respect you and I trust you. Since I said I won't interfere, you have to trust me, he said. I hope this accident doesn't cause any unnecessary changes to your plans. Speaking of the word, change, You Mian recalled some strange comments he had just seen on his phone. But the tone of those comments was quite friendly, so You Mian didn't pursue them any further. Mr. Pei, you're welcome. Just as You Mian finished speaking, Pei Weiji took out a bottle of red wine from the cabinet in the car. He could tell at a glance that it was Chateau Cheval Blanc 1950. Pei Weiji lowered his eyes and said, I heard that you are very knowledgeable about red wine. The 1947 is a bit hard to find, so please don't be offended if I use the 1950 instead. You Mian took the bottle of beautifully packaged red wine in a daze, thinking that if Pei Weiji could really bring a 1947 Chateau Cheval Blanc, he would not dare to accept it. But he didn't dare to accept this bottle now. Boss Pei, this gift is too expensive. You Mian frowned and shook his head. Pei Weiji didn't say much, just asked, do you like it? You Mian paused. He did have a collecting habit for red wine, so he couldn't really say that he didn't like it now. There is no such thing as an expensive gift. Pei Weiji glanced at You Mian, even if it's not an apology, the three sculptures today are too beautiful. They deserve a bottle of celebratory red wine. You Mian was stunned for a few seconds before she laughed, is it beautiful? The boy's amber eyes were bright and gentle under the light passing outside the car, and his hands holding the red wine bottle were cold, white and slender, as if they had been carefully carved. Pei Weiji's hoarse voice fell in the car, very beautiful. After giving the gift, Pei Weiji turned his head to look out the window. His slightly red earlobe could not be clearly seen in the dim car. Congratulations, my genius. You have to know how surprised Vivian was when Pei Yg asked her to go to the auction house to buy a bottle of red wine. She was so surprised that she showed her expression in front of Pei Yg without any concealment. Pei Yg never drinks alcohol and doesn't like drinking or smoking. He even avoids these two things when giving gifts to top business partners. Boss Pei is such a person, but now he asks her to go to the auction house to bid for red wine. With shaking hands and a trembling heart, Vivian luckily brought the bottle of Chateau Cheval Blanc worth 2 million. Then I heard Pei Yg behind the desk say without even looking up, "Package it beautifully. I want to give it away." Vivian. Chapter 30. When You Mian and Pei Yg returned to the cabin one after another, only Guantong and Huo Yanji were sitting on the sofa in the living room chatting. Just as You Mian said hello to Guantong and walked towards the room, the sound of the door opening was heard behind him. You Mian looked back and saw that it was Shen Nanzhao and Yan Tingxuan who walked in side by side. Guantong curiously peeked out of the entrance, and when he saw the two people coming in, he couldn't help but grin and laugh teasingly. "It's only been a day since we last met. What happened to you two? You came back together. Did you make an appointment or did you pick each other up?" Guantong raised an eyebrow at Shen Nanzhao, then turned and smiled at You Mian. Pei Yg always maintained an iceberg-like attitude when facing Guantong's teasing. He greeted the man politely and walked into the room without looking away. You Mian didn't think it was a big deal, so he shrugged his shoulders, stretched his cervical spine after spending the whole day in the sculpture classroom, and said, "Pei Yg and I were going the same way, so he sent me back." As for the situation of Shen Nanzhao and Yan Tingxuan, he didn't know. Guantong's eyes widened instantly. "You Mian. You." The pink-haired boy covered his mouth and lowered his voice exaggeratedly, then quietly raised his hand and pointed at Pei Yig's door in the distance. "Did Mr. Pei send you back? When did the relationship between these two develop so quickly? It's like riding a rocket. Moreover, Pei Yg looks so indifferent, but I didn't expect that he would be so thoughtful as to pick up and drop off people at the school gate." Guantong covered his mouth while laughing, and his shoulders twitched, which was really funny. You Mian nodded in confusion and said, "It's just on the way." Guantong subconsciously said, "They are all excuses." You Mian and Guantong's train of thought couldn't connect for the time being, and the two people who were chatting didn't notice the changes in the expressions of the other people on the other side. Yan Tingxuan, who was standing at the entrance, felt as if an autumn wind was blowing on his shoulders, and he looked desolate and silent. When he heard that You Mian came back with Pei Yg, his eyes suddenly became complicated. It turns out that what I saw at the gate of University A just now was not an illusion. The car that You Mian got in was Pei Yig's. Huo Yanji, who was sitting on the sofa, leaned against the backrest and listened to their conversation quietly. For some reason, he felt a little annoyed in his heart. Guantong pestered You Mian with questions but couldn't get anything out of him, so he turned his curiosity to Shen Nanzhao, who had just returned with Yan Tingxuan. "What about you two? What's going on?" Guantong asked with a smile. Shen Nanzhao waved to Guantong while changing his shoes. "Don't guess blindly, I just happened to run into Tingxuan outside the cabin." Guantong smiled and said, "Oh," with an upturned tone at the end, looking like he didn't quite believe it. Huo Yanji was different from before. He suddenly came out of his silence and teased Guantong, "I remember Yan Tingxuan's law firm shouldn't be on the way to anywhere, right?" Everyone's attention shifted to Yan Tingxuan. But the next second, this man who always accepted jokes in a gentle manner said nothing, walked into the living room with his head down, and didn't even say hello to everyone but went straight up the stairs. Everyone in the living room's expressions changed slightly when they saw this. Guantong lowered his voice and asked Shen Nanzhao, "What's wrong with him? Did you provoke him?" Shen Nanzhao took off his coat and put it beside his hand. He shook his head as if he was wronged and smiled helplessly. "I don't know either. He was like this when I saw him outside the cabin." Huo Yanji sat next to Guantong and said casually, "Well, maybe it's just that his work is not going well. His temper is always changeable." Guantong hissed, "Is this true? If Yan Tingxuan's temper is considered unpredictable, then we are schizophrenic." In Guantong's eyes, Yan Tingxuan always kept smiling and behaved like a gentleman, looking like an educated elite. People like him usually have very stable emotions. But unexpectedly, Huo Yanji and Shen Nanzhao looked at each other and then shook their heads. "Huo Yanji, then you don't really know him well." Shen Nanzhao smiled at the camera of the program crew, although I don't know if I can say this, but Tingxuan's temper is indeed only good-natured. Yan Tong shrank back in fear, and his exaggerated expressions and movements were very effective in the show. Don't do that. Yan Tong waved his hand and fixed his gaze on You Mian, who was standing not far away on the opposite side. He made a tiger-pouncing gesture and said, then it seems that our Mian is better. She has a gentle temper and is pretty. Yan Tong said as he was about to go over and hug You Mian. Huo Yanji didn't know whether he had a brain spasm or what at the time, but he actually raised his hand to stop Yan Tong's joking action. Huo Yanji's arm muscles are strong and his strength is beyond Yan Tong's reach. Therefore, when he pulled Yan Tong hard, his subconscious expression and movements did not seem like he was just playing around, but rather like he was in a bad mood, wild and brutal to the point of being frightening. Yan Tong was suddenly pulled and sat back on the sofa. The atmosphere in the living room froze for a moment. In the end, Shen Nanzhao came out to smooth things over and said, Yan Tong, can you let You Mian and the others take a break? You have been interrogating us since we came back. I guess You Mian has been in the classroom all day, right? You Mian nodded slightly, smiled gently and said, I am indeed a little tired. I will go back to my room to rest first. Yan Tong blinked and looked at You Mian's back. In fact, he wanted to congratulate You Mian for getting rid of those slanderous comments on the internet, but the negative hot search was reduced, but it involved other people in the room again. Although Bai Lin's apology did not become a hot search, with so many cameras in the cabin, Yan Tong really didn't want to celebrate at this inappropriate time. I guess everyone else in the room thought the same thing, so no one talked about this morning's hot searches and clarifications. When You Mian walked into the room and his back could no longer be seen, Yan Tong glanced helplessly at Huo Yanji beside him and said, Brother Huo, you don't have to hold your conditioned reflex for so long, do you? You're really strong. Huo Yanji pulled his hand away instantly, an embarrassed look on his face. He didn't understand why he suddenly did that. Yan Tong just wanted to go up and hug You Mian. He was really making a fuss out of nothing. After returning to the room, You Mian relaxed and released his strength. He didn't care at all about the depressed state that Yan Tingxuan had just shown and Huo Yanji's inexplicable behavior that made the atmosphere weird. Just as he was lying in bed taking a rest, Hong Sheng's text message came in. You Mian picked up the phone and saw that it was a thank you text message from Hong Sheng. Hong Sheng, thank you for letting our program team take advantage of this clarification trend search. I apologize to you for my hesitation last night. You Mian, you are really one of the most courageous people I have ever met. Last night, Hong Sheng suddenly agreed not to conduct public relations because You Mian proposed a clarification plan. This kind of all-round, face-slapping clarification is indeed several times better than the program crew's dry statement. At that time, Hong Sheng still had doubts about You Mian's plan, because he couldn't believe that the art museum would speak up for a student exhibit. But at that time You Mian's voice was very firm. After hesitating for a moment, Hong Sheng made up his mind to believe him this time. As it turned out, today it was not only the art museum that came out to clarify the matter, but even University A published an article to clarify the matter for him. This time, Hong Sheng was really convinced, completely convinced. The young man who even Pei Yg looked at with admiration was indeed not an ordinary person. So when You Mian returned to the cabin, he couldn't wait to send a text message to congratulate him. Such a young man may not encounter some setbacks now, but sooner or later he will fly higher and farther. You Mian didn't reply to the text message, but instead gave a thumbs up to the camera in the room. He knew Hong Sheng should be able to see it. It is not difficult to guess that the two words, only two, in the text message sent by Hong Sheng refer to You Mian himself, and the other one could it be referring to Pei Yg. You Mian put down his phone and smiled unconsciously. Laugh at the bottle of red wine, and also laugh at Pei Yig's special apology for JL. There were only 5 people at the dinner table. Bai Lin and Yan Tingxuan did not come out of the room, while young Guanqing was busy making announcements outside and had not returned yet. You Mian enjoyed a rare leisurely dinner, and his whole posture showed a lazy charm. Of course, if Huo Yanji didn't look at him so frequently, he would have been more comfortable. The program team needed shots of the guests eating, so the 5 of them did not leave immediately after dinner, but sat at the dining table and chatted leisurely about what they had done that day. Yan Tong vividly recounted how he recorded the interior layout of the cabin after obtaining the program crew's consent in order to make a room tour video later. Shen Nanzhao's tour has ended, and he spent most of today collecting folk songs. Huo Yanji was wearing a sleeveless short-sleeved shirt, raised his eyebrows and smiled. I spent a day in the boxing gym, and the coach kicked my ass and told me to get out, so I came back. Huo Yanji's expressions were always funny and humorous, and everyone at the table couldn't help but smile. Don't go and blame the coach now that the season is over, brother Huo. Guan Tong smiled helplessly. It's not easy for workers. Huo Yanji sighed, frowning slightly. That won't work. If I don't keep it up now, it will be too late to get back into training when the season comes. Huo Yanji's serious expression was so funny that Guan Tong laughed out loud a few times. Shen Nanzhao asked, when is the next competition period? Huo Yanji thought for a while and said hesitantly, the competition will start in November, and the finals will probably be held at the end of December. December. Guan Tong counted on his fingers. Will it be around December when we finish recording our show? Shen Nanzhao followed and counted, and said in surprise, it really matches. Guan Tong exclaimed and patted Huo Yanji's shoulder, then maybe we can go watch your boxing match. Huo Yanji tilted his head and said cheerfully, why do we have to wait until December to watch the game? There will be time when the game starts in November. I'll give it to you. Huo Yanji was stunned, and the words, if you come, I'll reserve a first-row ticket for you, that were about to come out of his mouth were stuck in his mouth for a long time. Huo Yanji restrained his gaze from looking at You Mian opposite him, and concealed it with a smile. Fortunately, Huo Yanji's stunned time was not long. He quickly took it back and said, I'll save the first-row tickets for you. Guan Tong and Shen Nanzhao looked at each other and clapped their hands. Keep your word, brother Huo. Huo Yanji sat sideways on the chair, and smiled when he heard it. Of course I keep my word. You Mian seemed to be completely unaware of Huo Yanji's sudden change of heart. She just listened to other people's conversation and smiled faintly. Huo Yanji's arms resting on the back of the chair were slightly tense. When it was Pei Weiji's turn, the man said without a second thought, I was working in the office all day. The situation was a little depressing, but it wasn't a big problem. Actually, I'm really curious about what Mr. Pei's daily work is like, Shen Nanzhao asked. Pei Weiji said in a deep voice, review the contract, approve the plan, and sign it. Guan Tong. Shen Nanzhao smiled and said nothing. Huo Yanji raised his eyebrows slightly. You Mian shook his head helplessly and took over the topic, the president's daily life is too different from ours, there's nothing to listen to. Pei Weiji turned his head and stared at You Mian, then asked, what about you? What did you do all day? You Mian raised his chin and sat back on the dining chair. Let's hang out in the sculpture room. It may sound interesting to others, but Pei Weiji's eyes lit up slightly when he heard it, and he looked very interested. What is it made of? Is it the same material as the celebratory sculptures made for the art museum? Pei Weiji asked softly. The man's tone was barely above a whisper, and he seemed to only care about chatting with You Mian. Guan Tong on the other side clicked his tongue a few times. Hey, pay attention to the impact. Have you forgotten the first, second, third, fourth and fifth rules of the hut? With dog food in the spotlight, Guan Tong didn't even care about Pei Weiji's cold face. Shen Nanzhao couldn't help laughing a few times, only Huo Yanji looked a little gloomy. You Mian turned his head to stare at Pei Weiji, and suddenly whispered in a low voice as if to cooperate, steal. The boy's breathing was very light, and the sound hitting Pei Weiji's ear made him hold his breath suddenly. Even though he knew that the boys were teasing Guan Tong, Shen Nanzhao and the others in this way, Pei Weiji still couldn't control the beating of his heart, and the violent thumping sounds surrounded his ears. Only at this moment did Pei Weiji realize that he was a person who blushed very easily. After You Mian said those two words, he sat up straight amid the exaggerated wailing of Guan Tong and Shen Nanzhao. You Mian tilted his head and smiled, raised his hands and raised his eyebrows. I didn't break the rules. This is not a confession. As soon as the word, confession, appeared, Pei Weiji suddenly pursed his lips tightly, and wanted to raise his hand to press his left chest with some impatience. Pei Weiji said silently to himself, hey, be quiet. Chapter 31. Huo Yanji suddenly spoke up, interrupting the overly ambiguous atmosphere at the moment. You two, this isn't a good idea, is it? Although Huo Yanji said this with a smile, his expression was too gloomy, making it seem like this was not a joke. The man knitted his wild and thick eyebrows, his broad shoulders were tense, and he looked alert and ready. No matter who saw him, he looked offended and angry. You Mian looked at Huo Yanji expressionlessly, wondering why this guy suddenly went crazy. Pei Yiji, on the other hand, looked as if he didn't care what Huo Yanji said. He sat there with a cold face, red ears and drooped eyes. But even though Pei Yiji didn't say a word, Huo Yanji was still wary of his presence and tightened the corners of his mouth, trying to suppress the inexplicable uneasiness that suddenly surged up. Guantong couldn't understand and glanced at Huo Yanji beside him with a complicated expression. Obviously, Huo Yanji had been quite normal before everyone got together, but at certain moments, he would suddenly do and say something inexplicable as if by reflex, making people not know how to respond. Guantong smiled awkwardly, unable to find a suitable way to respond. There was a stalemate at the table. Suddenly in this quiet atmosphere, Guantong had a flash of inspiration, and finally realized what those inexplicable, certain moments had in common. The first time Huo Yanji suddenly squeezed his hand was because he was about to stand up and hug You Mian. The second time Huo Yanji suddenly felt disappointed was because the interaction between You Mian and Pei Yiji was too intimate. Guantong's body gradually stiffened as he sat in the chair. He felt that he had discovered the truth. Could it be that on the first day in the cabin, Huo Yanji's frequent glances at You Mian really meant that he was attracted to you? But if Huo Yanji really had a crush on You Mian at that time, then the person he had been pestering these days was not You Mian, but Bai Lin. Guantong sighed and murmured quietly, "What a scumbag." Just when Guantong was lost in his thoughts, there was a sudden violent vibration from upstairs, as if something had been smashed down, and the ceiling was shaking violently. Boom! Everyone was shocked. Guantong covered his head and shouted, "Oh my god! What happened?" Shen Nanzhao quickly stood up and shouted a few times upstairs, "Yan Tingxuan! Bai Lin!" You Mian turned around and looked towards the stairs. When he found that no one was running down, he knew that everything should be fine. Huo Yanji frowned, his expression still not changing from the gloomy look just now. The man said coldly, "Maybe something fell." You Mian frowned subconsciously after hearing Huo Yanji's voice. He couldn't figure out why Huo Yanji behaved like that just now. Could it be that he was angry with him because of Bai Lin's hot search? You Mian lowered his eyes and hissed, thinking that if Huo Yanji wanted to fight him, he really had no confidence that he could beat this boxer. You Mian calmed himself down after silently marking the taekwondo class on his schedule for the future. There are so many cameras at the scene and there are many staff members outside. Even if Huo Yanji loses his temper and rushes up to grab his collar to hit him, there will definitely be others to help stop him. After going through all of this in his mind, You Mian calmly looked up at the ceiling. Shen Nanzhao pushed the chair away and walked towards the stairs, saying anxiously, "Let's report this to the production crew. What if the fall is really serious?" Before Shen Nanzhao stepped onto the stairs, a staff member from the program team ran in from outside and signaled to Shen Nanzhao not to move and let the staff go upstairs. Seeing this, Shen Nanzhao stopped going up and turned to look at other people. The atmosphere in which everyone was chatting leisurely was suddenly interrupted. It just so happened that Huo Yanji's mood was not right just now, and they didn't know how to make an end of the situation if the conversation continued, so they simply used the loud noise as an excuse to leave the table. Huo Yanji sat there with his arms and legs spread out without moving, while the others stood up one after another. Guantong waved at You Mian, blew her a kiss, and said affectionately, "Good night, darling." You Mian smiled softly and rubbed his head, "Good night." When Pei Yiji stood up, he walked past Guantong and You Mian. The man walked very slowly, as if he wanted to stop and say something. But Guantong kept pestering You Mian and refused to let go, so Pei Yiji had no choice but to turn around and go straight back to his room. Just as Pei Yiji turned around and took a few steps, he suddenly heard You Mian's voice from behind him, very soft but loud enough for him to hear clearly. The boy smiled and said, "Mr. Pei, good night." Pei Yiji immediately stopped and looked back. His tall figure was still stern. He pursed his lips and said with a smile in his eyes, "Well, good night."